Poly-orbital junk invasion. Mass media board of directors, policy formers, espionage, interlocking, sub-level serpent, dumb out, scatter, fraudulent, pervert, waymaster, treason, Anvil 120, the horny pointed dragon, march of deviant bearded saxon, database GPU 28 permeator, amnesia, heavily strip slimmer, megalopolis, cheap transponder beamer, weather modification ordinance to T3 coaxial transmission slush from corporate governance. The William Casey Cap City takeover, Reagan era protocol, decimate digi patent nano server farm, screw face and motor con, global positioning interference throughout the matrix, mother of all blasphemous, nebulous, rhythmless nation, pompous, spiny, arrogant, emotionless, gray-faced slave, pale zealot horseman, destroying God belligerent. This is personal and business, while purple creatures lullaby your infants. Stop encouraging your own censorship by supporting a profit over your survival. Be responsible for repping your own independent movement. This is Black Niggas State of the Union. Fuck reward retaliation against American neocon who use media as a weapon on its sole population. While half the world starving, suppressing its iridium Hubble spaceship with a rogue general named Electric, with financial interests in fusional nuclear weapons, who broadcast the launch of fake holy war while you watch Kobe score 40 during the playoffs of Armageddon. Alpha Bravo Zulu time, keep America online guessing, hand back my style and essence. What the fuck are you even thinking? Cabbage Patch, Kentucky Fried Wicked, Edomite chicken. Don't worry, mommy, Nintendo served as the covert secret training. So why little Joey became a collateral damage Sandtrooper agent. Deep in the killing fields with Wacom as the only source of entertainment. The same little techno Autobots you watch crush each other for harmless enjoyment. And soon time will be on remote control protest cloud deployment. Titanium elbow jointed, cracking your primitive cerebral cortex. Got you uncertain channel surfing. Who's behind the control surface in certain bloody escalation tampons? The true nature of the threat. Viciously rip free speech out the throat box clarinets. To keep Halliburton call out group profit in the dark. So every nuclear winter the Bin Laden and George exchange Christmas cards. Why do you think Saddam most trusted warring regiments called the Republican Guard?
Demons fight demons on Beast Vision. Tonight at 5 after the presidential speech. Biblical Babylon fixation on dinosaurs, demigods, and winged creatures. Secret material, DNA, and all that walking mammals. The mind moves energy, developing cheap pressure. Bone compression process, step by step. Sitting low into the microscopic orbit. Internal exercise of the eye sockets. Receiving transmissions of mathematical substance. Proof the projecting dying in the living room is flat. Neo-national geographic man. Had a barbaric aftershock of the master plan. Blueprint of the matrix. Perspective already mastered man. Destined to destroy itself. Taking into info worship or staying still your soul from behind a TV screen. And to resuscitate from 1995 plus shipping and handling. Trapped in the square spectrum of light by Superman's father. Driven toward the biosphere of the earth atmosphere to the glass shatter. Antimatter, deflecting asteroids from the planet using my photonic force shield. Animal bypass surgery, hitting a 6 chip infected isolated unification. First century television broadcast Christ execution across the Roman Empire. 666 Roman numerology engraved in the Pope's crown. 30 minutes of watching the false light reduce stimulation of brain activity.
All God. Please vision.
Resistance is impossible. You said you were time travelers.
There is nothing. There is nothing. The special blood of Jesus Christ is the only thing that can remove the stench of sin from your soul. The blood of the Jesus Christ is the only thing that can stop the death angel from invading your family.
Your mama finally let you out the house. What's up, D-Rock? What up, big boy? Your mama finally let you out the house. Told you I'd come. I ain't on lockdown like that. So you ready to be a big baller?
It's your boy Scotty.
So you wanna be hardcore with your hat to the back, talking about the gaps in your raps, but I can't feel that hardcore appeal that you're screaming. Maybe I'm dreaming. This ain't Christopher Williams, still some MC got to feel one, caps I got to feel some. To let niggas know that if you fuck with big and heavy, I get up in that ass like a wedgie. Says who? Says me, the lyrical. Niggas saying Biggie off the street, it's a miracle. Left the drugs alone, took the thugs along with me. Just for niggas acting shifty. Sticks and stones break bones, but they gotta kill you quicker. Especially when I'm drunk off the liquor. Smoking fuck by the boxes, packing glocks. It's natural to eat your niggas like chocolates. All I want is bitches, big booty bitches. Used to sell crack so I could stack my riches. Now I pack cats to stop all the snitches from staying in my business. What is this? Relentless approach to know if I'm broke or not. Just cause I joke and smoke a lot don't mean I don't tote the Glock. 16 shots for my niggas in the pen until we motherfucking meet again. I'm doing rhymes now, fuck the crimes now. Come on the app, I'm real hard to find now. Cause I'm knee deep in the beat. In the Land Cruiser Jeep with the Mac 10 by the seat. For the jackers, the jealous ass crackers in the blue suits. I make you prove that it's bulletproof. Hold your head, cause when you hit the bricks, I got gin mad blunts and bitches sucking dick. So I guess you know the story, the rap side, track side, how I smoke funk, smack bitches on the backside. Bed-Stuy, the place where my head rests, 50 shot clip if a nigga want test. The rocket launcher, Biggie stomps ya, high as a motherfucking helicopter. That's why I pack a Nina, fuck a misdemeanor, beating motherfuckers like Ike beat Tina.
Greetings. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I'm coming to you guys in the morning time because it's Ramadan. I'll be fasting. You know what I mean? So I'll be fasting during the day. It'll be rough for me to perform all night show, especially since I have to spend that time praying at night. So my nights will be filled with prayers. You know what I mean? My days will be filled with fasting. So the head fog, I already warned you guys about the head fog. If I open, I will have to open up a panel in a couple hours here, in which I will then sort of brace myself for the personalities, because I don't think I'll have as much capacity as I usually do to deal with some of the various personalities that float along through here, but nonetheless, I wanted to be here for people that wanted to come through and try to either challenge or try to, review some of the content here on the channel. And we're definitely going to be looking at some of the stuff. James Tunney, huh? Definitely sounds familiar. I think I've heard of that name before. Let me look that up. James Tunney. But yeah, just in the middle of the night, they released a special Joe Rogan and Ray Kurzweil. You guys happen to catch wind of this? The famous transhumanist Ray Kurzweil and the pop philosopher, sort of transhumanist, promoter of science and technology, Joe Rogan, right? and he is an avid technocrat. He believes that society should be run by basically by, artificial intelligence. He's had such conversations with Elon Musk and all these kind of people, so we're going to be looking at this interview, looking at some of the writings of Ray Kurzweil, and look at some of the writings of Dr. Kazynski. And we're going to compare and contrast sort of in a couple instances. It's just going to be impromptu for you guys, so we're going to get to work here looking at the main content for this show, transhumanism versus anti-tech revolution. Let's see which one is more palpable, holds more promise. You know what I mean? James Tunney, a Canadian farmer. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, he's been on Thinking Aloud. I've seen Thinking Aloud before a lot of those programs. You know what I mean? Yeah. Definitely. Ramadan, yeah. Yeah, Ramadan, you know what I mean? We're taking a break from, hopefully we could take a break from the internet as well. We are taking a little bit of break from our audience. As you see, there's not going to be a lot of audience joining us today because it's kind of an impromptu show. I did make a little announcement last show that I'm going to be transforming the night shows into morning shows. So the shows I'm doing at night, especially Wednesday and Saturday night, I'll be doing during the morning, Wednesday and Saturday morning. So if you're now joining us, this is what's actually happening. Okay, right. So I don't expect an entire audience to pour in here for people who missed the announcement. I don't mind that, so it's not a big deal, But yeah, I was checking out Kurzweil. Let's see what they talked about. I know Joe Rogan is very less skeptical about technology. Let's see what the news is for today, what they actually got up in. And if anything that they say actually makes sense, we'll look at some of Ray Kurzweil's writings and some of Kazynski's writings. That's what it's going to be today. And soon I'll drop the link for a panel. We'll have a panel come tackle the problems of the day, see who's out here for the machine lives.
Firing your suspenders. You told me you have how many pairs of these things?
30 of them. Yeah.
How did you?
I wear them every day.
Do you really? Every day?
Yeah.
Why do you like suspenders? Practicality thing?
No, it's expresses my personality. And
whoa, Kurzweil looks like he took a hit, right? Kurzweil, this is not the Kurzweil of our classical age. You know what I mean? Kurzweil looks like he's aged much. They're talking about wearing suspenders. Who gives a fuck? Talk about the future. You know what I mean? Suspenders. You know what I mean? Who gives a fuck who's wearing suspenders? The guy's trying to look like Noam Chomsky. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just complete, sort of, he's trying to humanize himself. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Anytime you get to like Einstein or any of these kind of pop philosophers, they always have this quirky, they present themselves as eccentric. That's an attempt to humanize their extremely dehumanizing viewpoints, that basically sweep humanity to the side. You know what I mean? This guy's got a rainbow suspenders on. What the fuck? This is Bozo the Clown, motherfucker. I mean, honestly. I mean, this is clownish. I mean, imagine if I came out here with motherfucking rainbow suspenders on. On top of the entire demeanor. You know what I mean? Nobody would take me seriously. I mean, I come out here with a suit on, okay? A fucking suit on, velvet and shit. This motherfucker comes out with rainbow suspenders. I mean, you gotta love this world. Total upside down. This is how the professionals look, and look at how the street people look. You know what I mean? This is complete nonsense.
Different ones have different different personalities that express how I feel that day. So
I see. So it's just another style point.
yeah.
See, the reason why I was asking,
you don't see any hand painted suspenders. Have you ever seen one?
I don't know. I would have not noticed. I only noticed because you were here. I'm not really a suspender aficionado.
Yeah.
But the reason why I'm asking is because you're, basically a technologist. I mean, you know a lot about technology. And you would think that
There we go. What does that mean? What does it mean to be a technologist? Quite an interesting term. Does that mean you support science and technology? Okay, does that mean you support the direction that science and technology are headed? Does that mean that you yourself are a developer of science and technology, right? Okay, in the case of Kurzweil, it means all three. But honestly, it's quite a general phrasing, technologist. Instead of a transhumanist, he said technologist, which is quite an interesting phrasing, wouldn't you say? I mean, it's like they're using propaganda already, using word games already. Technologist. I mean, are we not all technologists? We all operate technology. We all use technology, right? Okay, even animals use technology. I mean, what's a technologist, right? That's somebody who studies technological change. You know what I mean? You know? You know what I mean? It's quite interesting phrasing. He's a technologist, guys.
there's a kind of outdated tech.
Well, people like them.
Clearly.
Yeah. And I'm surprised I haven't caught on. but you have to have somebody who can actually paint them. I mean, these are hand painted suspenders.
So the ones that you have, these are right here. These are hand painted.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so that's part of it. So you're wearing art.
Exactly.
Got it.
Squarespace's creative tools let you design.
By the way, this is probably just going to happen all throughout this. There's going to be commercials all throughout this.
A unique.
So,
an artist.
That was only 1 minute in, and it was a giant commercial.
Technology.
A giant commercial. It was a commercial for a website, which seems a little redundant. I mean, yeah, I mean, what is the flavor of the day? I mean, the flavor of the day is that they're bringing back all sorts of old shit. Motherfuckers with colorful suspenders like they're in the 80s, coming back. That's what it is. You have refurbishing of old trends. Why? It's because of the technology. It's because people now have hundreds and millions of pictures and photographs of people coming from the 80s, right? So now there's a resurgence of old culture, but only the culture that was around at the beginning of the technological age, right? So people want to go back to the 80s, right? So you have this kind of, 80s virtual, world that they dreamed of at the outset of technology, sort of coming back into fashion now, vaporwave and all this type of stuff. But, that's the problem is that technology, right? Right, because it creates a universal culture, right? It also creates tons of miniature subcultures. You can imagine cultural change throughout the technological world being like urban sprawl, right? There's lots of metaversal ghettos popping up, right? And lots of niche communities, limited hangouts, right? That's what it is because they're just combinations and reiterations of old themes. There's going to be thousands of them because people are able to combine old ideas that of the recent past at a degree in which they weren't able to do it before. You know what I mean? They see all these pictures and movies and music files and shit from the 80s, right? So the 80s is coming back into fashion, right? But yeah. Browns boy. Where were y'all last night? Y'all were on some kind of panel or some shit? This is funny.
We're using technology to create art now, so
well, that's true, and it's
In fact,
Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to say is that art is always seen as a great remedial to technological change. You know, aesthetic and technique are old cousins, right? But really, aesthetics and technique are essentially against each other in the modern world, because the more you reach functionality, the more you reach aesthetics, right? Functionality and aesthetics become combined, right? Look at the world, look at the factories, right? You can't really change how things look once they become technicized, right? Right? So what they want is simplicity becomes a new aesthetic. Simplicity, efficiency, these technical aims actually define aesthetics, right? Don't they? Right? So art and technology are merging. That's part of the modern world, right? Art and technology merging now. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
the very first, I mean, I've been now in AI for 61 years, which is actually a record. And the first thing I did was create something that could write music. Writing music now, but with AI is a major field today. But this was actually the first time that had ever been done.
Yeah, that was one of your many inventions.
That was the first one. Yeah.
So when you, why did you go about doing that? What was your desire to create artificial intelligence music?
Well, my father was a musician, and I felt this would be a good way to relate to him. And he actually worked with me on it. And you could feed in music, like you could feed in, let's say, Mozart or Chopin, and it would figure out how they created melodies and then write melodies in the same style. So you could actually tell.
Yeah, I mean, if you take music, right, and you take harmony, and you take you know, rhythm and stuff, and you also take math and language, right? I mean, music is a combination of math and language. Okay, and so is computing, right? Computers are a combination of math and language as well, right? So honestly, you know, you could see how the same type of understanding, you know, they might look at code, you know, they might look at code the same way they look at, you know, music, right? Right, and programming, right? And making things you know, sending information and making that information appear, and having that information you know, repeat itself on a screen, you know, so that you're sending the bits of information continuously, right, in the same patterns, right? So that is a similarly you know, a same type of act to creating music, right? And you'll see that most of the musical equipment that they created in the 80s, they still haven't improved that much on. I mean, right? Right. He's actually one of the main creators of keyboards, right? Kurzweil. It's a very famous brand of keyboards, right? Yeah. Joe to Toe Rogan, right? Toe Nephilim, right? Yep. Jew Rogaine. That's what he is.
Well, this is Mozart, this is Chopin. Wasn't as good, but it's the first time that had been done.
It wasn't as good then. Is it? What are the capabilities now? Because now they can do some pretty extraordinary things.
Yeah, it's still not up to what humans can do, but it's getting there, and it's actually it's pleasant to listen to. We still have a while to do art, both art, music, so on.
Well, one of the main arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that what essentially they're doing is they're, like, you could say, draw a paint or create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta, for instance. And what it would be they would take all of Frazetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documented on the internet, and then you create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially in one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art.
Right, but it's not quite as good. It will be as good. I mean, I think we'll match human experience by 2029. That's been my idea. Uh, it's not. It's not as good.
Which is the best image generator right now, Jamie?
Pull one up. It's they really change almost from day to day right now. But like Mid Journey was the most popular one at first, and then Dolly, I think, is a really good one too.
Mid Journey is incredibly impressive. Incredibly impressive graphics. I've seen some of the Mid Journey stuff. It's mind blowing. And
Still not quite as good.
But boys, it's so much better than it was 5 years ago. That's what's scary.
Yeah,
it's so quick.
I mean, it's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point. Okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better.
And what would that look like if it can get to a certain point? It will far exceed what human creativity is capable of.
Yes, I mean, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human. It's going to match all humans, and it's going to do everything that any human can do. If it's playing a game like Go, it's going to play it better than any human.
Right. Well, that's already been proven, right? That
yeah, but games have preset moves, right? They have limited, engagement within a predictable set of circumstances, right? So there's predictability involved in a game, right? Now, human interactions, human society, the way it's planned, right? It's less perfect, right? There's so many different iterations. Now, for him to allege that this thing is going to do everything a human being can do, but it's not going to be getting to a perfectibility, he already said it's going to be better than humans, right? Which is interesting, right? But he hasn't really said that it's going to be doing that to us. It's going to be perfect, right? Which is interesting. He said it's not going to be, he said it's going to be better than it was before, but it's not going to be as good as it can get, right? Right? Kind of Joe Rogan is pushing for as good as it can get, right? But that seems to be a hard line he's not going to cross in terms of science, right? Science can only get you to better. It can't get you to the best form or ever before done. You know what I mean? The best ever before done. That's unpredictable. That's unmeasurable. You know what I mean? Right? Right. You can't use an incomplete system of measuring, right, to get a complete measurement of something, right? Right. So I mean, it's fascinating that he's going in and trying to talk about how good the AI systems are going to be. He's going to say it's going to improve better than humans. So that seems interesting because what does it mean that it's going to be better than what any human can do? Does that mean that human beings are not unique? That anything any particular human being creates is not particularly unique, that all human views can be condensed into one viewpoint, right? By collecting enough data, right, you would have observed what every human can do. Is that what he's alleging? Right? I mean, this is very strange terminology. Just what is he saying is going to be the capacity of creativity of any particular one of these machines, right? And where is it getting the information that it's going to be better than anything a human being can produce, right? Right? Right. Has that been demonstrated, or can it be demonstrated, right?
Invented moves. Yeah. AI's invented moves that have now been implemented by humans,
right?
In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be able to be, because it requires so much creativity.
Right. Art, though, we're not quite there, but we will be there. And by 2029, it will match any person.
That's it? 2029. That's just a few years away.
Well, I'm actually considered conservative. People think that will happen like next year or the year after. But I actually said that in 1999. I said we would match any person by 2029, so 30 years. people thought that was totally crazy. And in fact, Stanford had a conference. They invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. And people came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2029. They thought it would take 100 years.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that, but I think people are amending those. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly right. In fact, still economists have a linear view. And if you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially, they say, yeah, but maybe 2% a year.
Yeah, the reason they have a hard time grasping exponential growth is that nothing in human society, including our process of decision making on a collective scale in terms of politics, actually moves at the speed and pace of technological innovation. That seems to be a great danger, right? That our capacity to develop new tools and insights does not match our capacity to form moral decisions, okay, or to create a policy in regards to those changes and those insights, okay? So these novel changes and insights, okay, seem to be accelerating at a pace through which human society and culture remains rather stagnant, right? So that is a great danger, okay? That it's a complete tool of cultural defacement, monoculture, right? Through mass production, essentially, you know, the improvement of technology, you know, becomes the goal of civilization instead of, you know, what the human concerns are. You already see that happening on a mass scale, right? So, I mean, the reason why human beings aren't able to grasp the exponential change, you know, is because it doesn't happen at the speed and pace of human movement. Okay, at the speed and pace of human growth, right? Okay, we're talking about billion decisions per second, right? Okay, all right. That's not you know, at the same rate of human planning, right? And whoever said that a decision that was made quicker is a better decision, right? Or has more understanding of the individual pieces or parts involved, right? Efficiency, right? There's a lot to be left out in terms of just thinking about efficiency as a goal, right? There's lots of other goals to attend to, right? Look at what I was talking about, functionality and aesthetic, right? Right? We seem to be creating a functionality that doesn't exactly match our aesthetic. Okay. So human culture and culture in general has been in disarray, right? We're talking about machine culture, right? Invading human traditions, right? Has anybody seen any instances of that? Global, secular, humanist, technocratic, right? Universal. Okay, has anybody seen any of that around? Okay, it's a threat created by a global technological system, right? Let's take a look at some of these comments. I see some great comments coming in. We got some intelligent people here now that we're here early in the morning. We have projected the evolutionary process onto the robots and left our own at home. Exactly. AI cannot create, it can mimic and follow instructions. Yep, that's simony, right? Simon Magus, right? Mentioned in Acts of the Apostles, right? Simony, right? Mimicry is what he's concerned with, right? His magic is mimicking, right? God's creation, right? Exactly. actual capacity to heal ourselves, right? To separate organic tech. That's right. We're not only alienated, you know, by technology, we're alienated from technology, right? The ability to create and produce our own, right? Dating apps, military run. That's right. Watch out for those dating apps. You know, that's a eugenics program, collecting information on people, right? Data herding people into relationships, right? I mean, could you imagine something darker than that? The technology as a sexual selector. I mean, don't give them any room, right? Right. We need to start, creating human centered, you know, engagements, not planned by machines, right? Not planned by GPS and by data, right? Okay, planned through text messages, right? We need to plan our meetings the way they used to. Okay, tell people that we are going to meet up at a specific place at a specific time. And if they don't show up, okay, we got to start re-evaluating our relations with people like that, whose word we can't trust, right? Bunch of letters on pages. Okay, everybody's relying on what is fake, okay, instead of what is real. Anyways,
it actually doubles in 14 years. And I brought a chart I can show you that really illustrates this.
Is this chart available online so we could show people?
Yeah, it's in the book.
But is it available online, that chart, where Jamie can pull it up and someone could see it? Just so the folks watching the podcast could see it too. But I can just hold it up to the camera.
Pull it up on the pictures they sent. What's it called? What's the title of it?
It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2023. You have it. Okay, great. Jamie already has it. Yeah, the climb is insane. It's like San Juan Mountains.
What's interesting is that that's an exponential curve, and a straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. The very first point, this is the speed of computers. It was 0.000007 calculations per second per constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So there's a 20 quadrillion fold increase in those 80 years. But the speed with which it gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years, because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend. It would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology used. And the technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge and saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, and people would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last dot like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology, and computation is certainly a prime form of technology, increases at the same speed. And this goes through war.
Okay, so this is what's happening. The technology is increasing. The technological advancement is accelerating. The culture is in steady decline. The culture is slowing down. Right? It's going in the other direction. right? That's the problem, right? There's no cultural, improvement, right? It's not as if we've, there is a more advanced culture at the time of ancient Rome than there is now. There is more advanced forms of cultural refinement, right? The average person had more skills in that time, right, than they do now, right? The mass of humans, right, what they produce is nil, right? But our technological advancement, okay, through collective input into the technological system, that's improving and accelerating all the time, right? Okay. And yet nobody sees this as a problem, right? But although in the ancient times you could have a high degree of cultural refinement and a low degree of technological advancement, right? Of course, this did not come with a global culture, right? It came from a sort of a nationalistic creed, right? This is only available for one or two countries at a time, right? This used to be the world for thousands of years, right? One or two countries would reach to a high level of cultural refinement, right? After they reach military expansion, right? Through military expansion, they'd reach cultural refinement. The cultural refinement would lead to a decline, right? Now you have cultural insipidity, right? Right? Okay? Cultural deformity, right? You got cultural deformity. But you have technological advancement, technological progress and change, a global culture emerging through it. Okay, let's go.
War and peace, you might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell when there's war or peace or anything else on here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And this is also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We now are getting.
Yeah, but look at
about
look at technologies for food production. Okay, look at technologies for harvesting energy. They're exactly at the same place as they were 20 to 30 years ago, right? What we've really improved is our communications technology, okay? Our computing technology, right? And our instruments that we use to go to war. Right? They've made faster and stronger killing machines, more ways to spread propaganda and information around the globe. Okay? They've created food technologies that have not given us more food security. Right? They've led to global problems in terms of food production. Okay, like genetically modified organisms, all sorts of tampering with the human genome as well. Right? Look at what danger our medical technologies have caused, right? Look at the danger our food production technologies have caused. All of the human-centered technologies are being used to dominate and control people. Right? Yet they've improved the communications technology. Right? It's the type of technology they're improving. Right? He seems to not be wondering about that. Right? What has the technology increased our capacity for? And what type of technologies have we improved? Right? Obviously, he's not seeing any problem with this technological advance. I mean, it's just fucking amazing. You know what I mean?
1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because of the implementation of solar panels and the like.
Yeah.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of, because what I had understood was that there was a bottleneck in the technology
No,
as
there's
far as
no
how much you could extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. And if you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person who told me that was Elon. And Elon was telling me that this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar powered electric car, because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. He said there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
That's about 35 years ago.
35 years ago. And 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use.
Do you believe the Electoral College helps?
I mean, they've increased the technological advancement, but they haven't again increased the human capacity, right, for trying to extract energy and resources and gain money and profit from those energies and resources. It's obvious why. There's many reasons why Elon Musk could have made that claim. Part of the main reasons is probably because, they're using petroleum and all sorts of those chemicals, petrochemicals, for their SpaceX program. So it's obvious he's not going to go investing in solar panels or or be building a Dyson sphere anytime soon. Okay, come on. Let's get real here, all right? Okay.
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in storage of electricity.
Right.
I like how this dumbass just cited Elon Musk as an expert for solar panels, for how to build solar panels and what their current capacity and their current state of advancement on solar panels is. He's like, "Oh yeah, well Elon Musk told me a little something about solar panels." What the fuck? Like what? Like, this guy's not an expert on solar panels, buddy, bub. I mean, right? He's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you got to laugh at the level of dialogue here. I mean, it's complete nonsense, right?
Battery technology. Right.
So you don't have to get it all from a solar panel that fits in a car.
Well, the concept was like, could you make a solar paneled car, a car that has solar panels on the roof? And would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right. It's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed to doubt that. He thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you can get from the sun.
Right. We're not promised tomorrow, right? But it'll be here in 10 years. See, you gotta laugh at this ideal of progress. What is the belief in progress? It's the idea that tomorrow is gonna be better than today. I mean, this is fucking amazing. Who would want to live in such a world? First of all, have they asked themselves that? Right? But would they go along creating a world like this and expecting one to come about? I mean, that is just intense form of hubris. That cannot be, it shouldn't go unchallenged, really, guys.
Sun period, how much it gives out and how much those solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in a car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on
Right.
solar power.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, and especially if you have a roof, like Tesla has those solar powered roofs now.
But you can also store the energy
Right.
for a car. I mean, we're gonna go to all renewable energy, wind and sun, within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years. So what are they going to do with all these nuclear?
That is a huge danger. Okay, that is a complete reshifting of all of the world's resources. This man just predicted global socialism in 10 years. In 10 years, they're going to have renewable energy in every single country. Okay. I mean, that is a shocking prediction. So no more battles over resources. I mean, this seems like complete fantasy shit. I mean, why would we want to live in a world? Who's going to control all of the power resources in the world? Global resources, once they're renewable, who's going to control the technology? Okay, for those global renewable resources. Is each community going to be able to produce these technologies on their own? Now, this is a good question. It's obviously going to be a top-down run system. And since he's alleging that this is going to be a global system, okay, because any country can still make laws to create a form of energy in their country that is private for their citizens, okay, that they need their machines to run off of, that other countries don't have to necessarily use, right? So, I mean, the fact that he's saying that there's going to be renewable energy around the world, you know what I mean? Global socialism, right? That we're just going to be able to create, and that this is for science, that this is the fruit of scientific advancement in the next 10 years. Okay, he's selling people utopianism. Okay? Yeah, we should improve science and technology for the next 10 years. Just hear him out. Just wait it out. And we'll get utopianism. Now, since he's selling everyone that, everybody should ask themselves whether they'd want to live in a world like that, right? Without any independence whatsoever, that you could procure your own set of energy, your own set of value, right? That they're just going to hand you that, right? Okay. Is that seriously what he's saying? Let's go back and hear that again. This is shocking stuff, guys. I mean,
Lower power. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, and especially if you have a roof, like Tesla has those solar powered roofs now.
But you can also store the energy
Right.
for a car. I mean, we're gonna go to all renewable energy, wind and sun, within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years? So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants and coal powered plants and all these things?
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. I mean, you can get it all from the sun and wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you'll be able to power Los Angeles with sun and wind?
Yes.
Really?
Right. So who's going to turn off the nuclear reactors that you can't power down? They have to keep pouring water over the reactor or it's going to melt through the fucking earth. Right? This thing's going to stay radioactive for another 1,000 years or so. Right? Isn't it? Where are you going to put the reactor cores? Who's going to take care of the reactor cores? Somebody's going to go nation to nation and dismantle all the nuclear reactor cores so that you can have your global world that doesn't need nuclear power anymore. I mean, he's talking about procedures that are highly invasive. Okay, they mess with the security of nation states. Okay, and they need global governance in order to operate. This is what he's alleging. Okay, but he's just gonna make this prediction, this great prediction on the Joe Rogan Experience. I mean, come on, people. I mean, this is all just nonsense. I mean, you people got to really wake up here. See what these technocrats are saying. And see if you want a bite of that. And see if you want to support this world of progress. The conformity in today's age is nothing more than conformity to the technological society. Okay, you want to really challenge something out here. Okay, you want to really stop taking things for granted. challenge the real power in the world. Okay, look at technological change. Look at technological advancement that they're shoving down your fucking throat. Okay, question technology, right?
Yeah.
I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of timeline.
Well, that's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also of the grid, because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of million. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, let's say, then just the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on that as well.
Are we? Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. I had this impression that there was a problem with that, and especially in Los Angeles, they've actually asked people at certain times when it's hot out.
Who's we? We're making exponential gains. Who the fuck is we? I tell you, not me, Ace. I ain't making no damn advancements in any of those things. So who's gonna advance it for me, right? Isn't that a good question, right? We're making exponential advances. Who is we? Right, this great collective he seems to have dreamed up, right, dredged up, right? Is this a totalitarian arm of science, some sort of technological arm of humanity? Just who's the we that he's referring to here? We. I mean, these are smart people. We have to trust that they're using their words, correctly here, right? I mean, this is a professional, using the term we, okay, to refer to scientific and technological advancement, okay?
Not charge your
They're
car.
not looking at the future. That's true now, but it's growing exponentially
in every field of technology. Then essentially,
yeah.
Is the bottleneck a battery technology, and how close are they to solving some of these problems with like conflict minerals and the things that we need in order to power these batteries?
Cage the Elephant, Neon Pill Tour.
I don't know. Does anybody listen to this music? This shit looks gay as fuck. I don't know. I don't really fuck with that, like indie rock, like whatever that is. Not really that much. Like I fuck with like Radiohead, fucking Block Party, the classic shit. Cockatoo Twins. Right? Anyways.
Our ability to store energy is also growing exponentially. So putting all that together, we'll be able to power everything we need within 10 years.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a limited
never
idea.
Imagined that computation would grow like this. It's just continuing to do that. And so we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
Right.
And we had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work very well. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of exponential growth.
We had Sam Altman on. One of the things that he and I were talking about was that AI figured out a way to lie.
Why the fuck is he still awkwardly holding this piece of paper? Like, he's just put the piece of paper down. Does the piece of paper have all of this information on it that he's reading off? I mean, he's like awkwardly like, he's been holding it for like the last 10 fucking minutes. I don't understand is that the graph he keeps looking at for the exponential change? I mean, this is
that they used AI to.
It's like he's got like a charter, you know what I mean?
Go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but it used it to bypass, are you a robot?
What we don't know now is for large language models to say they don't know something. So you ask it a question, and if the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer. So it'll look at everything and give you its best answer. And if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer, but that's considered a hallucination. And we
A
know
hallucination.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Really?
So
AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have to be
so
able to
far,
answer things.
we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something and say, "Oh, well, I don't know that," right now it can't do that.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
So it gives you some answer, and if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But these
Yeah, you know when you use all the existing pieces of information and then use it to trick somebody and invent an answer to a question, that's not called hallucinating. It's called bullshitting. It's called bullshitting. It's not called hallucinating. It's called bullshitting. The AI fucking bullshitted you, and you can't say the AI is wrong, so you don't want to call it bullshit. So actually what you call it is it hallucinated. No, it's not mentally ill, all right? It's a machine, all right? Okay, you know, I mean, it's fucking amazing. I mean, can you believe that? They're already trying to attach human characteristics to this, right?
models are not. We don't know everything, and it has to. We have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It'd be actually better if it could actually answer, well, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like in particular, like say when it comes to exploration of the universe, if there's a certain amount of, vast amount of the universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it would just come up with an answer.
Right. It'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. But that would be a real
Okay.
problem.
Okay. So the AI is imagining fake worlds in space based off of mathematical information. It'll extrapolate parts of the universe that we have not yet explored yet. If that doesn't sound disconcerting to anybody, I mean, talk about fake and gay space. I mean, totally. I mean that is yeah. Red flag. I mean,
if someone was counting on the AI to have a solution for something too soon, right?
Right. They don't know everything. Search engines actually are pretty well vetted, and if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curated.
But large language models don't have that capability. So it'd be good actually if they knew that they were wrong. They'd also tell us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies.
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
And people have ideologies, some of which are not correct, and that's a lot.
So in other words, if an AI comes up with the answer to a question, is it the person who programmed it or is the AI? And people have ideologies, and you don't know if AIs have ideologies or not. Right? I mean, do mathematical programs have ideologies? Right? Well, it all depends on what level they think the brain is functioning on. Right? If they think it's functioning on the level of mathematic probabilities, or if they think human decision making is no more than mathematical probabilistic game theory, then it could be said the same for a computer's choices, can it not, right? So it's just fascinating.
Much way in which it will make things up because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, if somebody has access to a good search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with a search engine to make sure that it's correct. Because search engines are generally much more accurate.
Generally, right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and then the computer relies on that ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence, it'll be agnostic to ideology? That it'll be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually,
Eventually.
but we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct, and it will be as influenced by as people are, and we'll still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough.
Okay, so there's several problems here. There's problems for the origin point, right? Now, how is this thing coming about, right? Is it derived through a collective we, right? It's technological improvement, okay, at the rate of change of all of our collective decision-making processes. So when he talks about this we that's improving this technology, is he talking about all of humanity, the collective decisions of all of humanity? This amorphous we, okay, that seems to be advancing this technology, okay? You know, you pull the curtain away and it's just the technologists, right? That so-called, right? So the technologists are developing this technology, right? And to what end, right? Okay. Okay, it's going to be based on a decision-making process, okay, that's going to be objective, but the process is also based on how human it can be. So it is a human-centered process, whether we like it or not, and humans come complete with ideologies. Now, is he alleging that since this thing does not have an ideology, right, or at least that's the goal, to create a machine that does not function based on human ideology? Our human ideology is a virus to the machine, right? Right? The human ideology is the virus that you got to get out of the machine. That's what he's saying, right? Right? You got to have perfect coding. The perfect coding is an objective system without ideology, he's saying. Now, how did he come to that conclusion? Did we come to that conclusion, the collective we? Did we all come to that conclusion together? All right. I mean, this is all nefarious, fucking nefarious. All right. Okay. Idealized ends, compensatory mechanisms for problems that don't even exist yet. Okay. Okay. Solutions for problems that don't exist. All right. Okay. Solutions that are worse than the problems themselves being foisted upon humanity, right? By a collective we. Who are these motherfuckers, right? We, come on. What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? You know what I mean? Right? Define your terms, sir. The suspense is killing me. Yeah, that's right. That Hitchcock.
Of data to be able to store everything correctly. This is a large amounts of large language models for which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back, is data and storage?
Yeah, and we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say. Hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using them now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might be that might work. It was actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines.
Right. And anybody who obtains this computer program will be able to create their own virus. Is that really what you're saying now? That that's somehow an improvement on humanity? I mean, see, this is very dangerous stuff. You know, we're talking about people who are able to create designer drugs and designer viruses, right? Using computations at speeds that are unbeknownst, okay, to normal human decision-making processes, all right? All right? So they can run hundreds of simulations, right? And what's to say they didn't design, okay? They couldn't design viruses in the same way, right? You know what I mean? Of course, it all depends on what information you put into the computer program, doesn't it, folks? Doesn't it, folks? It'll help you do whatever you need to.
But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. There was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that do you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead to a person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all of the known data about how things interact with the body?
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right.
And then
come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things you would look at.
And then efficacy based on age, health.
But that could be done literally in a matter of days rather than years.
Right. But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does it get resolved?
Wow.
And what if
finally 22 minutes in, he asked the main question: who's in charge of the data, folks? Who's going to be in charge of the fucking data? We were in charge of developing these technological advancements, so I guess we are in charge of it, aren't we? We. Who's going to be in charge of the data, folks? Who's going to be in charge of the data?
If artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that could be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if the computer's tripping and it gives you a fucking wackadocious dose of some fucking unknown strains, man? What the fuck? What kind of disease are you going to have then? Good Lord. The computer treats you based off of its own hallucination. Yeah. Wow.
To do it correctly.
So we'll have to there's going to have to be a point in time where we're all just...
I think that'll create a special type of crazy. Probably one the world's never seen before. A new form of madness around the corner.
Side that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But like right now, we actually tested with people, and that takes, well, it took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it and the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? Like what kind of revolutionary changes on society would this have?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year and you use up a year of your longevity. You're then a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now, you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be static.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but you'll in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age, lengthening of the telomere.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? I mean, you gain a year of your life. Okay, you spend more than a year waiting in traffic now. You know what I mean? I mean the type of damage that technology has done to the way we waste our time, doing inane tasks. Okay, come on. I'm talking about superfluity, convenience. Okay, these types of artificial needs, focusing on surrogate activities that people do, not for their own daily subsistence. Most people don't control the chores of their own existence, right? He's looking at this as some kind of plus, right? Okay, that you're going to get a year of mediated existence, okay, in exchange for your freedom. I mean, that's nonsense talk, all right? Longevity is not the same thing as success. Success still matters, okay? Who gives a fuck about another year of boredom? 1 year, right? And obviously only for the people in the advanced countries. This is complete nonsense talk, okay? A year we gained. Come on. Okay. I mean, let's be practical here, right?
Telomeres, changing the elasticity of the skin.
Eventually,
muscle density.
You'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you could have a 10
By the way, he forgot to mention all of the autoimmune diseases, the genetic malformities, okay? And all of the new, okay, ways that people are going to be, okay, creating to destroy humans. We're talking about designer drugs, designer babies, all right? Okay? All of these changes are just supposed to put, we're just supposed to put on the positive side. Like, we're not going to be creating new diseases as we have, okay, in the past century, in the age of science and technology, right? I mean, come on. I mean, these are all supposed to be net positives. Give me a fucking break.
You're old and you could compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow. So
sure.
But
overall, there'd be an expansion of the age that most people die,
and that's something that we're going to get. And that's also using the same type of logic as large language models, but that's not language. You're actually creating medications. So we should call them large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language; it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine that you're on. Are you still doing that?
I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity, escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on.
Peptides?
Yes, peptides.
Mm-hmm.
So far it works.
This guy takes 80 pills a day. Yet does he look any healthier than your own grandpa, your own grandma, okay, that worked in a fucking factory? Okay, this guy had all the embellishments, okay, of modern civilization, enough that he's able to take 80 pills, procure his own health, yet he just looks like a normal old motherfucker. Now, how sad is that? I mean, how sad is that? That he hasn't able to improve his health one bit through his own fucking procedures and themes. You think somebody like this would be taking stem cells or something like that? 80 pills, and if that's not going to tax your liver and your metabolism, I mean, come on. Can you imagine the type of shits this guy takes? He's probably shitting out fucking rocks, fucking coal and shit. Can you believe that? I mean, this is wild. 80 fucking pills of this fucking petroleum based. I mean, what is this pills made of? I mean, is he just shitting straight minerals? Like, what the fuck is this? I mean, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, can you imagine shitting out just fucking? Imagine having such a tight asshole that you just shit out fucking spaghetti. I mean, straight up. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Fucking linguine and shit. I mean,
have you ever gone off of it to see what you feel like normally?
No.
Well, I do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work, and there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great.
No.
So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, you stay static, and then eventually get back to youthfulness.
Right, and it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think we'll get there by 2029. Now, not everybody's diligent. So
Right, of course. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Hey, what's up there? Oh, I switched to H&R Block.
what the fuck? This is crazy. This is H&R Block, guys. I mean, this is one of the most. I mean, they got millions of dollars to make a commercial ad. They got a fucking Jewish, a Jewish dude mascot suit, a mascot of a Jewish man. I mean, can you believe this? They have a human Jew suit on their commercial. How the fuck is this possible? You know what I mean? This isn't anti-Semitic at all with this guy. I mean, it's a puppet version. It's a caricature. I mean, this is terrifying stuff. I mean, this is all they could produce after having millions of dollars. Not some sort of 3D model, not some sort of, you know what I mean? You couldn't put a hot bitch in front of me. You couldn't do anything. Just this fucking a man. I mean, can you believe this? A man in a fake suit that is in a fake of what appears to be a cartoon Jewish man.
Doing my own taxes online. I was able to file free, and it was so easy to do on my own. So long, TurboTax.
Oh, okay, she's kind of cute, but I don't know. I mean, what kind? I mean, who are these commercials made for? What kind of people are these commercials made for?
Yes, well,
have you ever asked yourself that?
That's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things. Make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. I mean, right now you have a brain. It has different modules in it that deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you got to kind of mess with it.
Mhm.
Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking, and
Mhm.
it says, "Oh, the name of that actress is so and so," and
Yeah, but then it's a busybody. It's like interfering with your life, talking to you all the time.
well, there's ways of dealing with that too.
You shut it off.
But we don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connections. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. They'll be at 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually, it'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter,
that is just such nonsense. You know, the ability to hold a phone in your hand isn't making you smarter. Okay, if you downloaded all of the information in the yellow book, the phone book, you know, to your head tomorrow, and you know where all the addresses and businesses and the fucking, you know, phone numbers in your town are, you know, just because you had more information doesn't mean you would be smarter tomorrow, right? Just because you had a bunch of information, access to a bunch of information, that does not equate to intelligence, right? So yeah, we have access to more information. That doesn't make us smarter. Okay. Okay. It means that we have access to more knowledge. Okay. It doesn't mean that we know how to use that knowledge towards anything of relevance. Okay. Intelligence is the ability to apply the knowledge and information that you have, right? That's what he seems not to be getting, right? And then the paradoxical conclusion that original thought, you know, that is not based on any other form or idea, you know, that this machine is going to be able to have that, making it human. But then original thought is exactly what we're trying to cure it of. That's the virus, right? So we need to make it, you know, objective, you know, so you want it to have improvised original thought, but you don't want it to not be calculated in everything that it does, or else it wouldn't be a machine, right? So you want to make it human, right? But you don't want it to have human error, right? This is the problem. You know?
that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. In fact, we are humans, and we don't object to that.
We used to be shrews.
And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually, we'll be much smarter than we are today.
Oh yes, yes, yeah, I mean, if they have the information, of course, it's better to have the information than to not have the information. But simply having access to the information does not equate to intelligence, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean, right? Say you had a library or you didn't have a library, right? That still doesn't mean that you know the information in the library, right? You know, so, you know, access to information is not exactly intelligence, is what I was trying to say. You know, that, you know, it doesn't, you know, and then put that in conjunction with human error. Human error, seems to increase our ability. If the machine doesn't have the capacity to realize its own error, right? You know what I mean? Right? And it will simply just label that a hallucination, right? Let's put it that way. Yeah, where he's submitting a formal paper about knowledge and information. Yeah, apply a casual talk show filter to talk show words proportion. Okay. I see your point, though. Yes.
And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great. It'd be great to be smarter. But
right, but people object to that because it's like competition.
In what way?
Well, I mean, Google has, I don't know, 60, 70,000 programmers, and how many programmers exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because large language models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, but how long is that going to be?
Right.
It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years.
Okay, see, this is the problem. It's the ever eclipsing role of experts, the ever specialization, ever telescoping specialization of knowledge and information. So much so that higher classes of order of information, right, are going to be overtaking other forms of knowledge and information. So you'll have AI overtake programmers. Okay, of course, you'll have programmers programming the AI, right? So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to happen, but already you had 4 industrial revolutions, right? Right, in terms of the electric, the industrial, and then the computing, and now you have a global age of information. You have the digital world, right, which links together different devices. Okay, so you have the electrician, which is overtaken by the engineer, which is able to take lots of devices together, and then you have the programmer who overtakes the engineer, right? Right. So I mean, this is hierarchical, level of shit. So who's going to overtake the programmer, right? It's just going to be a higher level, right, of organization, right? And if we're going to say that machines are going to take that, well, it goes back to the fundamental question, right? Do you want a society run by machines? Right? Okay. And if he thinks that that's just that people are just going to accept that, they're just going to fucking swallow that. Okay. Think again. Okay. Okay.
So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence, and we're merging with these kinds of computers and making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we had more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change, the greatest change we've ever experienced in our life.
People have reservations when it comes to change. That's the problem they're seeing, not the inherent problems within the technology. The problem is with the people. The people are maladjusted to the technology. We have to adjust the people to the technology, right? The problem is that people are afraid of change. It's not a problem with the technology, right? People are afraid of change, right? People are maladjusted, right? That's the problem, right? It's not that they just don't want it, right? It's not that people know what's good for them, you know? That change usually comes through violence, right? It comes through top-down organization, that people fear technological elitism, that people can make their own decisions for themselves. Oh yeah, it's people fear change. They fear the change. That's the problem. The problem is that the people are maladjusted, not the technology. Don't question the technology. Question humanity. Question humanity instead, right? Don't question the technology, right? Right. That's off the table, right? Don't question the status quo.
Times for sure has been the internet, and this will make that look like nothing. It'll change everything, and it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right. We're the only animal that actually creates technology. And
Yeah.
it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. Oh, if I take that
You can
leaf
manipulate.
from
Yeah.
a tree, I could create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like the whale,
Dolphins.
Dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb.
Right.
Monkey has a thing that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down and it doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool.
Mm.
So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's that much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent, and that's a good thing.
That's totally false. Beavers build dams, birds build nests. Animals have the ability to alter their environment and to use tools. They just don't do it on a wide scale because they don't have the use of symbols. It's the use of symbols and language that they don't actually use on a mass scale, right? That causes us to develop new forms of technology because we use communication in order to advance, in order to create teams that can produce new forms of specialized use of those technologies, right? The ability to encode information is what got us there, right? So, it's not that we have the ability to build tools. That's not what separates us from nature, right?
Here's here's U.S. personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And
There
it's
it is
just
right here. It's on the screen.
We
make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
No, this is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah. So this does not show you inflation. These are constant dollars. And so we're actually making that much more each year on average. So if you
right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise of costs of things. Right?
No, it is taking.
It is.
It is taking that.
Oh, it is. Okay.
So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism, like just about material possessions. I wonder if how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things. But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the
right. And where did they collect this data from? Right, they collected it from the Western, industrialized, rich, educated, democratic, a very small, a very, very small list of people that they collected this information from, right? Like 1% of the world's population, is where they collected most of their data from, right? And they act like it applies to all of us, to we, the collective we. Okay.
The things that fuels the creation and innovation of new things.
But if you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy.
Oh yeah,
because you wouldn't have. I mean, you wouldn't have a computer, for example.
You wouldn't have anything. You'd have most things you've grown accustomed to.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
unless
also,
that's why you want to
also
live.
we didn't live very long.
Right, medical advancements.
Average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
Right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
That takes into account child mortality too, though, right? But it's also injuries, death. Some people did live long. Like there was people that lived back then. If nothing happened to you, you did live to be 80 like a normal person. But
that was actually very rare. I mean,
because most things happen to people. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you've had at least one hospital visit. Something's gone wrong. Broken arm, broken this, broken that.
It was very rare to make it to 80.
Right.
200 years ago.
Right, but the human body was physically capable of doing it. Right.
Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
Yeah, I had 50 people watching this shit, and then 10 of them were like, this fucking asshole's against science and technology and all the modern world, and you want to fucking live in the jungle, and why the fuck are you even on a computer, asshole? Go fuck yourself. Thank you for watching. The people who are slow, late to the game. And you don't understand what this shit's about. You don't understand what the problems we're facing. You know what I mean? You're late to the game. There's always a few dunderheads.
Well, that's the groundbreaking work today, right? They're treating disease, or excuse me, age, as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of being alive.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but they're actually beginning to accept it now.
Well, as they get older.
Yeah, exactly.
They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? Because of the Terminator films and things along those lines. Like, how far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans, or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
I mean, all of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use, and it's just like it came with us. So we're actually.
Woo! That is such a rough question. How long till the AI is around the corner, and are we going to integrate with it before then? Okay, so he wants to integrate with technology even sooner because of the danger that the technology might overtake humans in terms of evolution. So they're in a kind of a arms race against the technology in which they want to merge with the technology as fast as possible. No, thank you. No, thank you. Right, but see what the technological acceleration is doing to their set of ideological concerns for what's around the corner for humanity. Right, they're saying you have to merge with this thing as soon as possible before it advances past you, right? With the danger that you'll become left behind in an evolutionary cul-de-sac, right? I mean, this is scary stuff, all right? Okay, the way he phrased that was incredibly lazy, intellectually lazy. Okay. And there's a lot of this, obviously, you know.
Actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately, that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away, people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial.
Yeah, isn't that what it is? Is that once you open up the box, anybody's going to be using it, and first it's going to be used for evil, and then we're going to create compensatory mechanisms in order to fix the evil that we've caused right out the gate. I mean, this is how every technology in history has worked. In history, you just suddenly think that this is going to be a new one. This is quite a bit of wishful thinking, isn't it?
The Luddites started 200 years ago because the cotton ginny come out, and all these people that were making money with the cotton ginny were against it, and they would actually destroy these machines at night.
Yeah, that's right. Animals do or don't do. You know, they're not worried about our machines. You know, a bear sees a car, you know, he's not worried. He just go, whoa, what was that thing? Was that a monster or an animal or what was that? No, they don't care. They're busy getting their salmon and doing their own fucking thing. They don't give a fuck about cars. They rather not know what the fuck that whole thing's about. Right? And good for them. I mean, it just doesn't matter. You know, it's not on the scale of importance. It doesn't rise to the level, you know, of what a bear's doing today. You know what I
mean? And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using the cotton ginny to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more.
Yes, of course. I was doing it deliberately in order to make a point. But yeah, yes, that's true. I'm quite oversimplifying things. Yes.
Money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics, for example. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? You couldn't answer it because we didn't understand the internet, for example.
And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to have a similar impact.
Exactly. And they're going to extend, they're going to extend life, for example.
But are they going to create life?
Yeah, I'm starting to get sick of this type of music. This like lo-fi hip hop music, man. They really ruined the shit out of it. I mean, I can't believe this. I mean, and none of it sounds like Nujabes or Jay Dilla. You could tell that it's made by a machine. It's just complete nonsense. You know, Jay Dilla would hit the drum machine every single time with his own hands. So his beats would be kind of disjointed, but it would still sound more human. You know, he wanted to put the human touch in it, even though it was coming through a machine. You know how beautiful that is, guys? You know what I mean? Fuck these machines. Everything sounds robotic once you program it on the machine. You know, it doesn't even sound like a human instrument. You know what I mean? But that's what it is. You know what I mean? But yeah, rest in peace to Jay Dilla. You know what I mean? We're from Detroit here anyways. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, that's an interesting question.
Oh yeah, right there, Michigander, Jay Dilla, the Dirty Mitten, Michigan. You know what I mean? Yeah, peace to the state of Michigan, the beautiful state of Michigan. Right? Way better than that fucking Ohio shit. Fuck Ohio. Just kidding.
What do you mean by create life?
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we are creating a life form and that we're merely conduits for this thing, and that all of our instincts and ego and emotions and all these things feed into it. Materialism feeds into it. We keep buying and keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially. And eventually, it's going to be artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence and a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what's capable of doing and capable of traveling anywhere,
But
not having any biological limitations in terms of.
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
See, it's hard to see. This is where the transhumanism comes in. See, it's not exactly human centered, is it now? Right? See, that's why transhumanism has to be trans. You have to put the trans part in, right? Because it's not exactly humanist, right? They like to say they have human centered goals, but when your focus is on improving technology, right? And the technology gets to redefine what the human is, well, then your goals seem no longer human centered. They seem technology centered, right? So see, he's saying he'd like to believe that they're improving humans due to this, but then they're not really sure if what's going to come that's a connection or a collaboration or an assimilation between human beings and the machine, if that's even human at all anymore. They actually don't know, right? There's a problem there.
With an integration of technology.
Yeah.
If we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction that you have, that we will go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines. That
Right. So I don't see it as competition, like the things are going to.
No, I don't think it's competition.
Well,
I think
it will seem like that. I mean, if you have a job.
Well, I thought evolution is based on competition, is it not? He said it'll seem like competition between us and the machines at first. Well, you know, doesn't evolutionary change happen through competitiveness, through competitive behavior, right? So it'll be human beings who are integrated with the technology versus the human beings who are organic life forms. Of course. You know? I mean, and he wants the machine integrated humans to win that battle. Is that what he wants? He said it'll be competitive at first. Interesting.
Doing coding,
right?
And suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model. It's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry,
Yeah.
who owns he was building an $800 million television studio, and he stopped production when he saw, what is it called? Sora? Is that what it's called, Jamie?
Yeah.
He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies.
Yeah.
There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street of Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, you're like, this is insane. This looks like a film. See if you can find that film, because it's incredible.
But would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
That capability.
No, I don't want to get rid of the capability.
Right, but people do want to get rid of it.
People that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes. And this is what you get.
Yeah.
I mean, this is insanely good. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, a robot's life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids' movies and things along those lines.
Yeah, and it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
So right there, the smoke looks a little uniform. But yeah,
I mean, there's some problems with this, but
I mean, this already happens. People already do this, right? Right. I mean, this is why the William Gibson novel opens that the sky was the color of television tuned to a dead channel. Right. He's talking about how artificial reality how real life. He's comparing something in real life to artificial reality. This is why people say the universe is like a simulation. Right. They're comparing nature to something mankind has produced. Right. Of course. Right. So it's the complete, obliteration of what is man-made and what is machine-made and what is nature-made. Right? All of these things seem to blend together into one. That's the problem. Right? Right? And we start comparing. Okay, we walk outside. We say, "Oh, look at this scene. It's just like a movie." But we're comparing real life to what is movies. So movies are imitations of real life. Right? Okay? So look, I mean, it's going to be reality that's going to be under question. Not the fake world. Everybody knows the fake world is made of fake things, right? But they're going to start to question reality, right? That's the problem.
Not much.
Yeah.
And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and then imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now.
Absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using Chat GPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem in school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is what Chat GPT 4, right? 4.5? Is that what it is?
Well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming.
Yeah, let's just skip over the fact that the cheating in the schools is making the kids collectively stupider. It's another example of just how they have access to the information. It doesn't mean that they're getting smarter. You know what I mean? Sure, it's better than being completely ignorant and being left in the dark. Of course it is. But I mean, just having the access to the information. Sometimes it makes people more lazy. Right? When you write something down, sometimes you're more likely to forget it than if you try to remember it. Okay?
5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So
yeah,
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right. It'll keep going, and it will also be able to make better versions of itself. Correct.
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at a god.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years. I mean,
so you're looking at a god in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only like 2029. That's only
a god. A god. They said a god. Okay, what are these atheists doing employing such terminology, okay? They said a god. A god. Okay? I mean, this is crazy stuff, guys. Does anybody know how fucking batshit crazy this all is? Okay, they said a god. A god. Let me rewind the tape so you guys could hear it. I'm not fucking playing with you guys. This is insane.
But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at a god.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years. I mean,
so you're looking at a god in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
Good Lord. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And by the way, this is in every single Joe Rogan that has a guest that's talking about AI. They always use the term AI as God. They always do it in every single one where they have a guest. They did it with Ben Goetzel. Okay, they did it with many different guests that he had. He always used the term God, okay? Any other time they talk about God, oh, yeah, that's a made-up concept, guys. But now all of a sudden God comes out of their mouth. You know what I mean? I mean, it's crazy. You know what I mean? It's wild.
It'll be less than 100 years. I mean,
so you're looking at a God in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds.
Right. Can do an ability to emulate everything that humans can do in 100 years. I mean,
so you're looking at a God in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data storage.
So we'll solve all the world's problems in less than 10 years. In less than 50 years, we'll just become like gods. Okay, let's see if these predictions of Ray Kurzweil will come true. I mean, can you imagine?
Data speeds,
right?
Computation speeds,
and also medications
for us,
for humans. Yeah,
well, wouldn't it be better just, Ray, just
talk about a high sell? I mean, geez, you know,
download yourself into this beautiful electronic body. Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately,
right. What's the problem? Why do you want to stay biological, bro? Right? What's the problem? What's the issue? I mean, just ignore everything we've said for the past 2 hours. You got yourself a fucking deal. I mean, come on.
That's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
So do you think that we'll be able to?
I mean, we'll be able to create. I mean, the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, and that's 2045. So that's not that long from now. That's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. So that also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, I mean, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in a river and we can't capture anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case with consciousness?
That's going to be the case of our normal biological body as well.
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of himself? Like, if you can back someone up, could you duplicate it?
So he's saying in less than 10 years, we'll be able to reduplicate the entire human body plus the consciousness inside of that human body. Okay, even though we're just beginning to realize that we have no idea what consciousness even is. Right? It's one of the most strange facts of our human evolution, right? If you can even call it that, if you could even fit it into the frame of evolution. I don't think they can, right? Anyways. you know. And we have Joe Rogan himself in the chat. I mean, can you believe this nonsense? I mean, this guy thinks he can come up here and talk after all the lies he just told. You fucking bald son of a bitch. You fucking bald son of a Seabiscuit. You son of a fucking Seabiscuit. How dare you? How fucking dare you collaborate with these elites and then come here trying to gain credence among everyday folk? Joe the Toe Rogan, Jew Rogan. No way. No way, sir. We're average folks here. Average folks, we got the panel coming up here. You know what I mean? I'm going to give you guys a little break here. You know, a little musical break. You know what I mean? Let's hear some shit here. A classic. You know what I mean? I'll wait for the panel to come up. But yeah, we got the panel coming up. Let's see what happens. You know what I mean? But yeah, maybe the panel won't come up. If they don't come up, we'll just go ahead and just talk to you good people here. You know what I mean? But yeah, check out this musical break here, you know? Shards of Pole Pottery. You know what I mean? A classic. I'll wait for people to accumulate here.
Drop. 1, 2. Yo, I drop a bucket of sexy intellect, piss, mongoloid, savant driven, heated millennial text, mostly closer to chemical icon, more chat, that shit drop, incredible hardware, half-arm mechanism, and let the sickle fancy the jism. Stuck between front naked, pre-military tribes, schizophrenic, or gonna burn fear, hunter sentiment. Infomercial commodity makes it approved, killer cortisone, lemon, dialect from infected wild tenement. Most motherfuckers just simply suck a burrito from a shit box anyway. Step up to little Johnny, the survive mega retarded. Animals for plastic bubble, dope, soap for oxide, and alien hospital escapee. If you haven't been raped lately, goddamn, I shit on it. After the acidic hot colonic kid prompts it. We drink dirty words like drones to the heroin push. For the automated needles, fed, no catatonic tirade. To the sucker bitch, lithos, corroded. I don't laugh, emasculated remainders of that ambiguously gay. Siegfried and Roy enter Cosby, Death Row. They bring him to the fucking gift festival. Conformities for the castrating core formula on. Yo, fuck yeah, I where they start. Check it out. These children get their gift, but they don't give them shit tree. The worst dude delineated from a bitch force community. My shit in an uncommunicable solid stuff built images work consistent. Dumb shit, shit LP activate. Megaton beat, boy, battle, sucker, bitch, remedial flaccid, bone, piece, metal, track catalyst. Dust at the scrimmage, labor, collectible faggot, MC, cop, from out of miniature. Plan show from a 10 dog episode, suck, local mobile, polishing copies, but grabbable, shake me, elbow. The latter half of the century, hard rocket, sound retarded, doesn't it? I could say eat a dick cookie and turn my back on you. Casually comfortable, 7 minutes of refreshing, relaxing the missionary positioning. Got the metal claws and the light glistening. Who run place for control substance for sustenance quota? Cavity creep incorporated savagery, less than funk motor. Bushes burning a black fire aroma. Ingested like the flesh of Christ, extra nice sacrament, matter device. Tested in a prune lucid, 4-finger bell ringer, never say the same shit twice. Period. I am the order to fly shit, by the Tesla Einstein hybrid. Order to monotonous crime skits and pseudo people real independent pathway. You're fucking with a hot climate. I approach as a man with mechanical mandibles extended in a construct with the digital linguist position. Faded out from the back of the scope piece and a problem display for the feminine drum kiss affliction. And listen, actual fact, my brain bubble that soaked in a millennial paranoid. Cloak of Misty, I just made another bitchy quadriplegic metaphor fairy. With that 10 and a half top scary. I'm riding out soul vision, cloud killing, field bottom. touch upon is the human component of psycho arts and collage.
I had to cut that shit off. Shit's gonna make everybody sad. That slow ending.
How's everybody doing today?
I'm doing okay. You know, thanks for asking, brother Lanza. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
We got some new character in the back here, accumulating in the back, like a fungus. I can't see you. Walmart bathroom. I think that might be Cecil.
Might be my brother. No.
Whoever it is, I'm sure they're in the Walmart bathroom. I hope they don't show us anything. You know, there's been enough fucking poo poo and pee pee and fucking sex jokes and all this fucking pedo jokes and man, what have you, man? People are sick. They're sick in the mind. There's a lot of filth out here. So I fucking clean this shit up. I'm like the fucking, you know, I think the real powers, you know, it says in the Tao Te Ching that the real powers, you know, if they were to function on a real level, they would act as municipal workers. You know, and that's what it is. You know, I mean, the real powers, you know, they would be taking out the trash, and nobody would actually see them. You know what I mean? Like they just do their job, just like nature, and they just clean the shit up and leave. Like nobody would be telling anybody what to do. None of that shit. I mean, in a real ordered society, I mean, that's all we'd have. People would trust the fucking people who run shit to just clean the shit up. I mean, they'd be like the fucking garbage men. You know what I mean? That's how people need to revert to. You know, you want to really take care of this place, you got to think of yourself as the universal garbage man of this fucking place, taking out the trash, keeping shit clean and tidy. Because nobody's really here keeping shit up, you know, up to par. You know what I mean? We got Cecil here putting his, you know, daily in. You know what I mean? Getting it clean. You know what I mean? Cleaning it up.
What's up?
What's up, Holmes? I predicted that would be Cecil anyways, but yeah, you know, Cecil camed up, so I have to cam up too. It is what it is, man. What's up? Bright and shining day. Bless the sunlight. I mean, Diogenes. I mean,
mad props. Those garbage men in some ways are definitely more respectable than these rocket builders.
Yeah. Yep. They should be the ones cleaning up monkey shit at the Detroit Zoo. You know, anybody who believes that AI is a successor intelligence of humanity, you know, they should be put out of a job. Anybody who thinks, wait, you don't believe in human beings? Well, we don't want you to work here. We don't want you to work for us. We don't want you to work for we. See how they kept using the term we? They'll do it again. I'm gonna bring that shit up again. I ain't done with that motherfucker. We'll bring that shit up again. Joe Rogan's in the chat too. These cocksuckers never stop. You know what I mean?
I feel we is a bit of a coping word. It's almost like when they say it, like they want you to feel part of what they're saying, when it's really like they should just be saying what they think. You know, it's like if what you think is so powerful, why would you need to use that word? You could just say you. I believe or I think this because of that. Not like, well, we think, you know, like, come on, man.
Right, we, and then they got a stat shit like they asked, like they took a survey of shit. But it's like we know damn well you didn't survey everybody. You know, you probably just surveyed the motherfuckers who are around. Like, let's be honest. Like, who else you gonna survey? Like every survey is just the motherfuckers that were around. Like, it's not reflective of the people. Like, what people? You mean the people that were around you and your bougie ass friends when you took the survey? Come on, dude. That's not reflective of any real group of people. You know what I mean? You know, let's be honest.
Well, we mind mapped everybody for their safety and convenience, so we've got a complete, you know, algorithm on the human consciousness. So we don't need to ask anybody. No need for any kind of polls or anything. We already know the predictable nature of all the humans out here. So we is just the collective authority that we've placed on you.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, do I know that guy?
Yeah,
sounds just like my friend, homie.
This is an OG, freedom grower. All right. This is a real OG in this life, in the internet. You know what I mean? It's like one of the last shows I still watch is Freedom Grower. So like, you know, I stopped watching all of the shows, including you know, Jack Talcott. The only two shows I really watch is Freedom Grower and Benton. And sometimes I'll turn on Zetetic Warrior, I guess, because at night there's like nothing to watch, you know. So, you know, what else are you gonna watch, you know? But yeah, you know, Freedom Grower, you know, when he's drinking tea in the morning, you know, you get some powerful reflections, right? So yeah, man.
I'll be back. I got to take my dog out.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, Freedom Grower's intelligent friend that we had. He's been on before, the Machine Lives before, you know. So yeah, but I think that was before you showed up, Lanza. You know, it was like,
yeah, I've seen Freedom Grower in the chat. Says some funny stuff. He's here. He's present.
Yeah, Freedom Grower. Yeah, it's just as the name suggests. You know, he be free and he be growing. Right? So yeah. You know.
Yeah, I don't even like
like
going up on panels, but you got me on this one. This is in my wheelhouse, and I like discussing the subject.
this is exactly the top. I mean, I get a real kick out of covering the actual subject of the show, you know, the machine lies. You know, we kind of go all around because obviously what doesn't actually relate to technology. You know, I talk about the architectonic, you know, which is arts that create all other disciplines, you know, instead of the compartmentalization of knowledge, you know, that they have in the world of experts. You know, you see that they kind of you know, specialize everything, you know, and over specialization prevents mutual discussion, you know, whereas true knowledge is always going to be interdisciplinary, you know, and there's broad subjects that create all other forms of subjects, you know, science, philosophy, history, you know, you know, theology, you know what I mean? These are arts that create all other arts. So they're architectonic. You know what I mean? So tecton, you know, which is you know, techne is skill, you know, and tecton literally means building, you know, and archi means the ruling principle. Like archetype is based on the word archi, right? You know, or the ruling principle of something, you know, so architectonic, you know, so we're talking about you know, arts, you know, and archies, ruling principles that build all other arts or disciplines, you know. So this is kind of, you know, that's why you could have a philosophy of history, you could have a religion of philosophy, you could have a history of religion, you could have a history of philosophy, you could have a philosophy of science, you could have a science of history, right? It's because these things are architectonic, right? I've explained this on this show many times, right? But anyways, you know, as Lewis Mumford said, he said, man is a symbol making animal, right? So we're looking at nature as symbols and technology, right? And actually technology is the main thing of this show. You know, we're looking at the world in terms of technology through the technological lens, okay? Because technology is the mediator, the great mediator of the world that everybody actually seems to take for granted, right? But the more you use machines, the more mediated you become, you know, the more machine-like you become, right? And we have the art of how human creativity functions in nature, right? So creativity is both a made of physical processes and immaterial, you know, imaginative, you know, insights and constructs, blueprints, if you will, you know, which are mental, right? So it's both immaterial and mental, you know, process, right? And a physical process, right? So creativity and technology, right? Right. So technology is at once the only thing that we can actually define as material and immaterial at the same time, right? Because technology is the thing which mediates reality, right? You know, it's the way we understand our place in the world, right? By creating things, making things, right? And we are made in God's image, right? Right? Nature is God-made technology, right? And the technology that we create is man-made nature, right? So nature and technology are one in one. You know what I mean? That's how the technologists are looking at it, right?
I
Anyway,
was
they're taking that for
asking
granted.
I was asking about you expounding upon that the other day because I would think that most people would think that nature and technology are two totally different and opposing things. Like, but by your definition, you can see that they're related, but your average person is not going to think that this tree and this car are in any way related. They're going to say, no, one's nature, one's from God. I need to go worship that. But this car over here is the opposite of nature. It's dirty. It pollutes. It's not from God.
Well, the people who make technology don't see it that way, right? The people who make technology, they have to take it for granted, right? That there's no difference between, nature and technology, right? But in terms of how technology functions, right? Because technology produces controlled ends for things, right? Nature doesn't do that. Nature creates, what it does is it creates multiplication of ends, for simplification of means. You know what I mean? So a technology does the opposite as I described. You know what I mean? Technology is an inframing of processes that leads to a specific end. Okay, so what technology does is it complexifies means for a specific end, right? So it's inherently utilitarian, whereas what nature is based on is the intrinsic good, right? So this is the way in which they're different, right? But in terms of, if you look at the process of creativity, they're both the same, right? The thing that fails to distinguish between nature and technology is mind. That's why the creative person has to pretend that they're the same, right? He has to fuse together nature with technology. This is the creative process, right?
So what if, let's say from like the point of view of like Native Americans or whatever in their natural habitat, who clearly own or make usage of technology. They have bows and arrows. They know how to create fire and everything. What if they were capable of like making all the things that we have in our modern society, like computers and jet planes and cars and all that, but out of like what most people would consider to be like nature, like out of like trees and rocks and earth and, geothermal plants for electricity or hang gliders for flight, or, you know what I mean? Would then that be considered a negative use of technology? Because I think most people would say no, because you live in harmony with nature when you do that.
Wasn't that what they did? I mean, it's a form of alchemy, right? They took sand and glass and these different conductive materials, precious metals, and they made a chip, and they created a portal, if you will, into another realm. So, I mean, really, it's back to what Machine Lie said. It's stewardship. You either you're in that mindset of you're the trash man of this realm and taking out the trash, or you're thinking you're God, like these people, where you're gonna one up the creator and make a better realm with your intellectual prowess, as if you can do better than the creator.
I mean, people have asked me why I wash dishes for so long. It's, to be honest with you, I'm in service to my fellow man. It's a repetitive action in which I actually have a lot of time to like think, because I need to set a lot of it's just like muscle memory or whatever, so it is actually very zen. I'm performing an actual useful service for my community. I'm free food, like exposure to all my community's microbes and shit. Like, yeah, maybe I get sick for like once a year, once every 18 months or something, because I'm handling people's germs all the time. But I rarely ever get sick other than that. Like, I usually get sick like right around November or whatever, like everybody else, and then I'm done. And, viruses are a form of pollution fighting. Like, a lot of people don't even realize what flus are, but it's like organically created like solvent for your body to like jettison all the pollution that we like. People who live out on farms and eat food out of the ground and stuff rarely ever get sick. But anyway, yeah, I'd rather be the dishwasher guy than some freaking corporate CEO that's trying to freaking
stress out,
fuck other human beings over pennies times a million.
Yeah, and what does that farmer do, right? Like he doesn't create the homeostasis. He doesn't create the equilibrium. He just brings in the elements that do that naturally. So the biology on the micro level works to relocate, for lack of a better term, everything right where it needs to be. And it does it autonomically. All you're doing is taking the shit and putting it in a pile and letting the Most High do its work. But this beast system says, no, I'm going to recreate that technology. I'm going to create little nano fucking fibers and self-assembling things on that micro level that will supersede that. And it actually thinks it can do it better. That's the audacity of all this bullshit. And it's really fucking stunning when you consider what's going on.
It definitely feels like a disconnection just because of the fact that what's coming out on the benefits of grounding and just even returning our feet back to the ground, right?
So it's like, I kind of think like the multiplication factor and of stress in particular. I think sickness is a sign of stress. And with the world, everything, how the way it's kind of like meant to kind of fear porn you and scare you, whatever, put you under a lot of stress. I believe that could play a pretty big factor in people not only physically feeling sick, but also psychosomatically becoming sick.
They have honestly, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that pretty much all sickness is based in, like, it is stress related, but the stress is just a function of becoming. It's basically based around having a polluted body. Because if you relax and like breathe and don't think about anything and practice basically like yogic type breathing techniques, your nerves are relaxing your muscles, and then those muscles are relaxing the blood flow, and that's allowing the elimination of stuff not supposed to be in your body to escape. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's why I'll say it all comes back to frequency, because emotions are frequency. Fear has been proven to attack immunity in the gut. The gut's now being connected, with the vagus nerve, like you're talking about. So every breath you take activates that as well. But that runs all the way up and down into your, hormonal organs and down into your legs too.
What's the name of that nerve? I'm sorry. The what nerve?
The vagus nerve. And deep breathing is one of the best ways to activate and keep it stimulated. But you also talk about how they've shown now, well, stress has been shown to be contagious through perspiration. And then also they've also connected trauma related connections to problems, especially like with women. You can imagine in the pelvis area, they actually call it our pelvic junk drawer, so a lot of us hold it in that area too. And so that's all connected to your sciatic nerve and your ability to stretch your entire spine and your back. And this is actually where I'm going in my practices.
Well, the vagus nerve isn't that the one that goes also from your neck all the way down your arm right into your, pinky finger and your index finger?
Yes. Yes. Which is about Chinese medicine and acupuncture, right? And the meridian points and the bottom of your feet too.
Qigong.
So intuitively, wouldn't another way to stimulate be to work with your hands, to be skills oriented, to create with your hands, whether it's artistically, forming something, fixing something.
So Bex actually alleviated her psoriasis by just literally sticking her hand in dirt for 20 minutes and resolved her psoriasis. So grounding again, right? And why it's so important to plant. Yeah.
Well, you're saying kind of okay, I see what you're saying, because the energy points in the hands, I think that's a very important thing to work with your hands 100%. I think that's what even that guy was saying, that's what makes us be able to use technology is our monkey thumbs.
Well,
this is the thing she's talking about, Cecil. Vegas.
Okay. I see how you. Okay. I thought it was spelled like Las Vegas, but it's actually really close.
It goes up into the brain. Yeah, it actually stems all the way up into the brain, and then like he's saying, it comes all the way down, stems out into your arms, and then like when it sort of resolves at the base, of your pelvis, but then it stems a little further down into your. There's connections, obviously, all the way down into your feet, like I said too, but.
So could this be considered like another type of nervous system then, since it goes all over your body?
Well, this is why I say we actually have fortified brains. So this is why people can function with like half of their cranium existing from after an injury and can, articulate and be vocal and not have any like there's some people, it's like miracle situations where it's not really evident that they actually had that significant of an injury. Sometimes I do think it could be similar to like somebody being able to come out of a coma and something's altered their abilities or their skill set. So this is why too, like our gut is so important. Our gut health is so important. This is again, where I said, if you hear me talk about fear and what's happening right now, and then you want to talk about technology and it's separating us from Earth and the amount of benefit. So actually I wanted to, for Homestead, Colorado in the chat, Ted, I was talking about the Ringing Cedars series, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this, but I'd highly recommend it. I can put the link for this, the audiobook. It's a very interesting story, but you're talking about like very much living full on integrative with nature, not needing shelter, not needing just like any basic amenities that you would think. And the abilities of this woman, especially living in the Siberian tundra and being able to withstand like a lot of cold with wearing little. It's a fascinating series. It is based on true story.
Have you ever seen the movie by Werner Herzog called Happy People?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's very interesting. It's like these people who gave up like living in like Russia, and they went to go live in Siberia, and they like get their cabins and shit, and he just films these people who just live out there, and they're like the happiest motherfuckers. It's literally called Happy People.
So I think this is yeah, I'm pretty sure that sounds almost connected. And this is like, so then they talk about this thing about the ringing cedars and their relationships with the trees and talking about listening, and then actually having these little bits that they would, when they cut the tree down, but it all had to do with the right timing. It's very fascinating to listen to this part. And then the health benefits of these, they would wear these little pendants, these little ringing cedar pendants. And you're supposed to sort of rub it, like a worry stone. And it actually, they become petrified within like a short period of time from you rubbing it. It's really interesting. And then like the story starts out with this guy meeting these two men that are supposedly in they're over 100 years old, and their father and son, and their energy and everything. And it's really interesting. So I might recommend you guys check it out. But this is like a known area in Russia where there are more than just this Anastasian woman that are practicing this kind of lifestyle. And they are actually, you can look this up too on YouTube now, because they're actually they created a nonprofit because they're trying to bring it to Canada and the United States. So you can actually look into building a king domain is what they're calling it. And I'm trying to work on a project myself, and we're actually looking to try to connect with this and see if we can implement it as part of one of our communities.
Yeah, there's nothing.
But I could get into something too about like Antiquitech.
Is it called
pyramid
world
technology?
Is
Sorry,
it called
go ahead.
world? Is it called world domination?
No.
But yeah,
not a cult.
this is the movie
Culture.
I was talking about right here. A Year in the Taiga by Werner Herzog depicts a life of the people in the isolated village of Bakhta. It's in Russia, but yeah, it's kind of a similar thing to what you're talking about, but yeah, I'd like to see what you think of that movie if you ever get a chance to watch it, because it's very similar to what you're talking about,
I just wonder if eventually
Go ahead.
Oh, as people go into this chip world, do they eventually lose mobility, or are they coerced or convinced that the human meat suit's essentially irrelevant? It's just the brain hooked up to the consciousness of the collective authority, which is this technology. And you've heard these kind of ideas of people sitting in a pod hooked up to a G tube. You know, they're not even mobile. And then what does that realm look like? So do the robots essentially take over this realm? And that was their purpose all along, was to disable us, take our free will, our consciousness, to build a hell realm, or I guess essentially their own place of existence? Or do they essentially close up the portal and just leave this place desolate, and what's left behind are the remnants, you know, the people to pick up the pieces from the ashes of the destruction and the mayhem that ensues, and then, you know, again, go back to stewardship.
That sounds right to me. I'd like to spend some time there this summer.
I'm actually probably gonna go up to Montana for a couple of months this summer just to check it out. But so far the weather is exactly the same as Central Oregon. It snowed, it rained a little bit.
That whole area. I'm not actually in Central Oregon anymore, but I spend a lot of time there. I'm actually supposed to be doing some expeditions in Utah this summer with Terry Carter's crew. So we'll see. Have you been to Utah? It's ridiculously
Not
beautiful.
yet. That's on my list. I really want to get over to see Wyoming, and I might go through Ogden at least, and up over to, you know,
if you go
we'll
the upper part of Utah, which isn't as well traveled, but along the Uintas is kind of unique, and it's like not as touristy in some areas, but then you can go to like the dinosaur area up through there. It's just kind of interesting because of the way they have it set up. And then you can get up through Wyoming through there. I spent like 3 weeks in that area just traveling up in the Uinta Mountains by itself. You can take these forest roads back up there. It's freaking ridiculously beautiful.
I drove up into like northeast Oregon, like Baker City, LeGrand area.
Love that area. How about have you been to the Wallalas? Have you been to like Joseph? You should look that up. You want to talk about this shot? This shot is from Heart Mountain, which is actually closer to the border of California. It's so it's called the Heart Mountain Refuge, but it's like a big plateau. And some of my best photos are actually up from this area because I've spent weeks at a time out here. But I have like my owl shot, you know, this shot that's from there too.
I've been on the
that's another reason why you would really enjoy that Werner Herzog documentary, is because you take beautiful pictures and films. I've seen some of your work, you know, so you take very gorgeous, like type of very professional style films and photographs. So, you know, that level of filmmaking is always, you know, like once somebody does it themselves, you could tell how, you know, you appreciate that level of craftsmanship.
Thank you. My background, actually, this is going to make you laugh. So my friends have a record label in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's called Unify Records. And so like right early college, this is some of I did some filming before this too. So I did some filming in high school too. I graduated in 2003, just to show my age. But me and my dad had like a little side business, but I had this giant ass Sony JVC camera, so huge. And I'd go into my friends' shows, and it was like just the worst lighting too. But that's like some of my first experience. And then I did go to the Art Institute in Portland for some film, but I like that. To be honest, I actually didn't really learn a lot from that school.
Hey Cecil, did you get a
Yo?
You were saying that the weather's similar, and you were talking about driving. I was just curious if you had more to say there, because I was interested in hearing it.
Okay, so what is the question?
Oh, you were talking about how you were driving, and just I don't know. I guess something you were talking about, things you've seen, or I guess you were telling a story. I didn't. I was interested in
Oh,
what you're saying.
well, we were talking about like mountains and stuff, and so like Baker City, Oregon is like kind of like up in the it's like one of these old towns that's based around like old stagecoach routes, like back in the day.
Yeah,
That's cool.
and
Like
it's in
it's
the
like a
Blue
town,
Mountains,
like
which is
around,
really
like a
beautiful.
mountain. Yeah.
So, but like the mountains around those areas are really beautiful and everything. And so like, but let me tell you what though, I drove there at night in like pitch black, and it was scary as shit because I didn't know. Like, I'm like all like with my high beams on, like white knuckling it, thinking there was gonna be an animal that was gonna jump out any second or whatever. I already killed
Highway
one
were
deer.
you on? Were you on 26? Were you on Highway 26?
No,
Like
it's the
middle of
84.
nowhere. Well, sorry, what?
It's the 84 that goes like from Boise up
Oh
across the
yeah,
northeast.
yeah.
But yeah,
If you
then
would have been on 26, people have actually hit cows. Some guy, he was on a motorcycle, but he hit a black cow, like in the middle of the night. Because you're talking like middle of nowhere. There's no other cars. Like people don't understand the vastness of Oregon. It's amazing.
Right.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
hit
pretty
a
dangerous. You
deer.
might want to get a Apple Eye Vision or something to simulate that experience for you. That'd probably be a bit safer. Or you could use driver assist. It could drive for you, which is another option.
I'm all good. I'm all good on that. But as far as like technology overcoming nature, I already hit and killed a deer with this vehicle I'm in once. So if
Yeah.
I do it again, I'm definitely gonna get the little stickers on the side of the car. Like this, like a deer head with it crossed out. Like the fighter pilots do when they bring down definitely. But
Well, I get it. I have like ridiculous peripheral vision. So I've always been able to see it way ahead of time. I also grew up in Wisconsin, and you have to learn how to drive with the deer.
yeah, I was down on the 20 between Brothers and Hampton, like going out of Bend, and I was doing about 60, and I should have had my headlights or my high beams on. And by the time I saw it, there was 3 of them crossing the road, and by the time I saw it, it was like, well, I can either try to swerve and put my car in a ditch, or I can just go right through it. It was like hammer me type of situation, and it probably ended crumpled, broken bones on the side of the road somewhere. But
That's like a wide open stretch of road too. It's really interesting, that whole area. There's Obsidian. There's like a road you can drive up right outside of Bend, and you just drive right up this road, and there's Obsidian all over alongside of it.
Where is that? I think my buddy got me some from there. Or shungite? Never mind.
I don't know. I don't know if there's shungite in Oregon, and if there is, I need to know. But it's Obsidian. It's called Glass Butte, and you can look it up, like Glass Butte, Oregon.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Black Butte outside of Mount
around-
Shasta. It's covered in it.
Greedy
Nice.
Mary.
Hey,
How you
Mary.
I just wanted to pop on real quick because it has been in my heart for a long time. I wanted to apologize to Cecil for being so rude to him the first time I saw him. And I am so sorry.
You're muted, Cecil.
I understand. I'm like a freaking asshole white imperialist or whatever you know. I get it. Definitely.
He's an imperialist.
No, I get it, dude.
We gotta laugh at ourselves, seriously.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that was all.
But thank you anyway. I understand completely.
Well, I was rude to you in public, so I wanted to apologize in public.
Okay.
So, okay, bye.
That was nice.
But yeah, the mineral people here, especially, I don't know anything about really the coast of Oregon, but there's all kinds of mineral people all over the place over here.
Hey,
I know. I was in a Rockhound group too.
Really?
Right.
I was gonna say I met this guy. He does like jewel stuff like all over the country, like the massive shows. Like like millions of dollars of jewels in like one little van and stuff. And he was telling me, he was like, you need to get a book on these jewels and on these gemstones. He's like, you can go anywhere. He's like, they're pretty much everywhere. He goes, and then if you just fill up these bags with these stones, you just put like, you can make these little gift bags, like 5 gemstones in a thing, and sell them for like 3. I mean, like that's something more of like what I was gonna have my brother do, because he's not as capable as like someone like us. But
Yeah,
there is
and me and
big money in those gems, though. There seriously is.
There is, and actually,
Yeah.
like there's certain ones, obviously, like, so me and my past partner, and we were together for 8 years, rock hounding for 8 years. Like there was a lot of rocks accumulated, but we had these, and he ended up with most of it because we stored it at his dad's house. But we had which is partly why I want to actually get out to do my rock hounding. But if you actually go in my car right now, I'm not even kidding you, like all my handle, all like my open drawers are filled with rocks, or there's a few seashells in there.
Sarah, I'm curious, because we're talking about technology and whatnot. Do you see these as a form of technology, perhaps in the form of frequency, and that's the allure, or is it just something that cosmetically you appreciate?
Like the allure of tech? Is that what you mean?
No, of all these being a rock
Crystals.
hound, all the different crystals, minerals, different things that you find.
Oh,
I think what he's
actually it is
asking
a frequency
are you
thing,
into
because I
like crystal
actually
healing?
was. Sorry, go ahead. Were you
There's
saying
basically
Cecil?
2 camps here. There's people that say it is, and there's people that say it isn't, essentially. And then they claim they have proof for both sides.
I guess for me, if you guys know my spiel, I talk about 0 point a lot, which is what you can't necessarily throw the baby out with the bathwater with this, in my opinion, because of its connections to like what they talk about with the biofield as well. But every single molecule and atom has some sort of electromagnetic field off of it, at least 8 feet. And if that's the case, then we are repelling and attracting from each other. There's a whole thing too on like, I've had a Sasquatch experience in Central Oregon, and
What?
I found out it was a hotspot.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that channel. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. What? Maybe I'm mixing something up.
Well, I just want to interject on behalf of Freedom Grower and point out that Sarah actually purports to use the crystals as a mediation against the radiation that's coming from the technology. Is that correct? Right. So that would be the appropriate use of it, right? In your opinion.
Yeah,
right?
and I haven't
and it does
Yeah,
do
go
that
ahead.
because if you wear like copper and crystals and stuff, it actually does tend to stop forms of radiation and stuff like that. Isn't that correct, Sarah?
And also, what we're finding out is it has a lot to do with the design and the pattern. And so my friend Gerald, he's done a lot of work with copper coil designs, and so he's used that for free energy, but he's also used it for frequency healing. And yeah, so I definitely, what you're saying is, thank you.
So yeah, I think that clarifies a little bit, right?
Yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out, because that really was what I was asking, is like, do you utilize this as some form of organic technology, if you will, or something that is inherently beneficial or has some kind of positive aspect to it that we can use to counter this? And then I wonder with, magnetics, because you're talking about electromagnetic fields, everything has these type of signatures to them. Any kind of phenomenal object seems to have, even a piece of lettuce has it, right? It might be dielectric as opposed to magnetic. But then do you kind of play around with trying to charge these things with magnets? Have you messed with that at all?
I personally don't. I mean, I've used, because I've done Reiki. I realized I was doing Reiki before I knew what it was. But then I also I have used crystals in that way, but I've never used that part. I have friends who have messed around with that stuff a little bit and making like crystal batteries and stuff like that. And I actually was going to do that because it's actually a pretty easy experiment. But personally, like I haven't made Oregon pyramids. I have talked about that. If you look into that technology, people are putting those at the bases of power stations to help deflect some of that energy. And then there's, something as simple as just like wearing shungite. Like I have a shungite ring. But I'll be honest, for me too, breath work has been monumental for deflecting frequency, in my opinion.
Yeah, and part of why I ask is because if you think about the scenario we're in here, everybody's on rubber-soled shoes, and then you're holding these devices that are frequency tuning you at some level, even if you don't buy into the idea that that's intentional, that it's just a device emitting frequency. Of course, we're water beings, so any scientist will tell you the cell phone or RF is at some level affecting your cellular makeup. And so then as a counter,
do you know my background? Do you know what I used to do
that's
for
what I was
a
gonna
living?
get ready to say, is that Sarah's actually performed experiments on people as they sleep to test the effects of the
Perform
radiation on the people.
experiments.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, isn't that
No,
well?
my
I call
thing
it.
is, though,
I call it. Well, you're a nurse. I mean, well. I didn't want to say that you've performed human experiments. That's not what I'm alluding to. What I'm trying to say is that she worked in a lab, right, as a nurse, right? And
not quite a nurse. They call us technologists. And then
what?
and then eventually, right?
Wait, hold on. So they called you a technologist.
She's one of them. Look out.
So wait, hold
Dude,
on.
I do talk about this. I talk about, I don't know what kind of
Listen,
data I gathered.
Were you watching the beginning of the show where they called Ray Kurzweil a technologist?
Oh, I didn't catch that. Damn.
Oh shit. So I went off on this term at the beginning of the show. So you just called yourself a tech. What is this term technologist? Because I was trying to get to the bottom of this earlier.
If we could look that up, I'd be very interested to see what that says.
It's different than a technician because we're trained, like we have to be able to read the brain waves. We have to actually enact as the doctor because we have to be able to determine, especially emergency situations like with seizures and obviously we were monitoring the heart. Like one of my crazy stories was a patient who went into ventricular tachycardia for 24 beats, and normally you don't come out of that. Anyway, so what I was going to tell you too, Dick, is that my joke is that I've seen the G's in your EEGs because we actually had to remove phones from the patient's room. And I always reiterate that it was for interference, not for artifact. Like sweat causes artifact. That's not what this was. It was causing weird signals. And sometimes what I would have relayed as almost seizure-like activity.
Wow. Interesting. That's a trip.
So what do you think of all these apps that I keep on hearing about where it's like monitor your sleep, and they always want to tell you how many times you fart in your sleep? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, those are so unreliable. I had so many patients that would constantly, because eventually I went into follow-up care. So eventually I worked kind of like a physician's assistant where I was giving results, to the patients and then doing their aftercare. But oh my God. So they're constantly bringing their readouts for that for me. Look at this. And for so long, they were complete crap. Then there was some connections, but there's so many different variants. And in my opinion, I think it just stresses you out more. I think the more and more that you think and obsess about your own sleep, the worse you're making it.
I mean, you're right, basically, because I'm all paranoid that somebody hacked my phone and is listening to me talk in my sleep and shit. I'm hiding my phone.
Turn off your router. And that's actually what I would tell my patients. Turn off your router at night and put your phone in emergency mode and set it in your bathroom. You'll be amazed. Make sure you don't have any blue lights in your bedroom, especially with the new clocks and all that crap. Any of the new tech usually emits some kind of weird blue light, and we'll talk about blue light, talk about what's happening with the headlights. And we used to talk about this a lot in sleep because of your screen. So if you also don't, the other thing is put your screen in the they call it night mode sometimes, but it'll give it a slight warmish, yellowish hue, and you can adjust the hue usually, so you can make it more or less. It's like it is mind-boggling how beneficial that is. You'll be amazed, like if you're having a sleep issue and then or you kind of know you're really tired and then you kind of do that, it can be like a half hour and you can fall asleep right in front of it.
I heard
or even the smart meters, right? They're putting off the RF. But I wonder if not, so the nefarious effects of this for health and your stressed out type of demeanor and all this, I wonder if that's not just a byproduct of the actual goal, which is to put you in a hypnotic state so you're impressionable. So that's just, people are thinking they're trying to kill the subject for, the purpose of disease and giving them an early death. But really it's about taking your soul, your conscious, your free will. And that the sickness is just a byproduct. But if they can get you off the creation, so you're on rubber soles, they're tuning you with frequency all day, and they're putting you in this state where they're able to program your subconscious. What do you think about that?
And those medications are dulling your brain activity. Like it's physical.
Right.
I'm able to see that when I do my studies.
Yeah.
They want to circumvent.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Did you ever find any correlation between like which direction your head should be facing while sleeping, like north, south, east, west? You ever look into that?
I totally
Anybody?
do that. I do that. That is
What do
like
you
an
think?
old witchery, they've called it before, but I personally do practice that, and
Which
it was
direction?
give and take on the patients I could have that conversation with. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't have our lab set up that way. But I've talked about wanting to do all kinds of cool studies like moving forward, but at the same time, like I'd rather just go build a community and go live in the woods.
I think you don't. I think I heard you don't want to do it. You don't want to lay north or south. I heard you want to lay like east and west.
I actually heard that it's okay.
I'm sorry,
like
I should have brought it because I don't really know.
I've heard like head to the south is supposedly not good, and then I think it's the same thing maybe with east, but at the same time, I think it's mainly just pointing your head to the south. It's supposed to do something with like time. I don't know. And then I think like if you put your head to the east, you're more likely to rise early because obviously, right?
Yeah, south. That's where the devil's cauldron resides. That's why. Yeah, anyways, I've been watching you, young lady, on different shows, especially on on Flow State the other day. Well, actually I had to because I was just sitting there on the panel as well. But then and not saying a damn thing. But then because they're just making like sex jokes and fart jokes. But then you were also on Synthetic Warrior. And that was a very fascinating exchange. I did not understand.
I was so overly excited and
because he was trying to pigeonhole you into this titty ball game with this fucking weird Julia Kamen lady, who's obviously some weird.
He has a mad crush. I'm gonna hook him up. I'm gonna hook him up together. It might be a match made in heaven. We don't know yet, guys.
Yeah, one day I was watching Crypto Alchemist. This is back when he supported the show, and Julia Kamen was on there and she was talking about meeting Graham Hancock. And I remember my wife goes, yeah, he probably stuck a crystal tuning rod up her butt. So then I used to say that as a diss to Crypto Alchemist. I used to say, you stick crystal tuning rods up your asshole. You're a fucking
Julia
Crypto
is a very
Alchemist.
beautiful and intelligent woman. That's all I have to say.
I think she's probably very smart and intelligent, and so are all of those guys, Archaics and whatever those guys are.
She knows Rex. She knows Leak Project. She started doing. That's how she knows Graham Hancock. I'm sure because she started doing like seminars, and she also is a remote viewer. That's what she talks about a lot.
But like, yeah, I don't know anything about the people or their research or Crypto Alchemist and the whole crew or anything about it. But the thing, or Tartaria or anything about any of that stuff. But the thing about it is that you know, they tried to pigeonhole you on that show, like trying to make you like
right. And I was trying so
embarrassed that,
hard to
like,
be like, dude, I don't have a crush on Cam, please. Like, he's like my
or
dad.
yeah, whoever that old guy was, they tried to make it seem like you were embarrassed of the old guy or whatever, that you wanted to work with
Yeah,
him or
because
some shit.
Cam and I had a falling out. FYI, so everybody knows, like I did his logo work and his intro work, and so that's what I was talking about, because I was also explaining, like, I don't have any animosity to him, but I feel like it's okay for me to talk about the fact that there was an agreement between us and he didn't fulfill that, but it's also not the end of the world, nor
Yeah,
there was
it's
no
like
money expectation, by the
yeah,
way.
it's like Flow State and and Synthetic Warrior. They do that a lot. They give people this whole like kind of like they troll people or whatever, you know, based on
Yeah. It
a
worked.
lot of
It
times
actually smoothed out. Yeah. Dude, you know what's funny though? So like, and this is how I know Bernie. So I used to do a show called The Wide Awake Show, and Zedek knows me from there. He used to watch me on that show. And this is like at least over a year ago or a year and a half ago that I did that show. So it's pretty funny, the whole thing. So it I think it went pretty smooth. He let me say my piece a little bit more, you know, so I didn't look like like some jealous woman or some weird shit, you know, that they were trying to sow. But yeah, it's funny.
yeah, but they have a lot of that on Flow State because they're just trying to entertain people, and they came from the Paul enslaved community or whatever. Like I've seen them sit on his panel for a long time. Back when I first started appearing on the panels, you know, I never used to talk to Zetetic Warrior or Flow State because they used to be on the other side of the internet or whatever, you know, on the Paul enslaved panel, while I was on that chalk body outline and also on the what do you call it, toilet bowl earth, and all of those people. They hate me now, by the way, but yeah, it's just funny that
It's okay because we love you, and I don't need other people's false perceptions to you know, affect me and affect my decisions on you, because my interactions with you have been great. So
well,
you'll
TV,
notice, like, it's not, there's
just
nothing
can't be
wrong with it.
challenged
I'm
on
just not
anything,
ready
you know.
Sorry, say that
He
again.
can't deal with being challenged on anything. I wonder if some of these beings, though, like this Archaics, and I know this is a wild allegation, so I'm not saying I've corroborated anything here, but you see these people with the glasses, they're always grabbing it. Like, are they already augmented, enhanced, and that's how they're recalling all this information that they're kind of regurgitating? And then the flip side of that,
I don't think they're as smart as they look, because pound for pound, I can do what they pretty much do, you know. So like, and I think I'm performing on a higher level. I mean, I don't want to give like too much away, but I'd be surprised if any of these people came up here and tried to debate anything that I've said. I mean, I would love to see it. You know what I mean, right? Like, but see, that's the thing, is that I think they're even more of a cultivated herd. Like, they're solely trying to grift because they have such a large audience that they're trying to sell like just like whatever their ideology is. And I think for Archaics,
yeah,
it's like some sort of ragdoll version of like Freemasonry, you know, or some shit, you know.
yeah, it's a discernment. It's a discernment of authenticity. Like, I'm not saying that that they're geniuses or whatever. I'm saying they're probably just regurgitating. I sense a lack of authenticity there. So to me, it's like, yeah, you can spout a lot of facts, but some people do that, and I sense, okay, this person's actually come to conclusions and presenting it well. Others, I have this sneaky suspicion. It's like, dude, you're not even aware of what you're doing. You're just a host at this point that's been taken over and presenting nonsense.
Yep. And it becomes a form of income. So now
Oh,
everything's
they
about
know
their
what they
subs.
doing.
Everything's about appeasing a certain storyline that they've already created. And now they're selling tickets for it. And now we're just living in the same world that we keep bitching about.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. People are actually selling tickets to seminars where they talk about conspiracy theories that everybody has access to anyway if they just look it up on the internet.
Exactly.
But
yep.
Another acronym
building
for
communities right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add that another acronym for AI is augmented intelligence. And I can clearly see when I observe some of these debates going on, and you like, look, that's why a lot of these guys don't want to get on camera and whatnot. It's because you can see their eyes going over to like another screen a lot of the time, or maybe it's just on there. People who are who are debaters are being augmented by AI and being fed answers by, you know, off of keywords. Oh, he said this keyword. Well, then it pops up a rebuttal or something. You know what I mean?
I agree with that, man. I see that too. That is
Yeah.
happening from my discernment.
Yeah.
Mount St. Helens, everybody.
Nice.
Yeah, well, they're already on a type of pharmaceutical thing that's not going to be normal. So, you know, they're enhanced one way or another. You know, we have these people on super drugs, on performance enhancing drugs. You know, also on you know, different types of shit. You know, they're probably testing sorts of chips on you know, motherfuckers, all sorts of shit. I mean, you know, there's people who are in the military intelligence, you know, program. I mean, there's no way they haven't tested these invasive technologies on them. You know, there's just no way possible. You know, I mean, especially since DARPA was funding this computer, you know, mind interface in 1985. Okay, so you know, the fact that they've probably been testing this shit on human beings for 40 years now. You know,
Exactly.
You know.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
I think you could say wars even helped progress that because of the like broadcast towers. I just feel like something with those communication towers is those are always the first things to get fixed, set up for military communications.
Yeah.
So I saw somewhere that they're saying that the power usage of America is going up. Like it doubled from like in 2023, it doubled from like earlier years or something. And what they're blaming is the propagation of these data centers, which is like Apple, Facebook, Google, and a couple of other things. And so there's all these data centers that are being built all over the country. And so it's like a server farm, basically. And these things require a hell of a lot more electricity to use.
Have you, so you've been in the Bend area, have you seen the giant server buildings outside of Prineville? You would have passed it on Highway, well, actually you would have been on Highway 20 when you hit that gear.
I've never even been to that place.
I lived out there. So I used to like drive up that area all the time. It's a
Couldn't even tell you
massive,
where it's
just
at.
ridiculous.
You mean the Facebook and Apple servers that are right there up the grade in Prineville?
Yeah, it's in Prineville, just outside of Bend. Yeah, both Apple and Facebook are out there. It's gross.
And
It's
let me
so
tell
gross.
you a side effect of those things being in the area, because I saw this also when I lived up in Seattle. These tech people get paid a lot of money, okay? And the local businesses know that, all right? So when they build data centers in these small little rural communities, the next thing you know, you got all these new housing projects being built, and they're not cheap. All of a sudden, all the low income and elderly housing and everything else that's supposed to be being built for these communities gets thrown on the back burner, and they're charging like $1,700 for a 2-bedroom in some of these newer places. In a community that 10 years ago, you could rent a house for like $700.
Do you know what happened to Bend? And so, do you know what happened to the housing market? How medium house price went from $250. It was. This is why I moved out there. I thought I was going to be able to slip in, and I got effed in the process. And so it went from $250 to $500 or $550, like within like something ridiculous. If you can like look it up, it was considered one of the fastest growing. It's because like a bunch of people too, came up from California, but it had to do with fucking these data centers. Ugh.
Yep, the same thing happened to Utah. Because I had a friend who was my buddy who's a trucker, was getting ready to move out of Southern California, and he said, I looked at Utah. 1 minute you could get a house for $250,000 out there. The next year it was 200,000 more. And it's because of basically that mostly has to do with migration, but some of the data center bullshit is almost the exact same. It's like, and then of course, most go ahead.
All I was going to say, I could physically see the fucking energy coming off of the building. It was creepy, like static. And I don't know because I do have some, I don't want to get into like the main woo-woo. I can kind of see it like if I look into the sky, but this was like,
I was just going to say that. I look at the tops of the trees and you can see it for sure.
Yeah. It was crazy the amount of energy that's coming off of this thing.
Yeah, and then of course, these people who are working at these data centers, we're not exactly talking about the most conservative type minded people. It's mostly, your leftist and all the people that Kazynski talks shit about that are working at these places, and they bring their culture with them when they move to these areas. So that's another, I personally view it as a drawback.
Yeah. What's up, Brad?
What is that culture? You mean just a culture of dependency, or is it even a culture?
I mean, I honestly prefer not to get too detailed about it, but I was at the laundromat in Prineville a couple of months back, and there was two anyway, familial dysfunction, drug abuse, sodomy, stuff like that. Like, that sort of thing doesn't really belong around a bunch of gun-owning Christian conservatives, in my opinion. Like, it's like apples and oranges.
Common. That's actually not that common, actually. But it makes me wonder, how long ago was this?
I'd like a couple months
more
ago.
Than a couple of years ago.
For what are you talking about?
No, just because of I mean, again, I lived there for a while, not in Prineville actually. I lived in this like outskirts community, like middle of nowhere, kind of in an in between Prineville and Bend. But
so like Cal Butte or Alfalfa.
Alfalfa.
Okay.
Yeah, I lived in Alfalfa.
Bend itself is becoming like little Portland.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I did notice that shift, and then even like the Walmart parking lot in Bend started filling up. Right?
I'm in a Walmart parking lot right now in Boise, Idaho. People are camping, sleeping, whatever. There's a big rig over there. No problem. The Walmart parking lot in Bend has a 24-hour security guard now, because the same community of drug addicts and drug dealers was the local police basically turned to Walmart and he's like, hey, these people are basically on private property, but you got a bunch of drug dealers over here camping. So if you even try to pull into that parking lot now, you will, after dark, after hours, a security guard will immediately be in your face telling you, we're sorry, you're going to need to move along.
Okay, that's super funny. I made this funny ass meme. Hold on, let me just share this super quick about Bend, Oregon. And it kind of depicts what he's getting in a little bit with what it looks like now. A little bit. Because it's sort of it's a little bit of a weird mix happening. There you go.
I like maps, especially GIS surveys that show who owns what land. Because a lot of people believe they own land they don't own, like these properties and stuff. Like, people don't even know like sidewalks are public somehow.
That's funny as shit.
Well, yeah, and I mean, in truth, at a certain level, you can't own it because you can only be in stewardship of it. I mean, it's here today, gone tomorrow. You're only going to be here for a small vapor of space and time, and eventually, you know, you can't take it with you, right? So it's what you did with it while you were here.
I mean, that's basically why minimalism has always been. I grew up poor anyway, but very early I was introduced to the concept of if you view that you own something, that thing actually owns you. And therefore minimalism has always been an ongoing theme in my life. Like, I don't need a house payment or a baby mama payment or none of that shit, or freaking car payment, you know. Just
Yeah, likewise. I mean, it hasn't always been that way for me, but for the last 15 years, it has.
Oh, I'm
What
getting
was
closer.
what was that thing Machine had up? I thought maybe it was like something to
Like
learn from or
definitions
something, maybe
of farming.
of farming.
No, this is actually a chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching. I was because I was talking about the municipal kind of workers or whatever, so I put that up as a response to that. I think the Blackney you know, version is most succinct. He says, "When the way rules the world, coach horses fertilize the fields." You know,
Yeah.
basically just wild horses. You know, they run around and they, you know, make fertilizer for the fields. And he says, when the way does not rule, war horses breed in the parks, meaning that everything is high sense of cultural refinement, but all of the cultural refinement is used for destructive ends, not for life. You know, so it's an interesting quote about technology, you know, about how it could all go wrong, you know, essentially, you know what I mean? And how it can all go right, you know, depending on the way you know, work with nature, you know? So,
Awesome.
yeah, it's like the
This
same,
is like getting in, yeah, the whole like, God, I love these topics. Can we start talking about biochar?
yeah.
Yeah. I love
Yeah, you know,
biochar.
that's kind of why I brought that up, is because, you know, you have the same equation, you know, you plug the same shit into the equation, the horses, the field, you know, but you order it one way and it turns into shit, and you order it another way and it turns into gold, right? It's just like, you
Have
know.
you heard about no-till?
Oh yeah, and biodynamic gardening and living organics, and I do kind of low till for my garden. I do
Okay.
till some things just because I seem to get a better result, especially with certain crops. But it's also you know, look, it's the premise, right? Because biochar is a natural element of nature, so the fire comes through, burns everything all out of the ashes of that natural biochar that's produced is going to build up the biology and then recreate a beautiful, balanced type of ecosystem. But then there's the other side of, you got a warehouse and a facility like, let's make biochar and put it in plastic bags and ship it all over the country, you know, and that's the fucking beast mindset that. And then I think there is something, a subtle nuance there in the middle where it's like that stewardship, who can find the balance of it, where it's, you know, the fire came through, it sucks, it burned everything, but hey, I can utilize this and then kind of reappropriate it to
Yeah.
the correct areas to then help the process instead of trying to turn it into some kind of economy.
Exactly. And like, we can't forget that the natives used to have their own controlled burns, which is what they are doing in Bend too, that people don't talk about.
Oh, people burn their garbage like all over the place. That's pretty common out there.
Not garbage. Not garbage.
Well,
I mean synthetic garbage.
Yeah, brother, Freedom Grower, I
You're
think you're
muted.
muted.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, you want to create something that's sustainable. If you're, and it's like, isn't that the ego? Like, how are you going to create something that already is that's the creation's fingerprint, if you will. So you're just working with what is already sustainable. Nature, it's the only thing we can observe that actually is fucking sustainable. If you didn't, outside of man's intellect or his perceived intelligence, it operates completely seamlessly without any, input. And then we go in and create microplastics, and they fucking flood all the biology and the soils, and then now it's pervasive. It's everywhere. But does that
Now we
mean
gotta,
that it?
get everything balanced again.
Yeah. So you don't want the microplastics in the garden, but essentially, if you had flourishing biodiversity, eventually it would work itself out anyway. It would translate it back into something that is sustainable.
Yes.
So, and not to play devil's advocate on even my own philosophies on things, but it's like, if you were going to look at technology as altruistic, you'd say, well, it's doing a genetic cleansing of sorts. It's taking all the slaves that are dependent minded, socialist minded, and herding them into a chip, a portal of hell, if you will, where they'll spend a perceived eternity, and what will be left behind, but people who did not dock up, people who essentially maintain their autonomy and their stewardship, and that would actually be a self-correcting type of aspect to all this that could actually turn out for, a positive outcome, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah, I mean, that is the evolutionarily driven mindset that these people like Kurzweil seem to have. In one sense, you have the Ben Goetzel type of people that say AI is going to be a successor intelligence. And the other end, you have this kind of view of Kurzweil that we just heard, that we're actually going to merge with the technology and it's going to supersede humanity and become like a god, he said. So this is a view. I'm sorry, Red. What was that?
It's a trap.
Yeah, and this is why, Lul called it the swindle. The technological system is a swindle. It's because it's as somebody said in the documentary Century of Self, when describing mass psychology, weaponized propaganda, it said, what if somebody gave you what you desire while taking away your defenses? Well, this is the swindle of technology. It's making you soft while giving you what you want. So in a way, that's kind of the problem. Is so if you overproduce a machine, you underproduce man. And the ideal of efficiency is an ideal of softness, as Orwell said. In his Road to Wigan Pier, he was a great critic of technological advancement. And there was great critics of technological advancement in history. But it just goes to show that, what they were trying to point out was that human beings were going to actually become, basically non-viable, within this technological system, and that is exactly what this guy just said. He said, well, it's going to supersede humanity. It's going to become its own way. And that's the evolutionary drive of thinking, that okay, well, and that's kind of, in a way, when you look at it, when it, when this type of thinking colludes with technology, and we talked about the, whether it's human beings or the machine that's being advanced. Well, at a very late stage, you can't tell which one is being advanced. So the thing is that, once you have a perfect merger, you actually don't know which one is being advanced anymore. So the view of these people turns out to be, in some sense, misanthropic. That's why I said that it has to be transhumanist. It can't just be straight up humanist, because human beings is not what they're after. They're after improvement on any grounds. And that seems like, well, improvement to what? And when it goes to technological change, yes, it is going to be a way to cull the herd. But you know, what herd is going to be left? Is it even going to be a human herd? You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's the problem. You know, it's going to be a brand new species is what they're alleging. You know, well, that is the evolutionary mindset. You know, they believe that, you know, there has to, that, you know, in the evolutionary sense of looking at things, there has to be something that comes after man. You know, just like we came from the monkey, there's going to be something that comes out of us, you know? So, you know, when they look at technology, they're looking at that as the main thing that when they look around, they see, well, that's the thing that's organizing human society already. So, you know, therefore it'll probably become that thing, you know?
Yeah. That's a trip. I mean, or will there be a remnant of the original, in the sense that, okay, let me just ask a question.
They're hoping for.
Do y'all have a line in the sand with this technology? Meaning, let me just propose this: would anybody here on the panel put an eye vision set on?
No desire.
But would you?
So I didn't hear what you said. Like an Oculus?
Yeah, Apple eye vision. Would you put on augmented vision, augmented audible experience, augmented reality? Would you take that on with your own, you know, autonomy?
Seems
At
kind
any
of
level.
No.
For reason that it would be beneficial for me at this point in any way, shape, or form.
It's not really what I'm asking. I'm just saying, would you do it? if I send you the set in the mail, are you going to put it on? You know, try it out. Does curiosity kill the cat? Are you willing to tinker with it, even though you don't see a benefit? Although I could definitely see how a million benefits could be proposed. I mean, I was always a sales guy. I can see the feature and benefit proposal.
Like one thing would be, let's say I'm in this community and I got to perform surgery and it's going to walk it through me virtually and it's going to be life or death for this person.
You know what would be sick is if, like,
I don't know.
So
yeah, to
the
save a loved
Oculus
one, right? It's like all you got to do is put on the headset and you're a master surgeon. Now you can save a loved one.
I could see him using it for football games.
Right?
There are virtual reality gaming rigs that are already based around the concept that you're talking about. Like quite a few of them have been for a while. The Oculus is one of them. There's also smart glasses, which for a long time I thought was going to replace ticket machines in a kitchen setting, where your orders would just come up on a pair of glasses and you just prepare that or whatever. I mean, I'm not going to deny the fact that the technology is useful. However, I don't really have that much of a reason to be wearing such a thing, so I'm just going to have to pass for right now.
For right now, until they find a chink in your armor, until they mind map you enough to find where you're weak, and they determine how they can sell you into this. Because see, that's why I say, where's the line in the sand with our own autonomy? When do we determine how far is too far? And if we're not doing that, are we not already robots taking over and just waiting to be assimilated at a further capacity?
It's like the meme where the cell phone is also a freaking like mechanical version of the face hugger from the Alien movies. And it's just like grabs over the face.
I think they call them digital clones.
Like, shit's scary, dude.
All I know is my phone is going into the ravine when I get on my land. Goodbye.
Yeah, dude. I don't really know, dude. Am I gonna put that thing on and is it just gonna download my soul into some freaking cloud or some bullshit? You know, I'm definitely not cool with that.
If someone can make money on it, they'll definitely try.
I don't know about that, but they would definitely be recording all your eye movements so that they can just base the eyes of the window to the soul, so they can just basically know who you are, know what you like, and everything.
Yeah, I really am interested in what you're saying, because I don't meet too many people who speak in this, say that amount in that little when it comes to the brain mapping, like you said. And if you have any like links or anything, I'd love to check what you're talking about, from maybe what taught you certain things or different ways to see things, if that's all right.
All right. Yes, Park.
Nah, I don't have nothing.
How do you know about brain mapping? You seem
It's
to know a
obvious.
lot about it.
Apparent. It's just apparent. It's obvious. I mean, that why are they collating all the intel? It's to find a predictable analysis on you, so that not only are you impressionable and programmable, but you're also predictable, and they can perceive any set of outcomes within just an algorithm. And
You're saying
if
they
you have that, then you can
I
control
actually
the complete
showed-
human consciousness.
Kind of like trafficking your thought, funneling your thought.
brain activity, your EEG. So it's called EEG heterodyning. I shared this on the show here. I don't know how long back it was, but by Robert Duncan, if you guys want to look it up. But yeah. Oh, sorry, that's the dog. I'm watching a dog. Hold on a
Real
second.
quick, Grower, I want to say that your question was, where do we draw the line? And that's a very fair question. I think that there's many ways to do that.
I just ask it too, because is anyone asking that question? You know, it seems to not be
I ask it all the
a
time.
topic that's on the front. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a topic that's on the front burner, though, within a lot of these kind of panel verses. So that's the only reason I throw it out there.
One of my favorite pickup lines is, I got my Wi-Fi on a timer.
On it, that's like because you set yourself to make sure you shut it off.
Yeah, why not just hardwire? Fuck the timer, right? I mean, you don't have to have the Wi-Fi beaming.
Right.
Also, make sure you like disconnect fully, whether that means you're, for me right now, it's going hiking, but just not even be around it. Go spend some time in the woods. Make sure you make that a priority. That's my personal opinion. Solo.
Well, and why would you ever not be grounded? I mean, I get it. I guess if you're in a high rise, you're on the 8th floor, maybe you're grounding through your dirty electricity at some level, but wearing rubber-soled shoes, I mean, it's like you don't have to be disconnected from the natural resonance of the creation. You could just wear leather shoes.
I'm getting my first pair of barefoot shoes. I'm really excited.
I like the stuff that I'm seeing with Victor Schauberger and using, or like, I guess, working in conformity with nature. Because I saw that as kind of a bridge earlier. I just didn't mention it between
obsession.
I do think. Sorry,
lost
I
you
just
there.
accidentally played that video, and it was just it sounded like Sarah said something, but she didn't. It was just from this video. But yeah.
So I was just talking about the EEG heterodyning with the mind control, about how they're doing it, and this is why I say frequency wars over and over again. And this is why it's so effing ironic, not only that this was my profession and the way I fell into it, and how I was actually considered like grandfathered into it too, was just because of when I joined, but also my history of my own lucid dreaming as a child, and having like reoccurring dreams that I was able to like alter through lucid dreaming.
Sarah, I got to show you this QEEG my buddy did on me. It's really interesting.
Oh.
It's like probably like a 50-page printout though. But yeah.
Well, that's actually, like, most people don't realize the first sleep machines, they were like giant polygraphs, but they would go from the floor to the ceiling. And so they'd have these individual, lines to write out the frequency, the waves. And so the doctors in the morning going over the study, like, are literally pulling page by page, because it's every 30 seconds. every page is 30 seconds of sleep. 8 hours. They were giant, boxes full of this stuff. It was hilarious. But I'm used to that, by the way. I used to read reports all the time. So sorry, go ahead. And score sleep studies. I actually miss it. I'm still in RPSGT right now, but I'm about to start school, and I'm transitioning so I can become an independent practitioner. So I'll probably let that go in the next couple of years here.
I got 40 questions to answer. I'm only allowed to miss 6. Idaho's like super freaking anal about all this licensing. It used to be you couldn't even get a license here unless you had proof of actually having residency somewhere here in the state. And then so many people are moving here off the West Coast that they were like, because I was like, well, I live in my car. Are you going to try to tell me I'm not an Idaho resident? They're like, well, you need to bring us a statement that's signed from a homeless shelter on their stationery that says that you're a resident. I was like, okay, calm down. Almost Sieg Heiled the motherfucker. I was like, okay, dude, calm down. Like, I'll get your information. I know you want my papers, please. So
he's like, you're homeless.
Yeah. Hey, just to throw something out here, though. So with regard to this data mining, so the reason it data mines the subject is because it is the source of knowledge, right? Or it is the source of organic intelligence. It's taking that to one up God. It has to have, without data mining you, it has nothing. And so that's the whole point of the inner path, right? Is you got to data mine yourself. And so you're determining through your own consciousness what the indigenous path is through observation. And then that correlates into your action, right?
And I think you can build. I think you can like build your own biofield up, right? Like as like a protection to somewhat repel a lot of the shit that's happening.
Yeah, in every respect. I mean, it's you can put your damn cell phone in a Faraday cage. You can ground yourself. You can reconnect with nature at whatever capacity you're able to. And it's not like a snap your fingers. It's a life's work. But in that sense, if there is any remnant, it's only going to come through your own discernment, through your own decision-making and ability to circumvent what's being propagated on you right now. So at some level, I think there has to be that type of judgment, if you will, on what's good, right, and true. And then the actions have to follow. So if you're going to create a community and they're going to, well, we need a little electricity. Okay, so yeah, we're going to put this surveilling meter on here that's going to frequency beam your ass while creating predictable programs on your community. And so even if you are on the individual level or the independent level, are you going to allow that to be done to you, or are you going to say, fuck it, I'm off grid, then I'm not even going to have the electricity, or I'm going to have to figure out another way to power things if I'm going to use that? I think contemplating all these things, I'm not saying I have a perfect answer for that or that I've done it at the level that I think I personally need to, but that's the journey I'm on. That's the way I articulate it.
That's the exact journey I'm on. So I've actually got a group together, and this was a really good conversation that we had last night and why I brought up the Anastasia Ringing Cedar series, because of the way that she's able to live and, what Mo was getting at here. And so I personally, we're also talking about like the societal structure aspect of like what type of economy is, we want to break all of those options down. Like, how do we do this like in an equity and a fair sense? And also talking about how we're going to build the board, how the board's going to be structured in that fairness. But as far as the technology aspect of it goes, my friend who's worked with free energy and creating copper coil devices that can charge things, he's also like taken apart like pressure washers and gotten them to operate on, different energy. So we talked about this potential in between, not to say that any of us are feeling connected to the internet in any sense, but just wondering like how much technology do we use? And is this something that we transition? So that is sort of what I think the goal is right now, is that I think ideally all of us would dream to live like Anastasia and be able to be like a freaking little pixie fairy in the woods that you you have to call upon with a whistle.
Grower, I think the concerns you raised pose a great threat to responsibility. So I think with that in mind, I think that's one way to look at it. You know, your ability to respond is dampened. I don't know. You know who? I don't know. Yeah. How could I know?
Someone might say, well, why would you want to take that path? That's going to be more difficult. Have you looked at the ancestors, you know, how shorter lifespans, how difficult it was to travel or do anything. However, if you're giving up full autonomy to take the bait, so to speak, on the technology, at some level, you have to go back to the natural ways. And if you aren't creating inroads to that, perhaps maybe just building a foundation for future generations, you won't even see it fulfilled within, you know, this particular experience. And maybe it's like a type of karmic reincarnation, if you will.
Yeah.
But, you know, not to create a religion out of it, but however,
exactly,
the whole drive to do that is because you see that imminent type of finality to all this, where that scripture, which is a script, you know, from my humble opinion, is playing out for that mark of the beast, where there's a chip and it's, you can't buy or sell, you can't, you know, interact. What side of that coin do you want to be on? Do you want to be in that beast system, which is a full takeover of your autonomy, or would you rather suffer and struggle finding the true self and be willing to bear that burden, you know, to in a long suffering sense? Because to overcome this realm or whatever, you're going to have to be willing to take the narrow path, the more difficult choice within all this.
Good point.
Yeah.
Like, I just think there's yeah, like we're just taught growing up formatively. We're taught specific ways. Obviously, at this point, it's a lot of it's on purpose in the wrong direction. So yeah, it's one of them amnesia things. I think it's the farthest back I can track it is amnesia is the problem.
Yeah, I forgot what we were talking about.
Good morning.
What's going on, sir?
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Fantastic.
Good, good.
Damn. Got him. Straight up owl.
I was driving. He was on top of a stop sign, and he let me he got off the sign, and then he let me take that shot. And he was hunting. He let me do it while he was hunting, and he got it.
Yeah, I got to jump off here, but it was nice communicating with you all. And I will say what that I don't know what your name is there, but you said the ability to respond. And I think that was a great point. It's like, at what level, when you take on safety and convenience, do you lose your ability to respond? And so I think everyone should reflect on that. If I was going to give a perspective, I think that's really an imperative one.
Well said.
Yeah, thank you, Freedom Grower. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, check back with us soon. And yeah, it's always a pleasure talking to you, sir. And
Yeah, I
you have a
really
blessed
enjoyed
day.
the opportunity to connect with you. Awesome.
Nice talking with all you, and thanks for having me up, TML. Peace.
Thank you. Peace. Have a blessed one.
I feel like the conundrum stems from the fact that we are existing in two realities simultaneously. And so people get polarized to one or the other, and neither is good to be polarized in either one. So if you go full spirituality, right, you just like basically commit suicide in the physical. And, you know, that might be okay to give up on your own physical life. But if you're responsible for others, that would be, you know what I mean, structural suicide. So then you've got the other end where you go full blown, you know what I'm saying, full balls to the physical walls, and you forget about the spiritual. And that's not good either. And so you have to find the balance where you are aware of the physical and you understand it, but you also understand the spiritual that you're not going to be seeing in that physical reality. And then you have to come to the understanding that the spiritual supersedes the physical. And therefore, right, the spiritual is what the physical comes from, essentially. It's just crystallized in a physical form in the Saturn matrix.
Liquid crystals.
I know in the spiritual we are protected, and in the physical, that's where we learn the lesson.
I mean, who's we?
My bad. I would say me. I'm protected spiritually, and physically I've learned lessons. My bad.
Yo, some of these motherfuckers, they're not protected spiritually. They're wide ass open because they're wicked. You know what I mean?
Or weak.
Or they're weak. But that's actually one and the same. Weakness and evil goes hand in hand. You know, real power doesn't have evil. Real power is good. You know what I mean? Evil comes from weakness. You know what I'm saying? It is weak in itself to be evil. You have not yet.
I don't really believe anymore in a complicated way the exact terms of evil and good, but like to put it as weakness, lays towards that. Yeah, that I can resonate with.
Gotta realize, yo, evil and good, right? These are things, and so people get things misconstrued when it's like when they try to figure it out morally, right? And then it's like, where do the morals come from? Then you need a religion. But the reality is, it's very simple. Good and evil, right? It's like, you know, these things before someone even puts it into words. It's being evil is basically,
that's what I mean.
It's basically taking instead of creating. It's basically using people instead of sacrificing your own to make others' lives better. It's using others' lives to make yours better. It's you know what I'm saying? There is
and there's extremes, which is why you were getting that balance. I talk about that all the time.
Yeah, you got to have balance.
Yeah. I feel like more and more that's because, and again, on the frequency aspect of this as well, same thing.
Well,
what is that from the Donnie Darko movie? Like, this shit is crazy, yo.
So, yo, the frequency shit, you know, we're inundated with frequencies from all different aspects. You know what I'm saying? Like, the people who love the physical reality, right? They want to keep everybody in the physical reality so they could continue to enslave and utilize these people. And so the people who love the physical reality, they're the ones trying to keep everyone basically in the physical and ignoring the spiritual existence at all. So at every turn, you have all this shit being thrown at you, you know, the media, you know what I'm saying? Different shows, media clips, news events, whatever it is that they're making up today. And at the same time, they're beaming you with towers. So it's always trying to drag you back down to the physical, right? And you have to make the conscious decision, because we have the ability in every moment to make that conscious decision to feel great, to tune into that radio station, that frequency of God, which is above the physical. And it's never going to stop trying to bring you down, but you can build a momentum. You know, you start out doing good things, having good thoughts. We sit here in life and, you know, even a righteous person will sit there and try to be good to everyone, right? But they often forget themselves, right? And they allow themselves to be riddled with negative ideas, negative feelings, right? But what is this really in its core? You're tuning into that negativity and allowing it to continue, right? You're refusing to put a smile on your face. At every moment, we have the ability to just smile, you know what I'm saying? And just experience happiness.
I would annoy you guys with how much I fucking smile. I've always been like that.
Well, that's what it all comes from. Because look, if you're miserable, right, you're going to want to fucking punch someone in the face. You know, you're going to want to take someone's shit. You know what I'm saying? But if you're mad happy, you're not even worried about none of that. Like, you're on a whole different level, right? You ever seen somebody high off their ass, bro, in Love World, bro? They're not trying to rob people and kill people. Like, they're just not on that frequency, right? Because they're having a good time. It's miserable people that enact misery on the world. You know what I mean? They don't want to see others happy. The frequencies can't resonate, and so they're in conflict. That's how frequencies operate. They either have to resonate, right, or they harmonize. But the problem is, if you got someone really low and you got someone really high, that low person has to drag that high person down, or that high person has to drag that low person up, or they're going to meet in the middle and equalize. But there's nothing else that could happen. It's one of the three. Or they have to remove each other from each other's presence. You know what I'm saying? They might repel each other and just walk away. And then those frequencies are out of range.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it my turn yet?
Of course.
Since you have your finger extended there.
Yeah.
Jack Talcott finger out. All right.
So there's one little problem with your hypothesis. So a lot of people consider me wicked and evil, but I clearly have a lot of power somehow. It doesn't make sense from your model.
I don't care about your power. All right, Hank?
Oh, okay. So it just kind of doesn't matter how much power something has. You just don't believe it. That makes sense.
No, I just don't care about it. Like the devil's powerful. I don't care. You know what I mean?
Okay. So you understand
you
your model
on,
doesn't make any sense. I got
you. You do focus on power, bro. Like Joe Biden has power. What does that mean?
It means your model's garbage and you shouldn't use it.
What model? What are you talking about?
I was talking about what you said.
I'm just speaking. If you don't agree with me, that's fine.
I think he's talking about evil being weak.
People always want to create fucking, you know what I mean, arguments out of shit. I'll explain to you how evil is weak, but first, you know what I'm saying? You would have to meet with me in the flesh. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I guess you can email me the coordinates or whatever. Flamio3@gmail.com.
I'm just saying, bro, you have to understand that that's what it is.
I'm trying to understand. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I feel you. There's a lot of people in this world that don't understand it doesn't make sense, and they're evil because of it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Can't convince these people. You know what I mean? I can't convince you either. You don't want to be good.
Well, I used to want to be good, but since I was getting ripped off and taken advantage of so much, I'm a little less good.
Well, you know,
that's your own opinion. Can I ask you a question from personal experience, Hank? I can actually relate. Have you noticed maybe a pattern in your life for what you've been attracting, and potentially have you been have any success if you have been able to see that to attract what you're looking for? If you're practicing Wiccan, right, you kind of know like basic, just even the power of speech and the power of changing what's happening. And again, I've been I could tell you stories about even bosses I've worked for too, and I had an 8-year relationship. It was like, ding, 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 I have a fucked up pattern I need to change. And part of it's codependency, but it's more complicated.
Yeah, I used to be in a loop where I'm overextend myself for other people, thinking they'll cover me later and let me drop. So I don't do that anymore. All there.
I think you have good and evil confused with kindness and meanness. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I'm incapable of being fucking vicious, but I do it righteously. You know what I mean?
I copy that.
Like, I won't want to hurt somebody, but I will if I have to. I won't enjoy it, even though I would be definitely tempted to enjoy it. You know? But I would refuse that enjoyment, because I might also get carried away in that violence. And I might take someone's life when I only aim to hurt them or, give them a beating. Right? So this is the thing between good and evil. It's that you have to find a balance. You have to gain control over yourself, because unbridled rage and evil leads to destruction. If you don't believe me, try it. I've already walked down that road and destroyed myself. You know what I mean?
Yes, but sometimes you gotta take the garbage out. So
the garbage sometimes takes itself out. You know what I mean? And then sometimes you just walk over and throw a match in the bird barrel. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But at the same time, like, real evil is when you're setting out to do the wrong thing for personal gain. You know what I mean? It's selfish. All evil comes from a selfish desire. And all good comes from a selfless desire. Like, no one wants to be good because it's beneficial to them. It's the stupidest thing you can do, logically, to be a good person. It leaves you vulnerable. It leaves you lacking. It leaves you giving. It leaves you refusing for people to give you things, right? It leaves you with so many less options. And as an intelligent person who is capable and has a very high functioning skill set, repertoire of fucking tools that they could throw at this reality in order to get what they wanted, but chooses not to out of righteousness, right? This is hard. It is hard to be good. It is easy to be evil. But the easy path, right? The path of least resistance is what all water follows, right? But then there's some water that it's that spray. It's that magical spray that's on the edge vortex of the fucking waterfall. You could ask scientists about it. They can't explain why the water goes up in the top of a waterfall. Some of it, not all of it. Some of it goes down. You know what I mean?
Well, I used realist political philosophy, and I would say purposely giving yourself a disadvantage when you don't need to is wrong. So we kind of do not have the same definition.
I'm not purposefully giving myself a disadvantage. I'm purposefully giving my enemy an advantage, fully knowing that I will still defeat my enemy.
Oh, it's just a handicap out boredom. Then I say go ahead.
It's not a handicap out of boredom. It's out of it being the right thing. What I believe in my core to be right. Because at the end of the day, I would rather give you an advantage, right? You being evil, than me in my core be evil. I would rather give you an advantage than be you. You get what I'm saying? I would not be able to be me if I was evil. I would be someone else. I would be controlled by something else. The same way something else controls you. That's the foundation of doing evil.
I think something else controls you, whether or not you're good or evil.
Well, why do you think that?
Pretty much just based on my egregore hypothesis. It just follows from that.
It follows the what?
egregore hypothesis that I usually work with.
What does that mean? What is egregore? Can you define that?
Yeah, so it's pretty much some people may call them spiritual golems. So it's a pattern people follow, and I'll extrapolate it to like an idea like school spirit, nationalism, those kind of things, and those will push people around.
I mean, yeah, those are spells, man. That's magic. It's psychological warfare. It's mind control, programming, whatever you want to call it. You want to call it egregores, whatever, bro. Golems. Golems is really like BLM, bro. That's a golem. Like George Floyd is a golem. You know what I mean? Antifa was a golem. That's golems. It's like when somebody builds up an organization or a thing that does the work for them and achieves their goals without them being, you know, in the spotlight as being the one doing it. Basically like a proxy war through social movements that are not grassroots, but actually formed with ill intentions. You know what I mean? Like the ADL type of shit, but like the shit that the ADL creates. You know, like Planned Parenthood is a golem, a Moloch, you know what I mean? It's a Moloch golem. You know what I'm saying? Just because they don't be roasting the kid in the fire and they can't hear the kid scream anymore. People don't think it's still Moloch, you know, Babylonian child sacrifice. I'll tell you what it is. You know what I'm saying?
So is there any Yahweh golems for his side? Like in the Bible, or is it just he doesn't have any power, or is he dead like Nietzsche said?
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. The real God can't be named.
I agree.
So at the end of the day, right? Like I just call him Father. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'd be out here saying God, but that's to kind of relate to people. But it's my Father, the creator of all things. You know what I mean? Everything in the physical created, you know what I'm saying? Everything in the spiritual created. See, yo, I believe that there was beings in the earth masquerading as gods, and they went by many different fucking names. But they were all guilty of the same thing. They were murderers. You know what I mean? And they sought blood sacrifices. You know what I'm saying? This is what Jesus brought out. He was saying, yo, that ain't my Father, bro. My Father in heaven, bro, doesn't do that. You know what I mean? He was like, yo, I come in the name of my Father. Do you see me doing all that shit? No. I said, go ahead, kill me. And I did a bunch of miracles and helped people, healed people. That's what he was trying to explain. Even if the shit ain't true, don't matter. The fucking message has been delivered. That's what people don't understand. The idea, you can't destroy the ideology. You can't destroy the idea. You know what I mean? Even if you want to just say Jesus was an idea, right? The Jews hate that idea. The people who run this world hate that idea. Why do they hate that idea? Out of all the fucking ideas that you could possibly hate in this reality, why that idea specifically does the majority of the people who run this world absolutely hate the idea of Jesus Christ? It's because he brought the truth. You know what I mean? Is that it's not about this physical. These motherfuckers is worshiping Saturn. You know what I mean? Saturn is Chronos, right? When you look at the sigil of Saturn, you have IXXI, 911. These world leaders are worshiping Saturn because Saturn is essentially what causes spiritual beings to crystallize into physical matter. You know what I'm saying? Giving us the experience of physical life. When it says, yo, we ate from the tree of life, I mean, we ate from the tree of knowledge. I believe we were spiritual beings, as it says in the creation story. And these motherfuckers didn't know they was naked because they didn't have physical bodies. When they eat from the tree, basically they came into the physical world to experience physical life, to know good and evil, to learn what that even is. In order to know good and evil, you have to be capable of good and evil, which is why evil has to be possible and is allowed to exist for the experience. But these people worship an intelligence that has given them the information that they need to control all people, deceiving all people, convincing all people that this is not just an experience, but this is the end all be all. Okay. And you have to listen to them and do what they say and all this other shit if you want there to be anything else. And there's some type of special people that ruling over all of us. And that's just not true at all. The reality is they want to keep us in the physical. And that's why everything that they put out is shit that drags you to the lower chakras, which is these things of perversions of sex, which is the fucking sacred energy exchange between fucking God interacting, creating life. You know what I'm saying? Because man ain't capable of creating life. We aren't. So when a life comes into this world, right, through a man, in that millisecond or whatever you want to call it, that man is connected to God, and God created that life or put that life into the body through the man at the time of orgasm. You know what I'm saying? This is the shit they hiding from science. This is why dudes get all depleted when they're over there beating off in their house to Pornhub all day. Because they're fucking connecting to God, bro. And in that moment, bro, they're jacking off to porn or doing some stupid shit. This is why most of the sexual immorality is associated with things men be doing that aren't procreation. You understand? Is because there's a connection with God. It's like you wasting his time. It wasn't even life being created. You basically summoned up you connected to the creator of all things, harnessing the power of creation, right? To nut in a sock or some stupid shit, right? So this is what it's all about. They want to keep you in this physical world, dragging you down with drugs, alcohol, all different types of things, keeping you in these low vibrations so you could be pillaged by demons and all different things that inhabit these lower dimensions. Not even in the physical, in the spiritual. But if your spirit gets dragged down, then your spirit's going to be susceptible to all that shit. You have to constantly, right? You have to constantly take up your cross or raise the serpent in the desert, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You got to constantly make the decision to seek God, connect to God, tune into the radio frequency of God. If you're having bad ideas, you need to put a smile on your face and change whatever the fuck radio station you're thinking on. Because people think their thoughts are their own. That's the biggest deception. You are the driver and controller of your mind. You're choosing what to think about. How could the thoughts be yours? You're tuning into radio stations. You have the ability to process information that you're receiving, but you can't receive no information from a closed loop. You know what I'm saying? People have all these bad thoughts. They think, "Oh, I want to kill myself." What fucking person would think that? You didn't think that. People be controlled by the body. People be controlled by ideas. People be controlled by other spirits that are masquerading as their own mind. Most people don't even understand the world they live in. And that's why you have all this fucked up shit. It's just a lack of information. The wisest motherfuckers have cut mankind off at the root chakra of the tree of the Kabbalah. And they have kept us in darkness. And they've hidden, burned all the knowledge. And lied nonstop, creating all kinds of fake fucking, structures of this reality. Basically just to keep you in the physical. So that you keep being a slave. Even after death. Yo, there's only one way out of this matrix, bro.
Give me 2 Bluey episodes.
Is a straight and narrow path.
So I'm borrowing their techniques, but if they think they can fool all the people all the time, they're freaking crazy. It can't possibly work. Because there's people who could just, if we know enough, then it just negates the technique. It's just garbage.
Look, bro.
They're depending on fooling everyone at the same time. Then they're freaking nuts.
You could take a motherfucking monkey in the zoo, right, and give him a grenade launcher, right? He might shoot that shit off and think he's a powerful fucking monkey. You know what I'm saying? But he can't even begin to build one. You know what I'm saying? He has no idea.
Yeah.
He might shoot the grenade launcher up in the air and blow himself up. Has no idea the repercussions of what the grenade launcher does. He's just been handed a grenade launcher. You know what I'm saying? This is the problem. The Luciferian knowledge is a controlled system with safeguards, all deception and lies built in. So if you think you're gonna go ahead and operate in that and have a progressive fucking life, you're silly.
Yeah. I tried the slavery thing, and people wouldn't leave me alone, and I was stuck in that loop. So I had to try something different.
I'm just saying, you might as well just try to be a good person, because you ain't got the gumption to do the real evil shit that it requires to be really evil. You just ain't got the gumption, bro. You ain't got it in you. I can see it in your eyes.
I already know because of what you told me. Too. You're way too nice. You help people all the time. Yeah, I can tell. So yeah.
I'm just saying, bro, stop all this trying to be like Dr. Evil shit, bro, and just come to the light. All right? Come to the good side.
You can still be like Airbender style in it, right? Like,
look, I'm not saying go to the, I'm not saying become Mr. Rogers. I'm saying come to the middle ground where you are capable of defending yourself with the most vicious of violence, but at the same time, you go out every day and you don't try to do the wrong thing. You try to do the right thing. And whatever that is, I mean, it's very easy to determine. You know what I mean? Usually, if it's like some selfish shit, it's probably not the right thing. It's the best compass you could ever have. Put that compass in your pocket. See where it leads you. If you're doing some shit that's just for you, for just because you want to, you know what I mean? A man becomes very strong when he begins to deny himself the things he wants. When you start to deny yourself the things you want, you will find true power and strength. A lot of evil is giving in to what you want or being bound by something. True strength, though, comes from in denying your own desires. And then you'll find good, but you have to feel good. Don't neglect yourself, right? You have to be happy. You have to love you before you can love anyone else. Because if you're miserable, you're not going to do anything good. But be happy. You have no reason not to. You can choose in every moment how you're going to feel. If you're not feeling happy, you're tuned into the wrong radio station. You know what I'm saying?
May I add?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you should be self-serving sometimes. Otherwise, you will get stuck in the loop of being a people pleaser, which is not good in my opinion.
Self-care, which is why I also will say solo journey. Go on a trip by yourself.
Take selfies of yourself, though, and put yourself on a pedestal. I'm just saying that you have to be happy, right? Like, we constantly, even when people try to be good, we hold ourselves accountable for how we treat others, but we don't hold ourselves accountable often for how we treat ourselves.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? We allow ourselves to have negative thoughts for hours, and we allow ourselves to be tortured by ourselves, but that's not ourselves.
Right? Our own guilt.
Not ourselves.
Us replayed what we said over and over and over again in our heads constantly.
But that's not you. You gotta understand, there's like, you're gonna hear your mind try to tell you shit about you, and that's not you. I hate to tell you. Okay?
Yeah.
You're gonna have thoughts that are not yours, quote unquote. Like, it's called thought injection. It's very common if you're fucking not completely broken down and poisoned. If you're any kind of healthy being, you're gonna begin to have fucking experiences the healthier you are. Which is why we love to poison ourselves, to cut us off from that part of us that is fucking experiencing a higher reality, because it overwhelms most people. And you live in a society that denies the existence of the spiritual practically, and just tells you you're crazy. So what are you to do? You know, you can keep poisoning yourself, or you could experience that experience, and fucking, that's where you get true knowledge and wisdom.
Oh, if what I do is simple, I just go ahead and break the simulation for them and show them that spiritual's right in front of them, even though they thought it wasn't. I mean, I did that to Steve McRae, and I presented a jump up. A jump up didn't follow through with with the debate, and that's unfortunate. But I did my part.
So what I can tell you is that all these different occult practices, right? These are attempted fucking shortcuts to something that is infinite and quantum. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with evil, is it's limited by its own process capability, which is harnessed in the physical, attempting to touch the spiritual. And then you have people who are just literally walking in between the two without no distinction, with no process. You know what I'm saying? See, like the evil, like all the evil, it requires so much. And the good requires basically nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm a true infinity skeptic, like Norman Wildberger. So I kind of don't care, but there are processes where you can have far bigger than just hard coding something. So like
what I'm saying though is like, magicians rely on the processes they learn to become these high magicians, right? And it only works because it's empowered and allowed currently. But the thing is, what you have to understand is there's more than just that, and that shit is limited. You understand? That magician is like a dude, right, who doesn't actually know how to do math, but only has a calculator, right? And so if we go into a math competition, eventually that calculator's battery might die, and that dude don't actually know how to do math, but I still do. You see? That's the difference between good and evil. See, the processes only work because it's powered by a calculator. It's a technology. I don't rely on a technology. You know what I'm saying?
No, you do. You just operate by hand.
Infinite, to connect with the almighty creator. And then all things are possible. There is no more limit. You could never compete with that. You could never overpower it. You can never stop it. I'm living proof. The whole world we live in is controlled by people who are completely evil, and they can't stop even me from sitting here and speaking and living and breathing and breeding and providing the truth going into the future. They can't stop it. It'll never end. You see? They aim to destroy us. They aim to destroy us all the time. They're hitting us with fucking lasers. They're doing all kinds of shit. Bioweapons, wars. They can't stop it. They never will. They could come and fucking behead me, bro. It wouldn't stop it. Nothing would. They could behead everybody on the whole fucking planet. They could behead themselves. They can't stop it. It's already done. We already won, Hank. That's the problem. Like you playing in the past of a game that's already lost. It's the replay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But here's the thing.
You got motherfuckers in the replay at a point in time where they are winning, but they lost the game already. And we know this.
All right, but just hope that there's no timeline shifts, because if there can be, then that win may not have existed at all.
There can be timeline shifts, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? There can be timeline shifts, but here's the thing. The devil's been working on timeline shifts with these CERN projects and have all these people working in underground labs with a million bajillion miles of copper cables and all kinds of secret, intricate scientific designs, and they still can't figure it out. And God could just snap his fingers right now and do a timeline shift without no technology, no limits, infinity. Do you even understand that? Can you even comprehend that?
Yes. I played Undertale. Yes.
Mint. So then you already know that it's all feeble nonsense at nothing. Why would you side with that? See, there's no logic in that. There's no logic in being good in the microcosm, but in the macrocosm. When you look in the finality of all things, when you look at the end of reality, evil loses. Now what?
Well, my plan is to be at least strong enough to earn some respect, so I maintain spiritually rather than just be good people please and just be worthless and just be replaced with any other thing.
Look, if the devil doesn't have respect, what chance do you have?
I would have no chance. But why is it that we even exist in the first
just
place?
saying.
This is the issue.
He exists
must
as
have some respect.
he exists as a
There
lesson.
be any reason for him to be here?
Why does the snare exist? To catch the rabbit for dinner? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why does the devil exist, bro? It's because we have to have the capability of good and evil in order for this to be an experience in which we learn good and evil. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has to be possible. And therefore, since it was possible, there were things that happened. Do I know the exact outcome? No. But I've got a rough idea of all the possible outcomes. And I have an idea which I believe to be the most likely. But that's honestly irrelevant.
Well, if the test has good and evil on it, don't we need to know both to pass?
I'm just saying, if you had a majority of good running this world, right, there would be no more evil left. But you have a majority of evil running this world, and there's plenty of good, and it's only going to grow, and it can never be stopped. They've been trying to snuff it out for thousands of years. They have failed, and they've lost. They were defeated by a carpenter. They've used every weapon, right, and method known to mankind against humanity, and they were defeated by a carpenter. You know what I'm saying? It's the stone the builders rejected, my dude. And it is the rock upon which you will break.
Well, yeah, I'm technically Christian too, but the issue is something's still happening. Maybe a new game plus stuff's still happening. So,
yeah, I already told you, bro. We looking at the replay of some shit that already happened. It is done. Physical reality is subject to time dilation. You understand? God exists in a spiritual reality, not subject to time of the physical earth. The time dilation is created by Saturn Chronos. It is what harnesses the spiritual and crystallizes it into the physical with time dilation. That's what causes us to be physical. That's why Chronos eats its own children, because it enables you to become a physical being. But at the same time, from the moment you become a physical being, you are sentenced to death. You will die now. This is what it is to eat from the tree of life. If you eat from it, you will die. That's what it is. It's not that your soul will die. It's that you will have to die. This is why Jesus had to die for your sins, for our sins. It's because Jesus had to die, right? Because he had to come and bring a message to a physical reality. And in order to do that, you have to become physical. So he became physical to show people what God is like, bring a message. That's what he did. And he had to die because of that. Very simple. You become physical, you have to die. Physical things die. The body, the soul doesn't die. The spirit never dies.
So now you have to answer a Jupiter question. Allegedly, Zeus broke out Kronos, and what's befall? So
there's all kinds of shit going on, man.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of shit that they say, but it's all nonsense. You know what I mean?
Well, I have to use my own algorithm to discern the nonsense.
Look, you got to understand that we got a lot of different things. That we got Saturn being referenced, but Saturn isn't a thing. It's not an actual place you can go. It's an image of something. You know what I'm saying? We have fallen beings. We have fallen intelligences, essentially, that are existing in a dimension that is side by side with the Earth, but not necessarily, visible to your light spectrum and not necessarily interactable with your physical. But now you're not just a physical being. You have a spirit, you have a soul, right? And that is what is the conduit between the spiritual and the physical. And so we have the conduit. Now you have these, you know what I'm saying, these evil beings in these low dimensions. You have good beings in higher dimensions. Angels above me, demons below me, fighting over heaven. You know what I'm saying? This earth was a paradise. It was meant to be. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, mankind wanted to be physical, came into the earth and destroyed this whole shit. You know what I mean? The original design was for everything to be a spiritual reality where you wouldn't have animals tearing each other apart to like survive, and you wouldn't have all this shit going on. I'm not saying the devil created anything. The devil just made it physical and corrupted everything by doing so. The devil, Saturn, Satan, Kronos, whatever the fuck you want to say. This is their god. This is the black cube. This is what they worship. When you look at that black cube from its corner, you get IXXI 911. You know what I mean? You get Metatron's cube. You get basically the blueprint for the physical reality, the crystallization structure, the matrix. It's very simple to research. You know what I mean? You're just over here trying to hack the fucking game you're playing. I'm over here trying to shut the game off and get back to reality, which is the spiritual reality. That's the reality. I'm not concerned with, you know what I'm saying, playing this game, Hank. This is the devil's game.
I'm saying if you turn the game off, you won't have reality to interface.
The game will be turned off, yo.
You won't, yeah, but reality's just an interface, and if you turn the game off, you won't have reality.
I'm saying that, yo, there is things that is in this physical. If you stay in this physical, right, when the game is off, you're gonna be off with the game.
Yeah,
you know I'm saying?
And I wouldn't call that a reality.
You need to basically disconnect your terminal from this game. You know what I mean? The only way to really do so is to be good. If you do evil things, it binds you further and further to this fuckery. This is sin. You know what I'm saying? That's what sin is. You know what I mean? Sin comes from the moon. Sin is the negative pole of the bipolar system, the sun being the positive pole. You know what I'm saying? To remove.
Yeah.
Anode, cathode. You know what I'm saying? There's a sacrificial metal, and there's also a metal that gains mass. Right?
Well, if good and evil is supposed to be best, then we need to know both.
So, yo, how is the alchemical lead into gold done but through the anode cathode process? You remove from the mercury, you add to the gold, right?
Yeah.
Because one is a sacrificial, one is gaining mass. What is the conduit but through water? Can this electrolysis process be done? Through water. You got to be birthed through the water, right?
Yes.
Then you got to have the spirit, right? You need an electrical charge. Right?
Yeah.
You need to send that electrical charge from one pole through the water to the other pole to achieve electrolysis. That's lead into gold, bro. That's the secret. That's the biggest secret. But it's not just a physical process. It's also the microcosm mirrors the macrocosm. If it's a physical process, it's also a spiritual process. That's the understanding, right?
Yeah, all physical processes will be spiritual processes, yes.
The true understanding, right, of the occult in itself is just an understanding of different systems of nature of the reality we live in. So in itself is not evil, but when you withhold that information and utilize it against humanity, that's when it becomes evil. But the knowledge itself is useless. What are you going to do with it? I just broke it all down. The highest levels of the occult knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You got 33, bro. You got the male and the female triangles. You put them together. You got 33. You know what I'm saying? You got the bipolar system. This is what it's about. They want to combine this shit. They're showing you right now with the X. They're showing you the two triangles touching tips, bro. They're giving it to you. You know what I mean? They told you the fake fucking space system, and it was the Masons who gave you the fake heliocentric sun worship model, but at the same time, they all had Masonic rings that gave you the true nature of the fucking solar system, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The square and compass gave you the true nature of the fucking construct that you live in. and then they perpetrated the fake reality. So at the same time, they had to give you the truth with the lie. And they even lie about what the symbol means. They tell you the symbol means all kinds of shit. But it is a diagram. It shows you that Polaris is the tip, right, of a reflective system where we have a black sun underneath the earth projecting through the flat disk of the earth realm, right, bouncing off the firmament. And then from that bounce, we have it then going through a bipolar system through the firmament glass.
With black body radiation, a black sun and a white sun is the same thing, though.
Well, actually, the white sun is a part of a bipolar system. So from the light going through the earth like an X-ray hitting the North Pole, right, causing the aurora borealis around the black rock in the center of the greater earth that we live on, right? Then it passes through its own beam, but through the firmament, causing it to create a negative and a positive, which is essentially ionized gas in the fucking firmament, like atmosphere, creating the sun and the moon at all times. Yo, you could look this shit up on YouTube. There's like a weird fucking video that put it out pretty recently.
Yeah, I'm just telling what the physicists say. They would say the black sun and white sun's the same thing because that's how the black body radiation.
It's hard for me to describe exactly how it works, right? But there's like a lot of fucking videos on the diagrams of how this shit works, and it makes way more sense than the heliocentric globe model. It's not like people figured it out. It's that they refigured it out. The ancients all knew this shit. All the ancient fucking cultures had a flat earth model, and they gave us the exact diagrams. It wasn't until the Jesuit sun worship cult, all right, Mithrites, decided to turn the whole shit into a globe so they could control us better, making a prison so now they could tell you we have limited resources, limited landmass, there's nowhere to go. Don't worry about what's past the ice wall. It's just a bunch of snow. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Well, if you say so, this discussion's been more productive than the last few, so I'm gonna take my leave. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Hank.
We need to kill the ego sometimes, bro. Sometimes you need to use the ego, and then sometimes you need to fucking kill it. It's like a weapon. You don't just walk around with a fucking machine gun all the time, but there's a chance one day you'll have to pull that bitch out the closet. You know what I'm saying? And let it off. Like Scarface.
Well, maybe you don't have to get that crazy. That might be.
There might be a day. Look, I'm just saying. Look, if they ever overrun you, bro, you know what I mean? What are you left to do but let off like Scarface? Say hello to my little friend. Okay, cockroaches.
I enjoyed listening to you. I felt like you said a lot of poignant things, so appreciate your
cockroaches. You got to tell them cockroaches. You got to be like, you cockroaches, I will send you to Jesus.
Cockroaches. Wait, isn't that the standing machine? Cucaracha, la cucaracha.
Yo, what do you think the last thing a Satanist would feel, right? If the last thing they heard was, I will send you to Jesus, and then they just got smoked. How do you think they would feel in the moments as their soul is leaving their body? Would they be tight? They'd be like, they just fucking sent me to Jesus. Yo, there's a Chinese guy that'll send you to Jesus with a chancla, bro. Fucking sandal your ass, bro.
Sky rockets in flight. Ooh.
So yeah, bro, it was mad relevant, right? Hello? What the fuck just happened, bro?
I have music for the show now, but I'm trying to test that shit out.
Yo, you should upload all the fucking Grim tracks and just use them joints too, bro. I won't copyright strike.
Let's hear that one, Stovetop Fire. Let's hear that one, huh?
Bro, I got all kinds of shit snaps, bro.
That's Stovetop Fire. That was a joint. And one time you played on your show.
You got
I like that one. That's such a like a.
Do you have the ability to play it, or you need me to load one up?
Well, I would have you. Well, like you would have to share it on here. You know.
I got you, bro. Hold on.
No, for sure.
Fuck.
Okay, that's way too loud. Let me try to turn that way more down. See how it goes on the lowest volume. I don't know. Other people have music playing during their show and you can talk over it. I don't know how they do that.
It's in your brands. Like you need to upload it into StreamYard and then you can turn down the volume.
Do you
have
got
to upload it
on the right side of StreamYard? It'll say background music. You can upload joints right there.
Yeah, that's how I have it playing, but it's too loud. Like
I know I don't like that volume color. That you have to put way down.
Yeah.
Crank the volume down. It's got a slider there, no? I linked the SoundCloud. I don't know how to share it though. Do I just like put it in a browser?
You would just share. You just put present and then just share the screen, right?
All right,
I don't know if it would play off of the SoundCloud. You know, it might not even play off of the SoundCloud. Because I've never attempted to play SoundCloud on here, but it is what it is.
Let me see. Hold on.
You just have to present it. Then you can, then you can manipulate the volume, so it's not going to be that much different, actually.
Okay, we're taking a musical intermission as long as this works.
I'm gonna have to reconnect from Chrome. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, then maybe not just yet. We'll wait for Rant to come back, and then we'll take a musical intermission with Rant. And yeah, he's got a song. I think he's gonna play the one I was talking about, but yeah, we'll see what it is. Got those memorable tracks.
Yo, Stovetop Fire is old as fuck at this point, I think. I can't remember. I wrote that during like the pandemic. The pandemic.
The God called Pan.
Sam Demi.
The ham Sammy, bro.
I was gonna say the pandemic Spammy.
That shit was a ham Sammy because that shit was haram, bro.
That green eggs and ham.
Ham's over my Mooney.
The ham Spammy.
I did it.
Okay, I don't know what this person, Idaho resident, I'm pretty sure that's Cecil. But the camera, yeah, it takes a minute for first camera to come on. But yeah, let's do this instead. Go.
Gravy train. Can you hear it?
Yeah. But
Thought that it would never stop screaming for equality while burning in the melt. You can hear the song? I can't hear it.
It's playing, yeah.
Gravy train, thought that it would never stop screaming for equality while burning in the melted pot. Those living in the cabinets still choke from the smoke of the stovetop fire. How come those who got nothing to lose speak the most truth, determine our reality by seeing what it isn't? We seek the words of the Almighty cause we know there's something missing. Wicked men will offer you a system of religion, but you can hear the words of the Creator if you just listen. Not to me, I'm just pissing into the wind. Drop many truth bombs that never land, like ancient secrets buried under the desert sand. So y'all can stay asleep, but I'm determined to win. Like a germ, I infect the system, worm in a fig. Babylon, demon spawn, nothing but vermin to me. You see your favorite MCs an NPC, a henchman, a NBC. The same goes for your Soros funded LGBTQP. And whatever the fuck acronym they added today, it's all the same to me. It's all just Satan's seed. Gravy train, thought that it would never stop screaming for equality while burning in the melted pot. Those living in the cabinets still choke from the smoke of the stovetop fire. Staged wars, false flags, fluoride in our water. Drug epidemic, mass shootings, open borders. Transhumanism, groomers looking at your daughter. 5G kill shots, lambs to the slaughter. Great reset, 2030 birth a new alert. A fertilizer crisis, incoming food shortage. Marburg zombies, the government's been training for it. Fake signs, fake news, made in China by a slave, fake shoes. How long will we stand by and let it continue? I spit into the ether, man, I don't need a venue. See, stacking lots of Benjamins and dead presidents will leave you in the presence of death and racking up debt that they can never collect. God, I'm worshiping the beast that they would never elect. Maybe I connect a couple of dots that you wouldn't, but the ship is starting to sink, I think they about to eject. Gravy train, thought that it would never stop screaming for equality while burning in the melted pot. Those living in the cabinets still choke from the smoke of the stovetop fire.
Hey, DQ fans, get ready for game day.
Yeah, it's a Ramadan song for real.
Bro,
But yeah, Joe Rogan's still in his feelers down there. It's gonna be okay. I mean, just because we came after him in the beginning of the show. But yeah, you know.
Yo, fuck Joe Rogan, all right?
But he's my best friend.
Don't fucking patronize me, Joe Rogan.
So, so I passed my driving test, and that is why I am now
an Idaho resident. Woo-hoo!
And that is why, indeed, I am now an Idaho resident officially as of today. That's correct.
Did you drive to your driving test?
No, because I already had a valid driver's license from another state. I just had to take the knowledge test. But I probably shouldn't say this, but you know, I was allowed to miss 6 and I missed 5. But whatever. I passed the test. That's what matters.
Yeah, the test is mad easy.
Woo! Cecil passed his test.
Fuck, dude. So, well, okay. So it used to be back in the day that if you had a California driver's license, because of the standards, that trumped any other driver. Like, you can go into other states and they're like, you have a California driver's license? Oh, excuse me. You know, I didn't know who I was talking to type of shit. You know, notoriously now, Idaho's driver's test, like a lot of places, if you go and you have a valid driver's license from another state, there's no test involved. You just pay a fee and they reissue you another driver's license. Idaho, on the other hand, is one of few states where they're like, no, we're going to need you to take our We don't care if you're valid to drive somewhere else. When you do go through that process, you're going to be taking our driver's test, and it's like 40 questions. You're allowed to miss 6.
That's
So,
how
yeah.
it is. That's how it is in Oregon. When I moved from Wisconsin, I had to take a test.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing about Oregon. So Oregon doesn't have any state sales tax at all, right? So
Yeah. But their
as
income tax is like stupid.
that is correct. Yes, and all of your state licensing fees, it's like so I skipped over Oregon. Like I went straight from Washington to Idaho. Because of that. Because it was like almost $400
I know, I get you.
for my vehicle and shit. Like
it's the
I'm
thing
good.
for me. It's all about it's Oregon is just so ridiculously beautiful. That's the only reason I just can't see myself moving right now. But I'm open. You know, it's just I know what you mean. It's stupid. It is very stupid.
Right. So Idaho sales tax and income tax is 6%. So that's a reasonable amount to where they're not super ridiculous when it comes to registering your car and all this other nonsense. And the cops are not like all on the take trying to get every little drop of freaking revenue in they can get, you know.
Yeah, well, Ben used to, you know, that before Ben blew up, that they wouldn't pull you over unless you were committing a felony.
Right.
It's sort of a known thing, yeah.
Dude, drunk driving didn't used to be like they would pull you over and ask if you were okay. All right.
You were allowed to have an open container at one point, and then that changed.
Right. And it used to be like, oh, you're too fucked up to drive. Okay, well, you better call somebody to come over here, and they need to get here so they can drive you home. That a lot of places would do that. Now it's like I don't know if you know this, but Oregon State got rid of their what do you call that? The legal amount that you're allowed to be under, like your breathalyzer. There is no legal limit now in state of Oregon.
A general DUI test now, right? Because of all the drugs that they allow.
Well, okay, so what Oregon has is the divergence program. So on your first DUI, they will dismiss it if you take a class, if you go through all the like drug testing and get an IID, get the blow and go on your vehicle. Pain in the ass process. Really lame, but at least you won't have a DUI on your criminal record.
Yeah.
For the first time. But I just read something the other day where they're going to recriminalize drugs in the state of Oregon.
I'm not that surprised.
The governor, it's been like 3 years. Yeah, the governor's going to sign something because too many people are dropping dead from.
People are moving up into Portland so they can sit on the streets and do drugs with everybody.
Right. Meanwhile, all the decent people who don't want to lead functional lives are leaving.
Yeah, which is I moved out of Portland in 2016, and I don't live like crazy far away from it now, but my friends actually live in the suburbs on the West Hills. And when I go to visit them, I literally do everything I can to not drive through Portland and drive as far around and away from it. So I take this whole because I fucking love road trips anyway, and back roads and forest roads. So I take these back roads all the way to get to their house. It's pretty funny.
What is that like? It's like the 215 or whatever that you can take to get around.
And I used to live like pretty close off of 217 for like 5 years. I lived in that area. I lived on the coast in Warrenton and Astoria. That's when I first started as a sleep tech. And then I lived in Central Oregon too. And now I live in I live kind of off the west slopes of the Cascades, sort of Central Oregon, tucked in there a little bit. That's the dog, sorry.
So is that Tillamook County? Well, that's
No,
probably
like
north.
I'm further towards the mountains. Like, do you know where like Highway 20 goes over the pass? Not
Okay.
Highway 20, actually, Highway 22. You know, Detroit Lake, that area. I'm like around that.
So like on this side of the Cascades, on this side of the Cascades, it would be like Sisters or whatever is right there.
No, and
right?
Sisters is East Slopes. So I'm on the other side. I'm in the valley more.
Okay, yeah.
Have you ever heard of Silver Falls State Park? And if you haven't, you should have gone there.
So you're like around what the hell is the name? You're like right next to the state capitol then, right?
Not right next to it. No, I'm like tucked further way back into the mountain, on the edge of the mountains. Some amazing back roads you can get onto. This whole like back Malala River Road, and then that connects actually because there's like a whole road that goes back past that Brighton Bush resort retreat, and that takes you on the backside of Detroit. And there's this amazing place called Opal Pool that got, unfortunately, in the 2020 fires just got like annihilated, but it literally turquoise. Like, I mean, you can't even, actually, let me see if I can find a picture of it. This would be a little bit of an old one though.
So you live on the side of Oregon where all the shrooms grow.
Yes. And if I can't find them there, I can go to the coastal area. And oh my God, have you had chicken of the woods? Oh,
talking about turkey?
Yes, it tastes like fucking chicken. It's so good.
So southwest Oregon is where all the big turkey hunters go, like down around Medford or whatever.
No, you know, she's talking about sulfur shelf, bro, not turkey.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
That shit's delicious if you fry it.
Cool. That's
Right.
I probably saturated this a little bit, but barely. That is the color. That is no joke. I'll show you another picture of the water further down. It's that turquoise.
Yeah, but mushrooms, yeah, you know, you could cook them, throw them in like tons of different types of food. They have tons of different types of nutrients in them, you know, that you don't really find in normal foods. You know, you could definitely use them as an alternative source of nutrients, you know what I mean? And if you buy shitloads of reishi mushrooms or chicken of the woods or some of these mushrooms, it's like you can buy like a pound of them for almost no money. And if you throw them in food, I mean, yeah, it does taste pretty good. You know,
you can grow mushrooms. Like, there's people in like third world countries growing mushrooms, bro, with like zero money. It'll grow on like wood and shit. Like, you can grind up like wood and grass, and like as long as you have the spores and some plastic bags, like they're using all kinds of silly shit, like fucking soda bottles.
Yeah,
and they're doing it somehow.
And hay,
I mean,
hay bales and logs. That's all you need. Yep, and you stuff the spores in there. It's super easy.
they're like boiling it on open fires in like 55-gallon drums, just grass and shit, and like wood bark, and making bags of it, hanging them up in a shed, and producing mad food. Fucking mushrooms is gonna be really dope. I want to make a wafati for growing mushrooms, like a root cellar, and just grow mushrooms all the time in there.
Well, the entire Northwest is pretty much like, I mean, other than the desert parts, there is a little bit of desert up here. But I can tell you from working in kitchens up in Seattle, we had Japanese coming over from Japan to buy shiitakes because apparently it's like the same biome or some same, perfect environment for shiitake. And there's shiitake farms up there in Washington State. But the Japs were just like, oh yeah, hell yeah. It's a little bit different.
I got big plans for this summer, bro. I'm going crazy with mushrooms. I'm going crazy with honeybees. I'm doing crazy with the garden. And I got a couple other plans. But yo, it's like I mean, I feel like everyone needs to like start working their way into food production.
Yeah.
Like the shit in the stores, it's beyond just like bad now. Like it's just poison, like all of it. Like it's not even a joke. Like it's not even a speculation conspiracy. It's like most of the shit in the store is just poison or coated in poison. That's not even in the label. Like they don't put what they spray on the shit in the label. The stuff that's not supposed to be in the food is not on the label. So even if it says organic and you read it and it's got good ingredients, you can't comprehend how much shit made its way in there in acceptable levels that if consumed in great quantity throughout your life are going to fuck you up. I'm telling you straight up, we got to just produce our own food. I'm about to get milk cows. I'm about to get chickens. I'm going crazy, bro. I've had it. Fuck it. I'm so sick of going to the damn store anyway, bro. Fuck this shit. I'm growing my own food.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Have you heard about the the McDonald's fries are a particular type of fry or a particular type of potato rather that's like long? Have you heard about what those farmers do in order to like grow their potatoes?
Well, it's only one specific potato that they even use.
Right, because of its length, right?
It's
because so they
McDonald's
cut
potato.
how those. So the farmers, there's this one particular type of parasite that attacks, or maybe it's like a mold or something. It has that particular potato has this one specific type of predator. Okay, and so they use this crazy freaking chemical to spray their fields to where after they spray, they can't go into their fields for like 5 days. Okay. And then after they harvest, they have to put the potatoes in these like steel like sheds or whatever to off gas all the pesticide or whatever that is in the potatoes to get
It sounds like A-Peel, the new shit that Bill Gates made, where it's like a gas. I don't know. They be locking like apples and all kinds of shit in this gas, right? In a chamber for 24 hours, and then they off gas it, and then like shit stays good for like months after they do this.
Okay.
But the gas they're using is like basically someone broke down the chemistry. They're like, yo, this is like basically like almost Zyklon B, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Why are they gassing food with this and claiming that it's organic?
Well, they used to it used to be freaking they would irradiate, like low level irradiate food.
And microwave.
It would stay good on the shelf, like not even mold for like months, because it was slightly irradiated and freaking molds and all this shit wouldn't grow on it.
Bro, McDonald's, there's a hall of fame for McDonald's where there's food from McDonald's from many years with zero refrigeration, and it looks the same almost as if you just bought it.
Oh, yeah.
McDonald's doesn't go bad.
Yeah. Well, partly why, they put formaldehyde in their fries.
Bro, it's got so much. They put ammonia in the meat. But like the ammonia is basically like out of the meat by the time that they cook it, but it's got like there's byproducts. All I'm saying is like we need to make our own food. Most people don't, and that's the biggest enslavement is when you rely on someone else to feed your family. Like if you're not producing the food that you and your family eat, who is? You know what I mean? Like people don't understand that food has to be produced somehow.
Yep.
And the reason why we have to be enslaved is because we don't want to produce our own food. So we're willing to do almost anything not to do that. The majority.
If we fully understood regenerative practices and companion planting and even no-till practices, like we were kind of talking about that earlier, and using like things as simple as biochar for fertilizer, we'd actually find out that it's not as much grueling hard work as we've been told. And keep in mind, my mother has used that in my head for many years. She did grow up on a farm, but it wasn't like a full functioning farm. But these
I'm
are
just
things
saying,
like they're part of the indoctrination of getting us out of that farm, like out of taking care of ourselves and growing our own thing. So yeah.
Yo, at the end of the day, they're trying to force people to stop farming right now. There's farmer rebellions going on everywhere. And so the reality is this is the most opportune time to start farming for yourself. You got to realize that like whatever society is doing, you got to do the opposite. You know what I mean? Just basically do the opposite of what the average person is doing, and you'll be in a good standing. You know, everyone sells their stocks, buy them. Everyone buys stocks, sell them.
So I do have the advantage of having a ton of organic farms around, so I can go straight to the farm and just get what I want. But then from that, we also don't realize actually how easy it is to germinate.
Well, how are you going to get it? Like, what do you?
On the fruit, right?
My thing is, you're going to have to pay them for the food, right? Which means you have to work for the money. You know what I mean? Are these motherfuckers smoking McDonald's fries, bro?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, is that really what's happening right now? He's straight chiefing on this McDonald's right here, bro.
That can't be healthy
No
at
fucking way.
all.
No fucking way. That looks like a joint stuffed into a McDonald's fry.
You know what that reminds me of? So normal rolled tacos have got like chicken or beef or whatever. But a few years back, actually quite a few years back, there started this trend of potato rolled tacos, right? And most people were good enough to like, you know, mash some potatoes up, put them inside of a rolled tortilla, and cook that shit, right? I went to this one taco shop where these lazy motherfuckers literally rolled a freaking French fry up into a tortilla and deep fried it. Like, you gotta be kidding me, right? Okay, so we're gonna check out some farmland. We're gonna check out some ancient buildings, and some very scenic mountains here in just a second.
Boots on the ground,
Yeah.
son.
Where are you in Idaho right now?
Excuse me?
Are you in the southern part of Idaho?
I'm in northeast Boise.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait, you're not far from the crater fields then, the crater of the moon?
No, I'm nowhere near the potato fields.
That way further east? Oh yeah, that's cool. I want to photograph that.
Can you guys see those mountains out there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snow covered. Beautiful.
All right, I don't know what type of field this is right here, but it was a trip because when I was driving here through the Oregon desert, you know, if you go down by the 20, it's basically desert, but it was all snow covered. So
yeah,
so
it's at 3,000 feet in Bend. Did you know that?
no. But
yeah, it's why they call it high desert.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Central Oregon high desert. So basically, you've got a situation where you've got a snow-covered desert, and then the mountains are snow-covered, and then the clouds are white, right?
Oh,
So
I
the
know what
clouds
you
are
mean.
white.
Yes.
So it's this weird visual, and then on top of that, the snow or the little bit of moisture that's on the roads is like evaporating, and it's like steam, or So I'm like driving through this pseudo fog on the road. Everywhere I look is white. The mountains are white, and the sky is mostly white because of the clouds. Like as close as you can get to complete and total whitewash.
I didn't drive that. Because what he's talking about, it's like there's this stretch from Bend to Boise when you're driving Highway 20. Well, actually, pretty much the whole route is this way. If you take 26, by the way, it's kind of interesting how different it is because it starts off that way and then it gets pretty mountainous. But anyway, 20 is like, it's very flat, but as you go along, there's these rolling hills everywhere and mountains in the distance. It's even without the snow. Do you know what I mean? It's there's like a whole other feel to it, especially because of the sunlight factor. And then sometimes you get these big, cloud systems in. So the way the sun actually like reflects, it's like you're in another world. I've actually taken multiple people in that route, and like you're not, they've said the same thing. It's like they feel like they're somewhere in another planet.
Right. Yeah.
I'll pull up a high desert photo here.
Okay, so I got to go back to Oregon and get my mail. Apparently, my mom's birthday is in a few days. I got to figure some shit
drive,
out.
man. Because right now, if I had money, I'd be fucking road tripping it. I'd probably be in Utah right now.
Well, that's the thing is I've got a nice little nest egg saved up, but it's like I've got some savings I'm living off of right now, but nothing's forever, you know what I mean? Oh, which reminds me, I actually changed the name of my channel and my Cash App. I'm now calling myself Apocalypse Theory. On both platforms for a couple of different reasons, but I'll just say that my recent YouTube experience has been kind of a experiment on my part, and I've found out all of the necessary information that I need to find out. So moving forward, it's not Apocalypse Fetish, it's Apocalypse Theory on both Cash App and YouTube. Yeah.
It's phase 2 of Cecil at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's already seen the first shit. Now he's moving on to the evolutionary stage of Apocalypse Theory.
Apocalypse Theory, correct.
That's what it is.
Cecil 2.0.
Well, it's like. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no. I was just gonna say thank you to Rant for joining, as always. But yeah, go ahead.
So, if anybody would like to donate some money to our operation here, as always, Machine Lies is mostly a nonprofit or a this is, you know, just what he does for a living. So if you would like to donate to the you know, the Church of the Machine Lies, you can find his collection box scrolling past you right there at the bottom of the screen. His Cash App link can be found there. And then also my gas money fund can be seen directly right here underneath my screen name. But we should definitely, you know, give money to the Machine Lies because he is our sponsor.
Are you on the side of the road right now?
I am indeed.
Okay. Because there's a lot of cars going past. I was wondering if you were just on the side of the road.
I'm actually, well, this is a road over here to my left, but this is a huge farm field to my right. I just wanted to stop because I noticed that there's like
because there's a billboard there, and then there's that little house thing. That should look crazy. That old house. Yeah. Honestly.
Right. Yeah, there's all kinds of like farm ruins all over this region. But yeah. So I guess I will proceed to the homeless shelter to get lunch, and then I gotta decide whether or not I want to hang out here or when I would like to return. And
I'm gonna actually say my piece. The sun's popped out. I'm gonna head to the park, take the dogs, go be in the woods for a while this afternoon. I wish you all
great idea.
Many blessings and much grounding.
Yeah, I'm fasting today, so it's been pretty critical. It's been, I guess it's day 3 now of fasting. So yeah, I mean it's been pretty rough at this point. But yeah,
really, because at day 3 for me, I would always reach elation. So then at that point, when I actually had to come to eat about day 3, I would find I didn't want to.
Yeah.
Try some.
You get to that weird stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes like 3 or 4 days, right, to even out.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna hit Sarah up for some tips on sleep and health, and I might be doing a health special soon. So we'd love to have you for that. But yeah, thank you so much.
I'm going to get pretty serious too. Yeah, about documenting my own process as well, like showing what because I just need to do a reset. You know, I kind of let things slack during the pandemic a little bit, but I mean, also I can talk about, I've gotten to that detail, some of the things I had to do. So, but I'm going to be fasting, doing a 3-day here pretty soon. And then I actually want to ramp up to do a longer one. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I'm gonna be doing maybe a food health special or something like that. So we would definitely have you on for that. And I'll send you, some details for that. If I could have you for maybe an hour or something like that for that, that would be perfect.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'll make sure I bring good content, to share.
Oh no, you could just riff if you want to. We're mainly just gonna riff or something like that. But yeah, bless your heart,
okay,
as always, and thank you for being a friend. And
yeah, definitely, man. Seriously,
yeah, enjoy your walk.
And I'm moving on to bigger and better things with all we kind of are getting at, if you know what I mean. Which is maybe why people aren't going to see me in those areas anymore, but. It's with no disrespect, really. At the end of the day, I'm just here to do other things. I know I've always been, and I'm fucking excited about it. So I'll see you guys on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah,
for sure.
She got pretty mysterious at the end there, but it's all good, But yeah, that's how smart people are, Real gangsters move in silence. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Browns boy, thank you for being here, brother. I forgot to shout out Browns boy. He's always out here for the show. Yeah, we're not ending the show at all. I'm just kind of just shouting out the people here that were involved in the show so far, but all are welcome. I'm pretty sure I have the link pinned. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I'm pretty sure the link is pinned. If anybody wants to come up and have a conversation, look at some things. And
It's pinned.
Okay, nice. Okay, so we got the link pinned out here. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the discussion on Joe Rogan again, see what the fuck is going on here. And then I'm gonna read Promise and Peril by Ray Kurzweil. So we got a lot of interesting material for you. At the beginning of the show, we looked at some of this interview with Joe Rogan, so much that Joe Rogan actually joined the chat and started spurging, for almost 2 to 3 hours. This guy's lost his fucking mind. I don't know what kind of
I
games
missed
he's
that
trying
one.
to play with. Yeah. And this is just a total, people are, they're weird, man. People try to, it's all a power play. You know what I mean? It's like with these guys, right? Techno elites. What are you gonna do? Right? But yeah, let's see what the game is with this guy. Look at his head. I mean, look at the shape of his head. I mean, that's unnatural right there. I mean, talk about artificial intelligence. I mean, how did you fit a brain into that size of a skull? You know what I mean, that's artificial right there. Right? So that's stage one. It's this protoplasm right here.
Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray is talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence and being able to multiply. Donald Trump, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from?
Right. See, like I don't understand how externalizing our intelligence into a median is really gaining at 1 iota or increment of fucking actual intelligence of the world. How is actual intelligence gained by creating another version of yourself? Wouldn't that separate entity have to gain its own measure of intelligence? And I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Sounds kind of like that K Reno song.
Right, the Maven, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like which is based on Sorcerer's Apprentice. Where the sorcerer teaches his apprentice gains the source of the sorcerer's power and uses it to usurp him. And the thing is a whole classic story of monster versus maker. Can you usurp what you've created, to in a way benefit you, but in another sense become more powerful than you. So I mean, it's actually interesting. Obviously Frankenstein and those types of tales, come to mind. But yeah, Sorcerer's Apprentice is the original tale. But yeah, this idea of the successor intelligence, in a one sense, you have to create a new identity of yourself. Is that you? And then if you externalize your intelligence, that means if you get a chip put in your brain and it already has information in it, is that you? Is that you figuring things out? Obviously a machine doesn't have to learn. You know what I mean? That's why it's a language model. The capacity to learn would give it intelligence. But so far they only know that whatever information you put into the machine is what you're going to get out of it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's just interesting. Shit. 47 minutes into this. Yeah, let's see what happens. This is I mean this just I woke up, I was surprised by this. It's like somebody left a fucking aborted baby on my porch. Like, oh man, what am I supposed to do with this? And this is what happens.
From making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just like create a medication and sell it to people that it cures this disease.
Right.
We have tremendous amount of regulation.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you had the money, you could make as many copies of that as you wanted.
Yeah, there are some regulations. We regulate everything, but
yeah,
but you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation as
right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronics.
Looks like you won something there.
I ditched my test guy and switched to H&R Block.
Oh shit, it's that Jewish puppet again. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Yo, man. This is fucking and this Gasian.
Experts can do your taxes online.
I've never won anything in my whole.
All right, enough.
Yes.
Enough.
Yes, I mean, certainly, if we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, everything of that additional millionfold of yours is.
Yeah, but how is duplication multiplication? You know what I mean? It's just you have more intelligences functioning at the same level as your own intelligence. That doesn't make you more intelligent. You know, you're not multiplying your own intelligence. You know, we're talking about increase of intelligence per unit. You know, is it going to give that? You know,
Yeah, doubtful.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's going to have to produce the chips, are they not? You know, I mean, aren't those people going to? I mean, what type of? You know, I mean, they're going to have a cutting edge on, you know, on human intelligence. I mean, who would want to give somebody that amount of power over intelligence, right? You go to the library, right? It's just a bunch of shit that people have already figured out. You know, nobody puts anything that is going to be known in a library. You know, like nobody is going to like put like shit that's gonna predict shit in a fucking library. It's all shit that's already been done. It's all methods to shit. You know, techniques, right? Is a how-to guide, right? You're not going to find that you know, in a library the way the inventors invent shit, right? Otherwise, they'd shut down the schools, right? If they knew ways to figure shit out, if they just taught you the way how to figure shit out, you know what I mean? They shut the school down because they'd know the method of learning. The schools would just have to teach the methods of learning, then everybody would learn and invent things on their own. Right? But of course, they don't know the method of invention or learning. Right? That's unknown to human beings. Right? So genius, the path of genius, the path of how things are invented, right? How things come to be, right? Out of the ethereal realm of the fucking imagination, nobody's actually documented that process, right? As I was saying at the beginning of the show, I was explaining that in more or less, you know, philosophical and practical insights, right? But anyways, I mean, it's just fascinating. I mean, what type of I mean, it's just what is he defining as intelligence, right? You know, and I hate to be overcritical at this. I do understand that this is just a casual conversation and not a presentation of the definition of intelligence, as Kanako was pointing out earlier. You know, but we're free to comment on this. You know, we're laymen, and he's an expert. You know, so I mean, it's just I mean, the level of, you know, complexity that he's bringing to the conversation does not seem very, you know, I mean, commanding of the subject matter. You know?
It's not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what will be the first versions, and what would they provide?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. I mean, if you look at what they
Right,
can
but
do,
I'm talking about physical integration with the human body, like a Neuralink type thing.
right? Some people feel that we could actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain with something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head.
Yeah, it's not clear to me that if that's feasible or not. I've been assuming that
It's possible though.
Now, Neuralink isn't exactly where we want because it's too slow.
Yeah, look at what the people said. The consensus on the panel earlier. When we had a pretty complex set of personalities on the panel, and pretty much everyone, said even wearables. Damn the wearables. I mean, nobody's even willing. Even with some of this wearable technology is too invasive. So to think that it won't be rejected just because it's a wearable instead of something that's implanted inside of you. I mean, you better think again. Most of this wearable stuff is falling flat on its face. Nobody wants to go lugging around a big ass fucking machine, on their fucking head or any of their other fucking regions there.
They could manipulate energy with electricity and frequencies to fuck with your head, though.
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, they're probably
No,
already doing
no.
that.
Yeah, well, to some degree, probably.
Yeah, we've seen countless abilities and examples of them doing that. From Lilywave to Delgado to like all these different things. I mean, you had Warren McCullough. He was talking about cybernetic implants. Way back then. I'm talking about like 30 years ago. These guys were talking about it.
Yeah.
To now. I mean, they've been working on that. For so for so many years, so much so that the computer was actually formulated through an externalized way that they understood neural networks, in terms of the how the human brain works, how neural networks work in the brain. That's what they write in cybernetics, that they're trying to figure out, how the components of the genes of the components that reproduce genes in our body, and also formulate the components that drive the mechanisms that drive human thought and emotion, and they stimulate consciousness and all these types of things, which they think come from the brain. So they created an externalized version of the human brain, which is the computer. They wanted to think, the processes of how they use the computer, were how they were trying to encode information in terms of language, and how human knowledge and the process of learning actually works. So they're talking about language and learning, two components of, what they believe drive human society, right? So you could look at these two things as switches for how human societies are built, and they often do look at it in that way. They look at society as a cybernetic mind, as nature as a cybernetic mind. We were talking about this with Bateson on Friday. That this is exactly how they view nature and society, and also the human mind, as a cybernetic machine, which is input and output. In terms of behaviorism, that is how they view the human being. As an intelligent machine. And the only thing that we're missing is the definition of what intelligence is. Which it's not having information. It's the ability to organize the information, right? So it's not actual knowledge, but it's organization. It's more organization of facts than the actual facts themselves, right? So that is part of the picture that they've understood, right? That's why they use language and symbols. Anyways,
and it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like if I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They could think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, and they're doing that, right? They had the first patient that was yeah, and apparently that person can move a cursor around on a screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything. It's fairly slow though, and Neuralink is slow. And if you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it at a much faster pace.
But isn't that going to increase exponentially as well?
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it'll be before it's implemented? Where
Well, it's got to be by 2045.
Oh shit!
Because that's when the singularity exists, and we can actually multiply our intelligence on the order of a millionfold.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend for free and more. $1 down, $24.99 a month.
Yeah, you really think these wimps that they just showed are going to be working out anytime soon? But yeah, anyways, this 2045, I mean, this acceleration towards the singularity, this is a pseudo eschatology. It's quite obvious that this is some sort of a religious concept. There's no way possible that he could have derived this from any sort of metric, for how human societies evolve or develop. I mean, I'm just gonna have to put that out there yeah, I mean, we're gonna get to now his explanation of how he derived this metric, but already, I mean, he's brought up all these facts and statistics, and I mean, obviously these statistics are derived from a very narrow, data pool, I mean, where they extract this information from, mainly their own colleagues, so I mean, it's extremely biased, skewed data, so I don't know how he's deriving these metrics, and he must be a statistician being able to measure increase or the equilibrium of civilizations. He must think that science and technology has brought us to an equilibrium. Yet the other great notion that these scientific experts seem to be espousing is that we're an existential risk posed to us by our own technology, right? So the same scientists are talking about global warming. So I wonder what any of I guess he might he might bring the opinion that that technology is going to save us from global warming. See, this is the great transhumanist ethos. You got to have technology save us from our own humanity, right? So technology represents our own inner spiritual nature, right? And this is where their pseudo eschatology derives from, of this singularity concept, which, as we discussed earlier on here, it does have some religious origins. We've traced the origins back. Okay. Obviously, Anaximander, was the first, pre-Socratic philosopher, to talk about the indefinite, in terms of just evolution, and he said that all beings and life forms come from each other. So Anaximander, here, let me go see and look this up for you guys. But yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Like basically saying life begets life or something.
Yeah, life begets life, something like that. But yeah, he said he declared that human beings. He also declared that human beings, that in the beginning humans were born from other kinds of animals. Since other animals quickly manage on their own, humans alone require lengthy nursing. For this reason, in the beginning, they would not have been preserved if they had been like this. That's from a writing called the Pseudo Plutarch. The Pseudo Plutarch, called the Miscellanies. So yeah, I mean it talks about the view of Anaximander, and yeah, he had a view that influenced other Greek philosophers. But yeah, they felt that the indefinite, atoms and convention and just the laws of nature composed things, ordered things, from simple to complex. All right. And that's kind of the view of the naturalist and the materialist today. If you had to summarize it, on the basis of brute materialism, right? And with the concept that, evolution and life and mind and all these things came out of brute emergence from processes that went from simple to complex. So that's, I mean, if that doesn't sound magical to you, honestly, nothing will. I mean, what the fuck? Okay, I guess I have it muted.
Yeah.
What is the source of that estimation?
Because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in the ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence 1,000,000-fold, and we'll be able to put that inside of our brain. It would be just like it's part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable.
Right.
Does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? Do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human?
Right.
It's hard to know what people would say, but generally that's a positive thing.
Generally, yeah.
And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to be that much smarter.
And what do you anticipate?
And once we're there, is someone going to say, "No, I don't really like this. I want to be stupid like human beings used to be"? Nobody's really going to say that. Do human beings now say, "Gee, I'm really too smart. I'd really like to be like a mouse"?
Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive and that it's too much a part of my life, and I'd like to sort of have a bit of an electronic vacation and separate from it. And there's a lot of people that I know.
I mean, these are, he's comparing two totally different processes. He's comparing a process of evolution from a mouse to a human that took billions of years, to implanting a chip in your brain that increases your intelligence, as he said, 1,000,000-fold instantaneously. So I mean, these are two radically different processes. Would you accept such a change? I mean, would you accept a instantaneous devolution into a mouse? I mean, those are two radically different propositions. One is basically impossible. And given the time frame, I mean, it took for a mouse to evolve into a human, which they propose is billions of years. And then he's comparing that to, would you just put a chip, okay, that they could turn on and off your intelligence with this chip Okay, well, first of all, why would you allow somebody to have that type of control over you? Right, that would be the primary issue. And he's saying that nobody would even question such a thing, such an invasive technology. He's saying that questioning such a thing would be like wanting to devolve into a fucking mouse. I mean, can you believe that? And first of all, the ethical and moral ramifications of proposing that people implant technology inside of themselves, okay, is going to cause an uproar. Okay, for starters, Mr. Scientist, you know, Mr. Humanist, you mean, let's be real.
Yeah, he's straw manning it, so basically poisoning the well before we can even decide what exactly is the ethical procedure for dealing with this kind of thing, since it's all projection at the moment. Other than like the first few instances of Neuralink or whatever, but we still don't know how exactly it will go.
And then he's also like just gaslighting all of the detractors, just saying that, oh, what are you, a monkey? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, oh shit, it's like, dude, like, we just have questions about who made this thing, what its purpose is, how does it work, which no average person is going to be able to determine, how something like that is made. Only the experts are going to be able to create such a chip, and then you're going to put it in your brain, you know, to increase your intelligence. I mean, that's highly invasive. Then they could turn that on and off. Whoever these people are that hacked your fucking brain in the first place. I mean, or maybe they might give you selective intelligence depending on your social credit score. That's really what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of pointing at is the ethics of it. I mean, obviously, it's almost like making a deal with the devil. You don't know what exactly you're getting into.
Yeah, and if you question it according to him, you might as well you might as well accept devolution of the human race. I mean, these are
Very, very materialist.
false dilemmas. I mean, at the very extreme, edge of reason.
That have gone to.
But nobody does that. I mean, nobody becomes stupid like we used to be when we were mice.
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people just like being a human the way humans are now. Because one of the complications that comes with the integration of technology is what we're seeing now with people. Massive increases in anxiety from social media use, being manipulated by algorithms, the effect that it has on culture, misinformation and disinformation and propaganda. There's so many different factors that are at play now that make people more anxious and more depressed statistically than ever.
Oof. He hit him with the natural human fears. What are you gonna do about it? I mean, come on, dude. Like, this is, I mean, your grandiloquent dreams of the future. And everybody's, people are concerned with their day to day, world. And you're gonna intrude into the, tell them they're gonna offer them paradise with a fucking chip in their brain. How do you think they're gonna react to that? I mean, it's just, I mean, it's completely, I mean, this guy's completely detached from,
Right, and if Hollywood has ever taught us is that every utopia turns into a dystopia. So
right. Like, have you ever like thought of like why like every single movie is about this dystopia? People love the idea of dystopia. People buy the hell out of that. There's not even one successful movie about a utopian society out there. You know, it's never even once been produced. You know.
So that's why it's a dream. It's a myth.
Right, right. Like tell me if like fucking, you know, Scorsese and Kubrick and all the greatest world's directors fucking came together and made a movie called fucking Jesus's fucking version of heaven. You know, part 1. You know what I mean? Right. I
That's the
mean,
exact title. Let's go with that.
yeah, you know, like I mean, you know, I mean, would it even do anything? You know what I mean? I mean, they'd spend billions of dollars on a waste, on a fucking waste. Nobody would watch that piece of shit movie, you know, except to make fun of it. I mean, you know, I mean, this is the truth about it. Right? Yeah, everybody's got their own version of utopia. Right?
I mean, it's because we're so programmed and what's the word? Conditioned to by the suffering that utopia seems very mythical, fictional. I mean, even in the scripture, the revelation, it doesn't really spend much time on the utopia part. It's like only like maybe a chapter long, whereas the rest of the Bible is mostly focused on the suffering and supposedly the narrative of the ends justifying the means and bringing the supposed solution to us through the suffering.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, you know, every real process. I mean, it's like what Rant was saying earlier. You know, it's about, you know, sacrificing for the good, not trying to squeeze everything out of what you have. And that process, instead of, you know, a utilitarian goal oriented process, you know, it's a process that focuses on inherent good, you know, focusing on the task instead of the goal, you know, what the process is instead of what it leads to, you know, essentially. And that is the ethical end of the thing is that, you know, if we're gonna just focus on how to get what we need to, you know, and focusing on improving the technique, you know, we're going to leave out the human element of it, the natural element of it, you know, which is really, you know, this process of you know, figuring out, you know, what we can do for ourselves and for other people based off of the type of information we have. So I mean, yeah, I mean, it all goes back to, you know, why we've engaged in the process of learning in the first place, not just, you know, futurism, seeing that, you know, things will improve as long as we keep learning. You know, this is knowledge for the sake of knowledge, you know, thinking for the sake of thinking, art for the sake of art. You know, that's what leads to human destruction. You know, it's just, you know, trash, or, you know, it's just producing trash, reproducing trash, you know, and everybody has to have their own aesthetic, their own philosophy, you know, because we allow them to produce it. You know, that's what the machine does. It allows everybody to produce their own aesthetic and their own philosophy, but there's no exaltation to greater virtues, to greater aesthetic, to greater beauty, you know, that, you know, we once had. Everybody's seen how it's robbed us, you know. So I mean, this is part of the great swindle, you know, of what we're all experiencing, is that monoculture, you know, and also the repetition of old cultures, you know, that are coming back into the fold. You know, that it's just kind of a process of reiteration of everything that was, you know, regurgitation, you know, giant copy machine, you know, that's just spitting back information that you put into it. And you know, you know, what we're doing is, you know, we're becoming more confused. You know, we're taking a good look at our own confusion, you know, but we're not really growing. You know, the growing seems to stop, you know, because where is there growth in the machine? You know, the machine already has all the information put into it from the outside. You know, it already begins, you know, knowing what it needs to. You know, so you know, it just has to organize the existing information. You know, And that's why they call it intelligence, because they know intelligence deals in organization. It doesn't deal in information. You know, it's a mistake to look at it on that level. But yeah, anyways.
I'm not sure we had more anxiety.
You're not sure?
Today than we used to have.
Well, we certainly had more when the Mongols were invading. We certainly had more anxiety when we were worried constantly about war. But I think people have a pretty heightened level
Like take
of social
war. I mean,
anxiety.
80 years ago, we had 100 million people die in Europe and Asia from World War II. We're very concerned about wars today, and they're terrible, but we're not losing millions of people.
Right, but we could. We most certainly could. With what's going on with Israel and Gaza, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, it could easily escalate.
But it's thousands of people. It's not millions of people.
For now. Yeah, but if it escalates into a hot war where it's involving the entire world.
What would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not really artificial intelligence. It was invented when I was a child, which is atomic weapons.
Right.
I remember when I was like 5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war.
Yeah, drills.
And actually, it seemed to work. We're still here. So,
do you remember those things where they tell kids to get under the desk?
Yes, that's right. We went under the desk and put our,
which is hilarious, as if a desk is going to protect you from a nuclear bomb.
Right, but that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem. Say if you have AI running your military and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And it just implements it with no morals, no thought of any sort of diplomacy or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet. Because we do have people in charge, and the people are enhanced with AI, and AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, if it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, and the other one doesn't, how much of a significant advantage would that be?
Hi, everyone. Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012.
This guy's an actor.
My 7-year-old son, Daniel, was shot to death in his first grade.
I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but,
Yeah, let's not go on that topic.
Oh, yeah, we get struck for that, huh? Yeah. I mean, I guess most people in commercials are actors, but yeah, he may not have been an actor. Who knows? But yeah, let's look at this. I mean, what he's saying here is just shocking. He's talking about AI being used for warfare. They're going right to that topic, and let's see if this has any ethical barriers for these guys. I mean, we're talking about drones that are going off based off of metadata and causing flash wars. One set of drones set off, and then it automatically sets off another set of drones. These flash wars that go on, and they're going to cause tons of damage, by these, AI organizing wars, which they're going to say that it's a weapon powerful enough that you'd be dumb not to use it. Why? Because your opponents are already probably using it.
Right,
So
and that's the whole argument that the military puts forth.
Right. So, I mean, it's a good question. I mean, he's asking, is it not going to give you a significant advantage? In terms of warfare. Let's see what he says.
I mean, I do think there are problems, basically there's problems with intelligence, and we'd like to say stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to have greater
Overall,
intelligence.
sure, right. But my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Is it? I mean, who's at the lead, and how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead, and whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of a government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and ethics of that government. What's the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on a way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model, or how to create the type of chips that would enable you to create this is actually pretty widespread.
So do you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently?
Yeah.
And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where they're stealing information and sharing information and selling information.
And in terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places.
Well, that's good for us.
I mean, we're actually way ahead of China, I would say.
Right, but China has a way of figuring out what we're doing and copying it. They're pretty good at that.
They have been, yeah.
Yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem, is before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does, and who has it? And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people from getting it? Can you program it to make sure? Can you sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet?
So it's 1 hour into the discussion of a 2-hour discussion, and they're finally addressing the potential risks of such a invention, which they already said is probably going to be used to conduct a warfare. Okay, which is quite alarming. All right, on the one side, and then they've also alleged that it can fall into the wrong hands, which is a problem that they've noted that it's going to be governments that are in charge of controlling the ethical restraints or the ethical laws put on the development of such things. For example, using genetics for using AI to do pharmacogenomics. I'm sure that only a select few will have ability to perform that type of research, because it will be leading to the ability to create viruses or any other type of deadly threat, or the ability to manufacture materials, right, that could have a potential harm for people, right? So I mean, how far are we gonna be letting people get with this type of knowledge? Obviously, it's not gonna be open to the public. It's the same as nuclear weapons, right? Or nuclear power, right? You have to develop a government agency. A government agency has to regulate the changes. There's no way for the people to decide. Right? There's no way a private firm could create nuclear power. Right? It'll have to be a regulatory agency that can manage and control, these extremely dangerous materials. Right? So something that's going to be used to conduct warfare, yeah, you could bet it's going to be under the control of a government regulatory agency. right? And such powers that when given to the normal population, is going to be, totally, seen as criminal. Right?
Right. Nothing could go wrong with the government controlling it.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking an interesting turn. I mean, I'm sure he's looking at a chat somewhere, and people are saying, "Look, this is a fucking, look at this shit." What is this shit, right? And
these opposing places? Could you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First,
if that's what your goal is, then yes,
Yeah.
you could do that.
Are you worried about that at all? Do you,
Yes, I worry about it.
What is your main worry when you
mean-
worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence? What's your main worry?
With iBuyDirect's virtual try-on, you can try over 3,000 styles with your mobile device.
yeah, you could tell that that his chat was pressuring him into like saying like what's the deal? You know what I mean? Like what's the fucking deal? And all right.
Man, it's like commercials after every time you ask a question.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it's getting I feel like there's more commercials towards the end of this video than there were towards the beginning. So hopefully they're not going to be increasing the amount of commercials, but those last two commercials, it's even becoming more irrelevant the type of commercials they're showing. Eyeglasses and video games now. At least H&R Block. I don't know. You know what I mean? This is interesting type of commercials that they're showing. I don't know what type of algorithm I've hit on to get that combination of, commercials. But yeah. Whoa, silence.
I'm worried if.
Whoa, what the fuck? I gotta go back. It's like crickets in that room after he asked that question. Let's go.
I'm worried if.
Whoa, that was like 10 seconds of silence.
Could you inject their computations with
Oh shit. They went back too far. Here, let's go.
All right.
And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that we're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say 0.
In these opposing places, could you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First,
if that's what your goal is, then yes,
Yeah.
you could do that.
Are you worried about that at all? Do you,
Yes, I worry about it.
What is your main worry when you worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence? What's your main worry?
This AI tool will.
Oh, it did it again. God damn. I can't
Wow.
believe this thing. Wow. All right, okay, I'm going to actually go back because this is a significant pause. This is a significant pause. He asked, "What's your worries?" Look at this. First he asked, "Do you worry could it fall into the wrong hands?" And he says, "Yeah, I worry about that." And then he asked, "Do you have any other worries?" And then he pauses for like 10 seconds.
Then yes,
Yeah.
you could do that.
Are you worried about that at all? Do you,
Yes, I worry about it.
What is your main worry when you worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence? What's your main worry?
Ooh.
I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities get into control.
Right.
And that could happen. And I've got a chapter in the book about perils that are like what we're talking about.
So his worry is to reiterate the worries that were already just previously discussed. I mean, I don't understand. Like, and promise and peril, yes, of course, which we're going to read an excerpt from. But yeah.
And what do you think that could look like if the wrong people got a hold of this technology?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, it's some of the worst people in the world.
Right.
And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that we're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say 0.
Right.
But it actually has happened.
Shockingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually some message there.
Mutual assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence...
But that has not happened.
Right. It has not happened yet. But would artificial general intelligence in the control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing things? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with those weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it because no one else had it, if artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. And you possibly, my concern is that whoever gets it could possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world.
Right. So that's, if you ask me what I'm concerned about, it's along those lines.
Along those lines. Yeah, that's what I always want to get out of you guys, because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost? And
I'm so confused. Did he just openly admit that mutually assured destruction is one of the possible variables, and he's also worried about that in the very side effect of what he's also promoting to be a next stage in human development? I mean, see, it gets pretty dicey here, folks. I mean, it's kind of like, you're dancing on a razor's edge,
What are we signing up for?
Right. But I mean, if we want to, for example, live indefinitely, this is what we need to do. We can't do.
What if you're denying yourself heaven? You ever thought of that possibility? I know that's a ridiculous abstract concept, but if heaven is real, if the idea of the afterlife is real, and it's the next level of existence, and you're constantly going through these cycles of life, what if you're stepping in and artificially denying that?
I saw war. I saw bombing. I saw
I mean, can anybody understand what he's saying? I mean,
shooting.
I don't really think that's what these kids are saying. I think they have a false thing underneath that says it's making up what they're saying. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, like I don't know if that kid's actually saying that. Saw my brother, an old man. He's probably being like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways.
It's hard to imagine.
What is the AI going to do to save the children? You know what I mean? Maybe they should ask Ray Kurzweil that. I haven't actually heard one qualitative human condition that he said it's going to improve. He said people are going to be smarter. Yeah, smarter to do what? Rob and kill each other. You know what I mean, right?
It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is black holes.
My father died when I was 22. So it's more than 50, 60 years ago. And it's hard. And he was actually a great musician, and he created fantastic music. But he hasn't done that since he died. And there's nothing that exists that is at all creative based on him. We have his memories. Actually created a large language model that represented him. I can actually talk to him.
You do that now?
Yeah, it's in the book.
When you do that, have you thought about implementing some sort of a Sora type deal where you're talking to him?
Well, you can do that now with language.
Right, but I mean
But
physically, like looking at him like you're on a Zoom call with him.
That's a little bit in the future to be able to actually capture the way he looks. But that's also feasible.
It seems pretty feasible.
Yeah.
It's certainly, it could be something representative of what he looks based on photographs that you have, right?
So he's created a program, right? And he's fed into it memories of his dad. And he talks to it. And for all intents and purposes to him, this is talking to his dad. So he's talking to his dad. Notice that he said he's talking to his dad. But yeah.
He said some kind of weird statement a moment ago where his dad played music, right? And then he said that he hasn't done that since his death. I'm like, huh? Well, he
Right.
died. That's
Yeah, I know,
why.
right?
It's very strange.
Right.
Unless he's like saying the language model is gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's saying that like the creative output of the human being, having their creative, expression. Even though it's part of a language model in a computer, that this is actually duplicating them in some instance. That this is actually the one nug of them that needs to survive. That's actually truly them, or that he's configuring to be, truly them. So just by it surviving, he feels that his dad is carrying on in some sense. So he's actually equating creativity with life, I guess. I don't know.
It's kind of I wouldn't want to say delusional because strange, I guess, to say that that could be his dad when it's all just a programmed finite set of code basically so that he can interact with it. There's no creativity. There's no possibility of it's not his dad's soul. In other words, or spirit. It's a golem. It's a monolith.
So things like that is a reason to continue so that we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. Now, you talk to people and they say, well, I don't really want to live past 90 or whatever, 100. But in my mind, if you don't exist, there's nothing for you to experience.
That's true. In this dimension. My thought on that, people saying that I don't want to live past 90. It's like, okay, are you alive now? Do you like being alive now? What's the difference between now and 90? Is it just a number, or is it a deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly. And we've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives. if they are experiencing something that's miserable,
right?
If they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't.
This is so bizarre. Like, this is a bizarre conversation. I'm gonna have to rewind a little bit because a lot of very bizarre concepts were thrown about there, with deep philosophical import, and they just seem to have blown past them. You know, you know,
experience.
That's true. In this dimension, my thought on that.
Yeah,
People say,
yeah. Let's go to what he says there. He says, "In this dimension,
don't exist. There's nothing for you to experience."
That's true. In this dimension, my
okay." So he said that after you die, there's nothing for you to experience here, and then he said yeah, that's true in this dimension. Well, what the fuck are you talking about? Aren't you? Do you believe that there's other dimensions that we could possibly exist in, and in that way, what are you that goes back to the original question. If there is other dimensions that we could possibly exist in, then why would you want to be stuck in this one? Right?
Exactly.
So, he's just assuming that, we just want to be, that, oh, you want to be stuck here. I mean, it just doesn't even make any fucking sense. The proposition itself, that, oh, there may be other dimensions, but, oh, yeah, wouldn't you just want to stay in this one? Multiply your life to the end of time in this one, but you just said there may be other dimensions, right? So, before you even figure out what those other dimensions are like, and you may be able to achieve technology double and triple the type that you have in this dimension in those other dimensions, how would you know? So just the level of hubris here, is just palpable, and then just moving on from that.
My thought on that, people saying that I don't want to live past 90. It's like, okay, are you alive now? Do you like being alive now? What's the difference between now and 90? Is it just a number, or is it a deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly, and we've actually seen
right. But who's to say the goal of life is happiness, or improving our physical body, or longevity, as any of these things are not even seen as, the goal of life, or they're even like, they're on a pile or a list of things that maybe constitute what it might be to live a full life, but these are not the be all and end all of what we're trying to experience, longevity, or the apex of our physical constitution, or even some continued source of happiness. Most people, we need to sacrifice for something good, and we're willing to give most of our effort for those things. At least throughout history, people have. Look at how many people have been sacrificed in the name of science, right? For example, right? It's been so many. Anyways, yeah, thank you, Crunchy B. Bless you, brother.
Who would want to take their lives? People do take their lives. If they are experiencing something that's miserable,
right?
If they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. And people say, I don't want to live past 100. But then when they get to be, 99.9, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering.
Unless they're suffering. That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing Great Depression, what is
He's actually going to sit here and pretend that if you gave people the chance for immortality, that it wouldn't be fucking straight up 50-50. You know, the assumption that most people are just going to want to choose to go on living forever and ever, an infinite boredom. I'm pretty sure that people along 200 and 300, there's going to be a lot more suicide rates at that age, than there are at 100 or, at 50 or fucking 25. I'll bet you that much. You know what I mean? Pretty soon suicide is going to become an old man's game. You have people living for that fucking long.
Right, because it'd be basically saying that you're stuck in this dimension.
Oh shit, we're actually, we can't restream this shit. We're actually down now. But yeah. Yeah, we gotta wait for it to come back. I don't know how long we've been down, but yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, really what it is, because they'll still have this stream on this end. But yeah, I'll see what it is. But yeah, Joe Rogan. It's been we had a good run, for this type of information, at least,
Yeah.
for a little while. Yeah, I don't think I'll get striked, but it's just a whatever, what do you call it?
Wait, that was live, that the Kurzweil interview?
Well, it wasn't live at the moment, but what it
But it was
yeah,
just a
yeah,
replay.
it happened last night. Yeah, it happened last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess it's whoever owns Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah, I doubt it'll have the video be terminated for that, but
Yeah.
yeah, because they want people. Obviously, they want people to comment on the interview and put all of that up. So it'll be,
We're back apparently.
yeah. Yeah, but generally speaking, his whole entire, understanding, of how he's improving these things, and we'll bring a little bit of it back. I'll pre-record some of it and bring it back at some other point. We'll do a stream where we have like a secret stream. We'll bring some of that back with some music and some other type of stuff. But yeah, yeah, the rest of this video, we went on for maybe an hour and 2 hours at the beginning of the show, and then we did about an hour just now. So it's been a minute that we were actually watching this motherfucking shit. Fucking Joe Rogan. But you guys get the picture. Ray Kurzweil, technologist. And obviously they have lots of these understandings. We can get to, the opposite end, and we were going to cover, some free range material here in terms of, looking at the opposite argument. Let's take a look at some of this, because this is going to be the other side of the engagement. Is going to be in terms of, let me try to see if we could get this manifesto out. And what we will do is try to look at some of the middle part of the manifesto of Ted Kaczynski and see some of the arguments against the technological society and against technological innovation. And I could read a letter that he wrote to Scientific American, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, let me actually get this out and see if I could read this for you guys. Moving on to the views on the opposing side at this point, right? As is necessary to do. You know what I mean? But yeah, we looked at over an hour of the interview last night, and yeah, you guys go and check that out on your own. I'm sure you've had a pretty interesting introduction on our end, to some of the ideas of Kurzweil there, but yeah, I mean, you know, he's definitely a premier transhumanist, a pop philosopher. I would say, not a seasoned philosopher to any degree. I don't think so.
Yeah, when he's got a large language model of his dad, I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a little bit creepy. And he said he talks to it all the time. And he also said it as he talks to his dad all the time. So yeah, if you go back in the video, that is what he was saying. But yeah, letter to Scientific American by Ted Kazynski. He says, we write in reference to a piece by Russell Ruthin. Strange matters can advanced accelerators initiate runaway reactions. In Science and the Citizen, Scientific American, August 1993. It seems that physicists have long kept behind closed doors their concerns about experiments with particle accelerators might lead to a world-swallowing catastrophe. This is a good example of the arrogance of scientists who routinely take risks affecting the public. The public commonly is not aware of risks that are being taken, and often scientists do not even admit themselves that there are risks. Yeah. Most scientists have a deep emotional commitment to their work and are not in a position to be objective about the negative aspects. We are not so much concerned about the danger of experiments with accelerated particles. Since the physicists are not fools, we assume the risk is small, though probably not as small as the physicists claim. But scientists and engineers constantly gamble with human welfare. And we see only the effects of some of their lost gambles, ozone depletion. Okay. Cancer causing chemicals to which we cannot avoid exposure, accumulating nuclear waste. Okay. Crowding noise. Noise pollution. Massive extinction of species, industrialization, so forth. Okay. What will be the consequences of genetic engineering, of development of super intelligent computers, if that occurs? Of understanding of the human brain and resulting inevitable temptation to quote unquote improve it. No one knows. We emphasize that negative physical consequences of scientific advances often are completely unforeseeable. It probably never occurred to the chemists who developed early pesticides that they might be causing many cases of diseases in humans. But far more difficult to foresee are the negative social consequences of technological progress. The engineers who began the Industrial Revolution never dreamed that their work would result in the creation of an industrial proletariat or economic boom and bust cycle. The wiser ones may have guessed that contact with industrial society would disrupt other cultures around the world, but they probably never imagined the extent of the damage of these other cultures would suffer. Nor did it occur to them that in the West itself, technological progress would lead to a society tormented by a variety of social and psychological problems. Every major technical advance is also a social experiment. These experiments are performed on the public by the scientists and by corporations and government agencies that pay for their research. These elite groups get the fulfillment, the exhilaration, the sense of power involved in bringing about technological progress, while the average man gets only the consequences of their social experiments. It would be argued that in a purely physical sense, the consequences are on balance positive, since life expectancy has increased, but the acceptability of risks cannot be accessed in purely actuarial terms. Quote, people also rank risks based on how equitably the danger is being distributed, how well individuals can control their exposure, and whether risk is assumed voluntarily. The elite groups who create technological progress share in the control of the process and assume the risk voluntarily, whereas the role of the average individual is necessarily passive and involuntary. Moreover, it is possible that at some time in the future, population explosion, environmental disaster, or the breakdown of an increasingly troubled society may lead to a sudden, drastic lowering of life expectancy. However, it may be that physical consequences, there are good reasons to believe that social consequences of technological progress are on balance highly negative. This matter is discussed at length in a manuscript that we are sending to the New York Times. The engineers who initiated the Industrial Revolution can be forgiven for not having anticipated its negative consequences, but the harm caused by technological progress is by this time sufficiently apparent. So to continue to promote it is grossly irresponsible. But yeah. Let's go to this. Since this is the only version I can find so far, I'm gonna try to find a good place in this that we can start listening to. Okay, give me 1 second, folks. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we'll have this stream. See what it is. Thank you for joining us.
Because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders, he has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad for the system. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to collective ends. Chester C. Dan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 2.
Right, that's what he was just saying, that the technological change is perceived by the elite. You know, they accept the changes of technological society voluntarily, right? The public is forced to accept it involuntarily, right? So there's a change in the degree as to which, they're accepting, the fruits of progress, essentially.
202 explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Huan minutes. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society and his community life requires such rights. By community who meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259 Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chunmei, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang or other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. 98. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological control of which people are unconscious, and moreover many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much, yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. 99. Think of history as being the sum of two components, an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. 100. First principle. If a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example, a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later the reformers relax and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If a small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. 101. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. 102. Second principle. If a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter permanently a long-term historical trend, then it will alter the society as a whole. In other words, a society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without change all the other parts as well. 103. Third principle. If a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for the society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance. Unless various other societies have passed through the same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be like to experience similar consequences. 104. Fourth principle. A new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to. 105. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. the economy will affect the environment and vice versa, and the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complex to be untangled.
Okay. So these points are pretty easy to explain. He's saying that there's large-scale historical trends, okay, that alter the fabric of societies that experience those large-scale change in historical trends. Okay, and furthermore, these large-scale historical trends cannot be predicted, right? The lack of ability to predict these events, and the complexity of society itself, the interconnectedness of society itself, causes the whole society to change due to the change of these large scale historical events, which are, basically unpredictable, right? So he's giving a model, for how historical change kind of happens. And it's kind of interesting. It's a collapse driven model, because Kazynski is kind of borrowing from Ellul in that way, but it's actually interesting, what he's saying. But yeah, he's saying that change in the technological system happens in a way of interconnectedness, and that is due to the complexity of society. And a large scale change, okay, for such a complex society, is going to have, the more complexity, okay, the less predictability for a large scale, how a large scale trend is actually going to affect that society.
And understood. 106. Fifth principle. People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. 107. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. 108. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it only has a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of a society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society, and by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. 109. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of development of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effect of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy. And prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assembly.
So he's applying that same notion to revolution within political systems, that they cause imperfect change. The ideal system that the revolutionists seek to establish never really comes about, and the complex change happens through violence, and a lot of unnecessary, unwanted change within the society as well. So that's just the political reality of the revolution itself, right?
Hey, what do you think about the Iranian Revolution?
Well, I think for example, it could be said that it was to a certain degree engineered, I guess because they had the operation there by the CIA to take out the democratically elected leader of Iran. So they had a whole operation there in terms of they wanted to put the Shah in power, and then they kind of wanted to get rid of the Shah as well. They had problems with the Shah as well. So I mean, I don't know if a lot of those changes were organic, but if you see Khomeini, his whole ideal of political government, of combining Sharia law with socialism, I think it was, is kind of like his whole political system. I mean, I think that, that is kind of something that is built not to last. It's like Islam plus industrial socialism, you know,
Yeah.
uh, so, I don't know how that'll, really work, on a long term, but yeah, as you can see, it's
Yeah.
it's had its
Seems like
issues.
the revolution tries to keep conservative Islam stuff, but then it just kind of slows down the progression of industrial society effects on everywhere else. Like, I hear the youth of Iran is like liberal and hedonistic, just like everywhere else.
Yeah, like Iran is like I mean, it's kind of it's kind of funny because they set up Saddam Hussein to go to war with Iran, and then they had the Iran-Iraq war. So that's another chapter within this whole saga that makes a greater part of a bigger picture of politics, that they gave Saddam weapons to go to war, there, and that whole um setup there of the Shia and Sunni conflict in that region, that they wanted to kind of bolster that conflict. There's a lot of Shias from Iran, I mean, not from Iran, but from Iraq, that actually live here in Dearborn, based on the time when they went to the Gulf War and to the other wars. So a lot of the Arab population in Dearborn is Shia Iraqis. It's interesting. That came here during the war.
It's also interesting that after the revolution in Iran, Iran is now less religious. And after the non-religious invasion of Iraq, Iraq is super, religious.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it is they try to put secular rulers into a religious area. If you look at, you know, um, over there in Egypt, they had the Muslim Brotherhood over there, and they had the Pan Arabists, kind of put in power there, and the same thing in Iraq. It's kind of like they have the Ba'athist there, and it seems like they use where over in Iran they kind of had for a long time a modern, very modern state, and then all of a sudden you have Islamists take over, so I mean, yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting how that game is run, and I think it is a part of a greater geostrategic game, of who's put in power over these populations. They want a minority group to lead over a majority group, so then they could keep the population in compliance. So they could have a separation between the rulers and the ruled, it, you know, kind of makes it easier to rule people that way. But you know,
Yeah.
Is with major alteration, to be sure. There is no doubt that the founding fathers took a very important step. But it was a step along the road the English-speaking world was already traveling. The proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the founding fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and would have had a parliament and prime minister instead of a Congress and president. No big deal. Thus the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles but a good illustration of them. 110. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws but as rules of thumb, or guides to thinking, that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. 111. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency, going back at least to the Industrial Revolution, for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would realize that they would gravely disrupt the system. So any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. 112. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. 113. So even on very general grounds it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. Restriction of freedom is unavoidable in industrial society. 114. As explained in paragraph 65-67, 70-73. Modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, People have to do what they are told to do, otherwise production would be thrown into chaos.
Okay, this is a major point stemming from the previous points he made about complexity, okay, and also about the society, how it, you know, large scale changes within the society cannot be predicted, right? So this is a thing that, you know, kind of influences, you know, the individual person within the society to not have a great influence, okay, within the changes that exist. Okay, they're two of the main factors, right? Okay, first of all, each person's decisions are at the end of many previous decisions made by a complex array of actors, okay, within a closed system, right? And that means that that type of complexity is beyond influence. You know, the change that happens, you know, going into the future, you know, with the, you know, as we've seen earlier, you know, Kurzweil explaining the accelerating rate of technological change and innovation. You know, it's increasingly hard to predict. It's going to be increasingly hard to influence, and because the speed and the rate of change is happening way beyond the process, you know, the normal human decision making process, right? Anyways, yeah.
Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way individual bureaucrats exercised their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the regulation of our lives by large organizations is necessary for the functioning of industrial technological society. The result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda 14, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. 115. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians and engineers. It can't function without them. So heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do are in natural harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of things that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. 100.
Yeah, this goes right into the material that we were putting forth for the manhood crisis and the feminism. You know, it seems that feminism is increased tenfold by the institution of the industrial society. Why? Because they have to double the workforce. That's A. And B, because women can run the machines just as good as the men can. Right. And actually, the universities are graduating more women than they are men, because the sort of technical disciplines of rote memorization, you know, that require you to program machines, you know, that those aren't usually, you know, good for you know, men who really like working on problems, you know, competing, you know, and working on things that have open-ended problems, you know, and you know, something that has practical value and something that they can increase their value and their expertise in, you know, a practical skill that they could learn. You know, those are things that you can improve naturally on your own. but something that you have to set yourself in order to tailor your skills for the machine. And once they improve the machines, your skills are worthless. You know, I mean, this is the type of thing that's you know, changed our definition of what a man is. You know, and also the notion of equality and feminism that came into the fray at this particular time, you know, to try to exploit the idea of of equality to put people to work for the industrial system, right? So we have the institution of feminism, and you have all sorts of projects now, okay, that lead to the masculinization of females, feminization of males, you know, and in society abroad, you know, you see this as a common practice. You have the increase of that, okay, as you have the increase of technological society. Okay, and that's not actually a more a bad or good thing. It's just a necessary effect of what we're experiencing. You know, we're experiencing the machine tends to equalize human efforts on all levels, right? Right? It tends to equalize all efforts. It has a democratizing effect on human skills, right? And on human behavior, right? Right? The system seems to create a perfect human, right, to function along with the system. Right? Obviously, every system epitomizes its ideal man that will be rise to the top of that system, you know, as a great leader of that system or as a great exemplar of what that system seeks to accomplish, right? As does the technological system have its own man, and that is a every man, right? A herd man, right, of extreme proportions, right?
And did you hear about maybe a year or two ago, in Iceland, all the women had like a feminist strike. So like 300,000 women stopped working for like a week, and Iceland kept working just fine. So like all those women, the jobs they had did not matter at all.
Interesting.
So I don't think the system wants women to work to increase efficiency. I think the system just has women working as either to, it's like leftism to equalize, emotional energy within society, or it's just so that people have to work more and have less freedom to do what they want. That or just lower wages of men. Because technically, if women stop working, men would make twice as much money. Even though the women aren't actually doing anything productive. Also, there's probably like half as many cars on the road. So,
Right.
And 16. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements: welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts and resistors of various kinds. 117. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small, autonomous communities, because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people and machines. Such a society must be highly organized and decisions have to be made that affect very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has, on the average, only a 1/1,000,000th share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives, or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. 17. Thus most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system.
Okay, so he's saying that this works by necessity in a technological society. Okay, that an individual cannot influence a decision, right? That's made through the rule of experts that are then cultivated through the decisions and policies of many millions of people, right? Okay, and he's talking about the collective decision-making process. The greater the collectivity is, okay, the broader, okay, sense in which, there's more people involved in the decision, the less of a share each of those people have in the decision being made, right? This is why democracy actually works best in small groups. This is one of the notable characteristics of democracy, and why large states have to be divided into republics, okay, so that they can administer rule over a large landmass, right? Even the founding fathers understood this, right?
System tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. 118. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. 119. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology but by technical necessity. 18. Of course the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do it. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so, because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, No one asks whether it is humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. It is simply taken for granted that everyone must bow to technical necessity, and for good reason. If human needs were put before technical necessity, there would be economic problems, unemployment, shortages, or worse. The concept of mental health in our society is defined largely by the extent to which an individual behaves in accord with the needs of the system and does so without showing signs of stress. 120. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of a catalog, had each assemble the whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons this usually can be done only to a very limited extent. And in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only toward their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise, otherwise the enterprise will not serve its purpose as part of the system. Once again.
Okay, so he's talking about the danger of compartmentalizing knowledge. Okay, the more we compare the compartmentalized knowledge into fewer and fewer into narrower and narrower schemes, right? Where we have these kind of groups that function within one another, right? That are kind of developing, progressing along lines of their own specialized needs, right? Their goals become detached, okay, from the goals and needs of the entire, process to a certain extent. So you have these super niche specialized goals, right, that these people are developing, right? And these kind of processes, they fail to function on the level of ordinary human needs, right? Because your goal in a group, okay, working on a project of a specialized group trying to improve or find a solution to a technological problem is simply to improve on a certain technology, right? Your goal is not to finally go in and find some end goal in which it's going to improve all of humanity. You're not also an ethicist looking at the needs of all of humanity, just because you're looking at a particular technological problem. Thus the goal or the end of technological improvement is the end goal of efficiency, and that end goal is not centered around human needs. I think Orwell puts it quite succinctly in this Road to Wigan Pier. He says, let me find my place. He says, a machine evolves by becoming more efficient, that is more foolproof. Hence, the objective of mechanical progress is a foolproof world, which may or may not mean a world inhabited by fools. Okay, then he goes on to say a little later, he says, when you have got this planet of ours perfectly into trim, you start upon the enormous task of reaching and colonizing another. But this is merely to push the objective further into the future. The objective itself remains the same: colonize another planet. And the game of mechanical progress begins anew. For the foolproof world, you have substituted the foolproof solar system, the foolproof universe. In trying to, in tying yourself to the ideal of mechanical efficiency, you tie yourself to the ideal of softness. But softness is repulsive, and thus all progress is seen to be a frantic struggle
towards an objective which you hope and pray will never be reached. Now and again, but not often, you meet somebody who grasps what is usually called progress also entails what is called degeneracy, and who is nevertheless in favor of progress. Yeah, I think that's kind of like Kurzweil and Elon Musk or any of those things, where they're gonna go colonize Mars because this planet's falling apart. Well, technology ruined this planet, so let's move to Mars so it could ruin that planet with technology, so we could use that that technology that we develop on that planet to go and colonize another planet. That's a circular goal. What the fuck would be the point of something like that? Terraforming new planets so that we can go and destroy them so that we can go to another planet. You just go planet hopping, you know?
Did you hear about the meme of like some rich guy is vacationing in Mexico and he meets like a poor Mexican fisherman and he asks the Mexican fisherman, why don't you, increase your efficiency of catching fish? And then the Mexican fisherman says, I make enough money on the fish I catch and I like spending time with my family. And then the rich guy says, well, if you catch more fish, you can sell more fish. And if you can sell more fish, you can hire other fishermen and then make a fucking fisherman corporation or whatever. And when you're
Yeah, I think I've
old,
heard this one. Yeah, this is a great one.
when you're old as shit, you can then spend time with your family. It's like, but I already spend time with my family. Why do I want to work more so I can spend less time with my family? It's a self-defeating prophecy.
Right, like, yeah,
Basically, the rich guy just wants him to work.
yeah, it's like I'm fishing. It's like, hey, hire, go work. It's like you're doing nothing. You're just fishing. Go get a job.
Yeah, you're
It's like,
actually
okay,
destroying nature by catching more fish too.
right.
And if you take like the Elon Musk metaphor, it's like he's spending so much time polluting the earth so that he can, move to another planet so he can then pollute that planet.
Right. And I mean, it's just shocking that the reason that we have to terraform Mars in the first place is because we're destroying the Earth. It's like, destroying it how? It's like, oh yeah, with science and technology. It's like that. Like, isn't this a little bit circular? Like, we're just gonna go to space, terraform new planets, so we could destroy them, so we could terraform new planets. Yeah, this is essentially what they're proposing. Yeah, this is completely idiotic, and this is exactly what that robot said. That was developed by Martine Rothblatt. It said the goal of human beings is to, um, live off of the energy of the sun, and then they form renewable energy, and then they go and explore space and terraform other planets. And they're just gonna go planet hopping. It's like, what? It's like, okay,
That's kind of what already happens with countries. Like America was like the industrial nation of the world, but now that America's all polluted and the wages are too high, the industrial factories go to China, and now that China is too wealthy, those factories are going to India, and India is probably going to do the same thing, and the Indian factories are going to probably move to like Africa or something and fuck up Africa.
For purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, When someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not, in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. 121. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. 122. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose for example that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes will then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through the use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings.
So he's saying that he's basically outlining how compensatory mechanisms develop solutions that become worse than the problems themselves. How? Well, an example is in the malformity, okay, of our genes, right? Okay, we've engineered insulin to deal with diabetes, but the problem is that the gene for diabetes is going to remain in the population, right? So he said that down the road, the only solution is going to be, genetic science, right? They're going to propose genetic science in order to solve the problem that they've created by giving the people insulin, right? So, I mean, this is exactly the type of thing is, he's saying that sometimes solutions create worse problems than the problems we were facing to begin with, right? So, I mean, it's especially interesting, but yeah.
If they get rid of diabetes, that's just going to make people eat more. And we're going to run out of food even faster, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's just talking about how some of these problems, are created, by the very things, we're setting out to solve. We're using to solve these problems. It's going to be an extremely small list of people who get to solve these problems. Why? Because innovation happens in a system, of complexity. It's gonna be happening on a very spontaneous degree. So it's not going to be, it's going to be totally random. And also it's the complexity suggests in terms of, what can be studied. It also links to the over specialization of these fields. So there's not mutual discussion over what's being invented. So they're talking about, he's applying the same thing that he did to systems and to revolution, to change happening within a system, large scale historical trends, to the complexity of a system, to the complexity of technological advancement, to the interconnectedness of the technological system, which is another salient aspect of all of this, is that
complexity entails interconnectedness, and that interconnectedness entails that you know, smaller scale technologies, you know, um are also needed for large scale technologies to function, right? And all of these function within a global system, so they're interconnected. You know, so interconnectedness being feature of a global system, you know, complexity being the feature of a global system, you know, and that entails that when change happens in one part of the system, it happens on all other parts of the system, right?
And I don't know if he talks about this. I don't think he does. But the more interconnected things are, the more dependent, and like the more dependent a machine is, the worse it, the worse, the less, the less efficient it is. Like an AK-47 is, like, in my opinion, the most efficient gun. You know, it doesn't need a lot of parts changing. But the guns they have now are overcomplicated, and they need constant cleaning and constant maintenance. And it's weird that people don't just make more AKs anymore. And you could say that about everything, like fridges and washing machines. They all suck now. And they might have made it suck on purpose so that you're dependent on the infrastructure to then repair your machines.
Yeah, you know, and also a feature of that is that they put the digital computers inside of these everyday you know, things like machine I mean, you know, there's a computer inside of the fridge and inside of the automobile. You know, whereas these things didn't used to be controlled by digital systems before. So it's like they added digital systems. So it's like they're connecting digital systems into the you know, everyday appliances, and then the deficiency of these digital systems is carried over into these everyday appliances. So it's like, you know, in a way they're getting shitty because they're being inundated with new technology. So it's like, oh shit, you know, because they're just learning how to use these new digital systems. So it's like, you know, the technological advancement kind of works both ways, where now all of a sudden all of these different machines have to be introduced with these systems, and that causes obviously a, you know, a change, you know, in how everybody has to manufacture and learn, and you know, everybody has to go back to school to learn how these things are made again, you know, integrating the new technology.
So that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature, or of chance, or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. 123. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. 19. 124. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics. But a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress, it would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class, mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role could stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. 20. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. 125. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. 126. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. 127. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster than the walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city he continually has to stop and wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note the important point we have illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. 128. While technological progress as a whole continually narrows our sphere of freedom, each new technical advance considered by itself appears to be desirable. Electricity, indoor plumbing, rapid long-distance communications. How could one argue against any of these things? or against any other of the innumerable technical advances that have made modern society. It would have been absurd to resist the introduction of the telephone, for example. It offered many advantages and no disadvantages. Yet, as we explained in paragraphs 59-76, all these technical advances taken together have created a world in which the average man's fate is no longer in his own hands or in the hands of his neighbors and friends, but in those of politicians, corporation executives and remote, anonymous technicians and bureaucrats whom he has
Okay, so this point about freedom, about the motor vehicle leading to less freedom, okay, because it's imposed on us, right? The roads, the procedures for getting a license, okay, the traffic conditions, okay, the rules of traffic, waiting in traffic, all of the ideas when we're basically forced to go along where the road leads us, right? We're forced to have a car in order to go to work, right? It's something that starts out as a convenience and ends up as something that you basically need to have in order to get around, right? That if you don't have, right, it becomes a major inconvenience for you, right? So something that starts out as a convenience and a choice, quickly stops becoming a choice, right? Men become tools of their tools, right? In other words, right?
Yeah, that's like you can probably pick a random thing today and it's pretty much that. It's like college. It's like it used to be very rare that anybody went to college. Now it's like if you don't go to college, you can't get a job.
Yeah, let me read this here from Walden. He says, we live meanly like ants, though the fable tells us that we were long ago changed into men like pygmies. We fight with cranes. It is error upon error and cloud upon cloud, and our best virtue has for its occasion a superfluous and inevitable wretchedness. Our life is frittered away by detail. An honest man has hardly need to count more than his 10 fingers, or in extreme cases, he may add his 10 toes but lump the rest. Simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. I say, let your affairs be as 2 or 3, and not 100 or 1,000. Instead of 1,000,000, count half a dozen, and keep your accounts on your thumbnail in the midst of this chopping sea of civilized life. Such are the clouds and storms of quicksands, 1,001 items to be allowed for, that a man has to live if he would not founder and go to the bottom and not make his port at all by dead reckoning. And he must be a great calculator, indeed, who succeeds. Simplify, simplify instead of 3 meals a day. If it be necessary, eat but one instead of 100 dishes, 5, and reduce other things in proportion. Our nation itself, with its so-called internal improvements, which, by the way, are all external and superficial, is just an unwieldy, overgrown establishment cluttered with furniture, tripped up by its own traps, ruined by luxury and heedless expense, by want of calculation and a worthy aim, as 1,000,000 households in the land, and only cure for it, as for them, in a rigid economy, a stern more than Spartan simplicity of life and elevation of purpose. It lives too fast. Men think that it is essential that the nation have commerce and export ice, okay, and talk through a telegraph and ride 30 miles an hour without a doubt, whether they do or not. But whether we should live like baboons or like men is a little uncertain. Efficiency, it's what he's saying is efficiency, is is less about production, and speed. But it's about sustainability and lack of waste. Feeling in tune with what we're trying to do around us, but we have this false sense of work, that's based on production and speed instead of surviving in nature. And based on a simplicity of purpose, you know what I mean, and of design, you know what I mean, as you were
Yeah.
saying before too, Firestarter. You mean?
I think I got like a theory that efficiency is all an illusion because I watched this YouTube video a long time ago, and it's like a theory of why the Taliban works so much better than the US Army. And like the most basic theory is that the US Army does not let its own soldiers go to sleep. It's like your average soldier gets like 5 or 6 hours of sleep a day. And the Taliban, they just go to sleep normally. And because of that slight difference, the Taliban are always ready to fight, where your average American soldier never has energy. Also, the American soldier has like 80 pounds of stuff, and the Taliban only got like one gun and a couple mags. So
Interesting.
So the American army, trying to be the most efficient as possible, is incredibly inefficient. And the Taliban, they don't even think about increasing efficiency. They're just doing everything normal. And it's way more efficient than the American army. That's also why I think Navy SEALs might be better than your average infantry guy, because Navy SEALs don't have to go on patrol. They don't have to do like menial jobs like uh, emptying the porta potty, and the Navy SEALs get to go to sleep on time. And everybody else in the military doesn't get to go to sleep.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just go to sleep. You'd be better at fighting. But the US Army they think not sleeping is better than sleeping.
An individual has no power to influence. 21. The same process will continue in the future. Take genetic engineering, for example. Few people will resist the introduction of a genetic technique that eliminates a hereditary disease. It does no apparent harm and prevents much suffering. Yet a large number of genetic improvements taken together will make the human being into an engineered product rather than a free creation of chance, or of God, or whatever, depending on your religious beliefs. 129. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. 130. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time, crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long different social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop, hence they become pathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. 131. Technicians. We use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these
Okay, so you have democratization of means, collective influence of people, right? Which means that the personal, individual decisions of a person are being much less. You have the dependence of each individual on large organizations, right? So you have another thing that decreases freedom there, and you have all sorts of bureaucratic arms and changes. And I do apologize. I'm kind of, winding down here. As we get to the 9th hour, I'm going to be wrapping it up basically, essentially, in terms of my fast is going hard right now. You know what I mean? And I have been sitting at this computer for almost 8 hours at this point. So,
Oh,
yeah.
it's Ramadan right now?
Yeah, it's Ramadan right now. So, yeah. So I have not been eating anything, or, I'm excited to eat some food at sundown, if you will. So, yeah, I'm going to go take a little break in an hour or so. But yeah, I'll be here talking about this and reading some Kurzweil. Some of the response to this by Kurzweil. We'll check it out. And then we'll conclude with I'll play some notes about the Technological Society by our friend Chad Haig. You guys go check out his channel, and then I'll play my outro music. And yeah, you guys have a blessed day. But yeah, we'll be here for 45 more minutes or so, talking about this Kazynski, as long as Firestarter will be here if he wants to. Yeah, you're welcome to stay, brother, of course.
Yeah, I'll stick around for another 40 minutes.
For sure.
Educators, government officials and law officers believe in freedom, privacy and constitutional rights. But when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. 132. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid a punishment or negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work. But those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are a few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technological progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology as it progresses would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. 133. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory, they all change or break down eventually. But technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a ways as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later the social arrangement would break down. Probably sooner, given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. 134. For all of the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion.
Yeah. And Alul kind of makes this point too about how technology is both the ideal and the goal of scientific advancement, so that it seems that technology is the thing that moves scientific advancement. It's not scientific discovery that then causes there to be technological advancement. But it's actually, they study mechanisms and machines and devices and things, okay, and they use these things to study the world. For example, Galileo used the telescope in order to discover his findings in science. It was the technology that caused the scientific discovery. It's almost in every case that happens, right?
And
Hostility.
I'm trying to think of an example because there's a bunch, but like at least in gun technology advancement, a lot of the time, well, it's very expensive to engineer a new gun, but the main problem with gun advancement is because the new gun that's better doesn't take the old ammunition, so every gun is enslaved by the old ammunition because everybody wants to use the same ammunition. And if you upgrade the gun, you have to move on to another ammo type. So nobody wants to advance in their gun technology. Also, it's one bullet is mostly the same as another bullet, so it could be that too.
Interesting.
So it's like even if they had the blueprints for something better, one, they don't want to spend the money to make it better, and two, they still have a lot of the old stuff that they prefer to use just for cost's sake.
Yeah, I didn't know all that about the guns, and also about the facts that you mentioned about the AK-47 earlier. That's fascinating information.
Yeah, interestingly, I know that Vietnam is able to make its own AK-47s, but for maybe I think Jew reasons, they upgraded the AK-47 to have rubber parts, but those rubber parts just make the gun worse in every way. And it's using the same bullet too. So there's kind of no reason to upgrade. It's just worse. but I think it's because they're doing it with IWI, which is the Israeli gun manufacturer, and some Jew bribed the Vietnamese army to then make Jewish guns. It's just something off topic.
Yeah, nonetheless, kind of ties in because it's highly specialized parts, and they, and there's obviously a global system, which kind of puts them there. It's depending on what the different countries and the different people who sell the ammunitions and stuff, and obviously there's a global weapons trade, that is at the back end of this. So, it's part of one of the main items for international trade, and it points to the interconnectedness of the technological system in many ways, because as we saw earlier, even the AI, they're saying it's going to be, a premier tool for war technology. And obviously they're already using it for cyber warfare, most likely, I just estimate, but yeah.
Also, I don't know if there's a name for it, but basically, if you're running your system on old technology, it's basically impossible for you to improve your technology. Like, I think the third fastest internet is in Romania, because Romania, before the fall of communism, had like no electrical infrastructure, but because communism collapsed like close to modern day, they can just modernize everything they have right away. And America has all the 100-year-old electrical grid, so it's a lot harder to upgrade for America than it is Romania.
Interesting.
So you're both enslaved by old technology and enslaved by new technology.
Right. Yeah.
A variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution occurs and is successful. Then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. 135. In paragraph 125 we used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing on him a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick, so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give his land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well he will again take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. 136. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking or domestic abuse. 137. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here the conflict of values is straightforward, economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren 22, but on this subject we get only a lot of blather and obfuscation from the people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action, and we keep on piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, or is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem? Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own usually short-term, self-interest 23, arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, the principles we formulated in paragraphs 100-106 make it seem doubtful that rational, long-term social planning can ever be successful. 138. Thus it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, whereas freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss is easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. 139. And note this important difference: it is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan, but if this happens it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest possible extent. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take a rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. 140. We hope we have convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. 141. People tend to assume that because a revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason,
and we looked at a complex breakdown of his idea of reform movements and how they kind of miss the mark in trying to apply social change, and especially he compares and contrasts reform versus revolution. In his other work, The Systems Need His Trick, which we looked at on a different panel. We had one of the panels where we did the manhood crisis. We also talked about the industrial causes of the manhood crisis and the rise of feminism in our society, which I briefly went over today. But yeah, there's many presentations there on it. Yeah.
Yeah. About the revolution. So I'm trying to think of an example of this. I guess the Reformation. I guess you could say reforming the Catholic Church is a lot harder than just making your own religion. So that's why the Protestants decided to not try to reform the Catholic Church?
Yeah, that's a good example of it, or how the government of England created their own church. You know what I mean? Right? They had to create their own king, really. Is what it is that if you look at the Protestant thinkers, in the battle between church and state, they had to take sides. What really was a battle, internal struggle in European society between the king and the pope, in which the Protestants ended up taking the side of the king, against the pope. So it's interesting how they seize power. Is that, yeah, exactly. They wanted to reform the religion from the inside. They couldn't do it. You know, so then they had to kind of form their own system. Essentially. And then that system competed with the other one. You know, for essentially another few hundred years. You know, that we have today, in which it almost seems like finally, there is finally a sense in which, the Protestants or the evangelicals might gain a foothold in the world, 400 years later, and now the Catholic Church is crying about, becoming ecumenical, and trying to combine and subsume all of the powers. That's a way that it wants to kind of, what I mean, uh, trick everyone into compliance, is to kind of combine everyone, and which actually to them is another way of subsuming them.
Yeah. Well, I have a theory that all the like Christians in America, they're trying to like bring back traditional values in Christianity. And they're trying to say that that will defeat the system, or the progression of the hedonistic society that industrial society creates. And I don't think it's going to work, because Muslims in Muslim countries, they're way more religious, way more conservative, and in my opinion, basically all the Muslim countries that try to do that have completely failed. Like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, they're like super conservative, and their society is going down the drain just like anywhere else.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how culture, reacts to the technological change. But yeah, I thank you for being here, my brother Firestarter. Indeed, you are the last remaining panelist. You're the champion of this panel. I think you won. It looks like, what I mean. At the end, you know what I mean. You kind of had an unfair advantage because you came in at the end. But yeah, people fled from this panel, brother. It's just like, but actually, I don't want to say that, because I did have many good notable people on the panel that I summoned to the panel, like Sarah and Rant and all of these types of individuals. So I'm glad that they were here. Oh, Firestarter fell out without giving a closing statement. Uh-oh, it's okay. I think he didn't understand what I was trying to do, and he usually likes to leave out the back door, anyways. But yeah, he's a chill dude, Firestarter, my Vietnamese friend. Blessings for being here, brother. And I'm gonna be reading Promise and Peril for you guys before I wrap out this session. And I have been fasting all day. I will repeat this on Saturday. And I'll be doing a little show on Friday morning, which is not going to be as taxing as the one on as the one on Saturday morning. I do thank everyone for showing so much support, even though I kind of sprung this on you guys very early in the morning, last minute. There's lots of shows in the morning. There's lots of shows at night. It's never a good time to do a show. Everybody's got other shows to watch, but we try to bring you guys pertinent information and themes, that you could use. And we were blessed to have lots of good interlocutors here on this show to have a discussion with in terms of surviving, and a brilliant discussion on Joe Rogan and Ray Kurzweil, the premier transhumanist. But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, check out this piece by Ray Kurzweil here, called Promise and Peril. Let's take a look at this. He says, impress your enemies, build he says, consider these articles we'd rather not see on the web. Consider these articles we'd rather not see on the web. Impress your enemies, how to build your own atomic bomb from readily available materials. How to modify the influenza virus in your college laboratory to release snake venom. 10 easy modifications to the E. coli virus. How to modify smallpox to counteract the smallpox jabby. How to build a self-guiding low-flying airplane using inexpensive aircraft, GPS, and a notebook computer. Okay. Or how about the following? The genome of 10 leading pathogens. The floor plans of leading skyscrapers. The layout of U.S. nuclear reactors. Personal health information on 100 million Americans. The customer list of top pornography sites. Okay. 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 Knowledge is dangerous, right? Right? In your own words, special on Netflix, right? The library owner in Lincoln, Montana, actually says that he felt he was partly responsible for the Unabomber's acts. Why? Because he lent him books that he used to create his devices, that he used to commit his terrorist activities, right? Knowledge can be dangerous, right? Knowledge is a double-edged sword, right? 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 This is why liquid swords, right? Swords of the symbolic world, right? Of the mind, right? That can be used to either heal or hurt, right? The tongue is a double-edged sword, right? Okay? The tongue is a reflection of the heart, right? Okay? Okay? We're all using God's technology, as we said earlier, right? But anyways, let's go to this. Kurzweil, right? He doesn't understand anything about that, as we've seen earlier, right? Anyone posting the first item above, almost certain to get a quick visit from the FBI, as did Nate Chicolo, a 15-year-old high school student. In March 2000, for a school science project, he built a paper mache model of an atomic bomb, and turned out to be disturbingly accurate. In the ensuing media storm, Nate told ABC News someone just sort of mentioned, that you can go on the internet now and get that information. And I sort of wasn't exactly up to date on things. Try it. I went on there and a couple of clicks and I was right there. Of course, Nate didn't possess the key ingredient, plutonium, nor did he have any intention of acquiring it. But the report created shockwaves in the media, not to mention. Among the authorities who worry about nuclear proliferation, Nate had reported finding 563 web pages on atomic designs. The publicity resulted in an urgent effort to remove this information. Unfortunately, trying to get rid of information on the internet is akin to trying to sweep back the ocean with a broom. The information continues to be easily available today. I won't provide any of the URLs in this essay, but they are not hard to find. Although the actual article above is are fictitious, one can find extensive information on the internet about all types of topics. The web is an extraordinary research tool. In my own experience as a technological author, I found that the research, which used to require half a day at the library, can now be typically accomplished in a couple of minutes. This has enormous and obvious benefits for advancing beneficial technologies, but it's also empowering those whose values are inimical to mainstream society, right? It empowers those who want to do danger to society, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, so he's acknowledging that. My urgent concern with the issue goes back to at least a couple of decades when I wrote my first book, The Age of Intelligent Machines. Okay, in the mid 1980s. I was deeply concerned about the ability of genetic engineering, then an emerging technology, to allow those skilled in art and access to fairly widely available equipment to modify bacterial and viral pathogens, okay, to create new disease in malevolent or merely careless hands. These engineered pathogens could potentially combine a high degree of communicability and destructiveness. In the 1980s, this was not easy to do, but was nevertheless feasible. We now know that bioweapons programs in the Soviet Union and elsewhere were doing exactly this. At the time, I made conscious decision to not talk about the specter in my book. The specter of what? The specter of technology, of scientific advancement, right? Okay, the great specter, right? Okay. And what a shocking and novel prediction, because he was just now talking about how such genetic information was cultivated by the use of AIs in order to solve the combination to create the mRNA necessary for the recent event, right? Okay. Interesting, Nick Volt. Yeah, we've written a few. Yeah, Nick Volt says he's written a few papers on nuclear weapons. Interesting. In the 1980s, right, this was not easy to do so, but nonetheless feasible. We now know that the bioweapons program in the Soviet Union and elsewhere were doing exactly this. At the time, I made a conscious decision to not talk about the specter in my book, feeling that I did not want to give the wrong people a destructive idea. I had disturbing visions of future disaster, and with the perpetrators saying that they got the idea from Ray Kurzweil. Partly as a result of this decision, there was some reasonable criticism that the book emphasized the benefits of future technology while ignoring the downside. Thus, when I wrote The Age of Spiritual Machines in 1997 and 1998, time frame, I attempted to cover both promise and peril. There had been sufficient public attention. I think it's interesting how he called his book The Age of Spiritual Machines. I commented on that before, because Gurdjieff, the theosophist, he called human beings spiritual machines. Very interesting, right? There had been sufficient public attention for the perils of the time, okay, that I felt comfortable beginning to address the issue publicly. It was at that time in September 1998 with just finished manuscript that I ran into Bill Joy, a esteemed and longtime colleague in the high technology world, in a bar in Lake Tahoe. I had long admired Bill for his pioneering work in creating the leading software system for interactive web systems, Java. Right. Okay. And having co-founded Sun Microsystems, okay? But my focus
is on a brief get together with Bill, but on the third person. Okay, Bill has a famous TED talk, right, which we looked at on this show as well, right? Okay, where he warns about technological progress, right? Okay, we talked about how soft-handed his approach was there, right? John had built a career out of defending the deep mysteries of human consciousness. Okay, he's talking about John Searle now. From apparent attack of materialists, John and I had finished debating the issue of whether machine could be conscious. We'd been part of a closing panel on George Gilder's Telecosm conference, which was devoted to the discussion of the philosophical implications of the age of the spiritual machines. I gave Bill a preliminary manuscript of my book and tried to bring him up to speed about the debate of consciousness that John and I were having. As it turned out, Bill focused on a completely different issue, specifically on the impending dangers to human civilization from three emerging technologies. I had presented in the book genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics, or GNR for short. Genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics. Okay. GNR, right? The three most dangerous, right? My discussion of the downsides of the future technology alarmed Bill, and he relays in his now famous cover story for Wired magazine, quote unquote, why the future doesn't need us. In the article, Bill describes how he asked his friends in the scientific and technology community whether the projections I was making were credible, and dismayed to discover how close these capabilities were to realization. Needless to say, Bill's article focused entirely on the downside scenarios, which created a firestorm. He was one of the technology world's first leading figures addressing new and dire emerging dangers from future technology. You know, that's possibly not true, right? Right? You know, David Bohm, whose work was used for the Manhattan Project, was a conscientious objector. I mean, to the project itself. You know, we're gonna show you guys some more critiques of technology. Some from my friend, um, you know, Chad Hay, who's staying out in India. You know, and yeah, thank you, Rocky, for that. I'll check that video out. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us here. You know, it's been a hell of a time. We've been talking about all sorts of issues. You know, 8 hours. I did say I'd be cutting a little bit short and taking a little break. You know, I think I'll do that in the last 10 days maybe of this month, you know, granted the fact that I am fasting, right? And it's a little hard to you know, get into a you know, a constant streaming mode, you know, because of the fasting taking a toll. And it's been 8 hours here that we've been going. So yeah, we try to bring you guys our shows, except for we can't be doing it at night. So Saturday morning and Friday morning, join us again on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. And thank you so much for joining us here. And a special thank you to everyone who joined us on the panel here to share in a highly intelligent discussion about solutions to these technological problems. As we took a break watching the Ray Kurzweil interview by Joe Rogan, we've covered the work of Ray Kurzweil many times on the show. Okay, we've looked at the interview that he was talking about with Bill Joy as well. You know, we looked at a conversation between Ray Kurzweil and Eric Drexler, the developer, one of the key developers of nanotechnology. But yeah, anyways, you know, we thank you guys for being here with us. And, you know, this kind of random show. I know we changed the time on everyone. So, you know, everybody might be expecting the show tonight. But this is the show that we were going to do tonight, right now. Bless you guys for being here.
On Jacques Ellul, one of the greatest philosophers to discuss the realm of modern technology and probably the biggest influence on Ted Kaczynski's work. In fact, now as I'm writing the book, Philosophy of Ted Kaczynski, I've noticed that it can actually pair one by one a number of statements that Kaczynski makes in his body of writings with similar statements that Jacques Ellul makes within this book, The Technological Society. Obviously, I'm not saying that Kaczynski plagiarized those ideas, but I am saying that the influence from Ellul to Kaczynski is undeniable. And in fact, I think Jacques Ellul has a number of insights which are so idiosyncratic and so unique to his way of thinking, which even the other great philosophers who thought about technology really reached rather different conclusions. It's such an important work to discuss. So in this video, I'll be talking about the entire book, Technological Society, or in French, La Technique. And it is a very big book, so I will try my best to cover a kind of general sense of the book, but I will definitely recommend you to go out and buy this book and read the whole thing. It's a very dense but very delightful read. So Jacques Ellul is interested in this book in something that he calls technique, and he talks about technique rather than explicitly talking about technology as often as he is able to do so. So for Jacques Ellul, technique is kind of also more useful than the word technology, because when most people say technology, they really mean machines. And this is something which I admit, I even kind of made a mistake with when I wrote my second book, Being in Oil, talking about Ted Kaczynski, was arguing that, for Kaczynski, technology is machines. And this is an insight which actually Kaczynski shares with Ellul. Both of them understand technology to be irreducible to machines. Now, it's certainly true that machines are technology, or rather that machines show us what Ellul will call technique. But it's wrong to say that the word technology, as most people understand it, being synonymous with machines, is a satisfactory word to communicate what he's trying to get at. Rather, for Jacques Ellul, the idea that our world could be defined as a world of machines is something that he'll also call into question, because machine might be the most obvious example of technique, but technique is irreducible to machines. And one reason that that's the case, he says, is that technique has actually outpaced machinery, and it is spread from the realm of production, to which a more sort of traditional, I guess maybe, capitalist critique of the problem might limit it to that. Instead, now technique encompasses all activities. Yet he still thinks that the machine is useful as something of an insight into like a technique purified. But he argues that the mechanization that you see embodied in the machine is something which technique spreads to everything that it touches. So therefore, we have ourselves, in a certain sense, been mechanized by technique, and then we're now forced to live in inhuman urban, and even worse than that, suburban conditions as a result of the spread that technique has achieved from the realm of production to every area of life, and from machines as such to really everything and everyone at this point. Therefore, he says critiquing capitalism is not going to be satisfactory. Technique is a much broader phenomenon than either capitalism or socialism. In fact, technique is also broader than science, in that modern science is not the origin which produces technique as a result, but is itself technique. Now, this is something Heidegger also mentions in the question concerning technology, that he says we usually think that there was a scientific revolution in which we built up all of this knowledge through objective analysis in science, and then we just put that to use with engineering. But he says it's actually the other way around. Modern science is modern technology, in that technology defined as something other than a set of machines. This is an idea that Ellul shares with Heidegger, and Kazynski actually forces you to acknowledge that. Therefore, the question naturally arises, how can one define technique? And his answer is that technique is not uniquely modern. And let me just make sure that this is streaming real quick. How can one define? Okay, looks like that. I'll get back to those comments in a second. Thank you. How can one define technique? Technique is not uniquely modern. And he says even prehistoric humans have techniques for accomplishing activities with a sort of teleological orientation towards survival. So even so-called primitive people have techniques for gathering firewood. They have techniques for hunting. They have techniques for foraging and preparing the foraged and hunted materials for consumption, etc. And yet he notes that this scholar named Mouse still made an error by defining technique in terms of manual activities, even including ones done by prehistoric humans. But Ellul says this is unsatisfactory because technique is now an overwhelmingly intellectual phenomenon. It's one that can no longer be understood through the metaphor of manual activity. It's rather something in which technique actually has no explicitly economic motive. Boy Scouts, for example, is an example of social technique, but there's no orientation there towards making profit in a monetary sense. Okay, therefore, productivity has to be abandoned as the sole standard for evaluating or critiquing technique, in that much of what is created by technique actually serves the purpose of destruction rather than productivity. You can't, for example, understand the hydrogen bomb through this economic orientation towards production, because the whole point of the hydrogen bomb is destruction. Therefore, if we're going to define technique, we could start by maybe saying that a technical operation is something in which you have teleology guided by method. And the main thing that defines this is you're replacing spontaneous forms with technical forms in order to maximize efficiency and adaptability. So you have this shift from this type of unconscious act, which is sort of the result of a spontaneous movement of a living thing, to rather replace it with reasoned, clear, and voluntary concepts. Okay. It says, although we have reached the historically anomalous point at which technique has encroached upon a universal mechanization of everything, it is still important to emphasize that technique has, as I mentioned, the type of prehistoric origins that are all too easy to miss if you limit it to the present era. And he says that the surprising thing that you will find if you go all the way back to prehistory is that magic is actually kind of the best example of pre-modern technique. And he says that magic is technique in the same way that the most prestigious modern sciences, because there you have the same coincidence of teleology overlapping with strict forms. Okay. And in both cases, technique is an intermediary between the weak human and the frightening alienated power of nature. Okay. And he says that magic is kind of the first technique, but is ignored by modern analysts due to like the materialist bias that we have of not taking stuff like that seriously, but also because of the sociological problems. There is, for example, a lack of definite progress within magic, which you don't find with modern technique. Modern technique, for example, is something that has a track record in which it can demonstrate its progress. You have progress from 18th century physics to 19th century to 20th century. We're still sort of making progress. It's extremely expensive the more progress you make due to the low-hanging fruit principle, but you still have this track record in which science is progressing. Technology is progressing. It's unthinkable in the eras of the huge supercomputers of like the 1960s that every Tom, Dick, and Harry would have a more powerful machine on their lap, as Kazynski says. But that's, admittedly progress. But you don't have that with magic. You have instead a type of disappearance of it when the tradition dies out, because it's largely passed on from person to person. And that's why with this sort of lack of material record, also we ignore magic. But he says magic really is still technique, and that's sort of where the history of technique might be thought of as beginning. And he says that what you have if you progress up into ancient history is you have with the Greek era something of a rather untechnical era, in the sense that you do have an explicit separation for the ancient Greeks between technique and science. The idea for the ancient Greeks is that what would be done as science is for the purpose of contemplation rather than application. The ideal of Aristotle that thinking philosophy has no need for any extrinsic factor to allow it to take place, which is why it's kind of the highest path towards happiness. Other pathways towards happiness, Aristotle says, are dependent on other things. For example, if I am hungry, that's something that I kind of depend on the existence of, a chicken, if I want to eat chicken, or existence of a sack of potatoes to satisfy that need. But with philosophy, Aristotle says all you need is your mind. Okay, that certainly is the ancient Greek separation in which science for them is not done as technique. Okay, but with ancient Rome, you do see this kind of sophisticated imperial development of technique, but there it's mostly social technique. And the interesting thing about it is in ancient Rome, you have a type of social organization oriented towards an economic approach towards power. The idea is if you minimize the use of explicit force within the empire, you have a more technically rationalized system. And it's interesting that whereas many people will be quick to blame technique on the West and on Christianity or on Western Christianity, it's actually rather silly to do that, Jacques Ellul says, because the 4th to 14th centuries were precisely the era of the breakdown of Roman technique. Even what appeared to be big technical innovations in, say, medieval architecture were actually motivated by religion rather than by strictly technical factors. Therefore, the closest thing you actually get in the Middle Ages to technique as this type of pure rationalization that he mentions is scholastic philosophy. But scholastic philosophy is purely abstract and formal. And the joke about scholastic philosophy is it thinks questions like how many angels could dance on the head of a pin is a serious question. And although that's a bit of a caricature, it is true that people like Thomas Aquinas wondered how many species of angel are there and concluded that since individuals of a species are distinguished from each other by materiality, in other words, I'm a different human from you, because of a different material instantiation of the same species that you are. Well, he says with angels, you can't do that. Therefore, every angel is its own species. And that's something which was the closest you get to technique in the Middle Ages, but that's a far cry from the kind of technique that we have today. And he says that the Protestant Reformation is not necessarily more technical either, in that Max Weber largely exaggerated the effects of the Protestant Reformation for capitalism. If you read Max Weber's thesis that in Calvinism, you're no longer saved by ritual or by a priest, so now you have to trust in grace that you're free, but you still have to sort of demonstrate that you're one of the elect by doing good works. It's this sort of paradox which Weber claims leads to the capitalist work ethic in Protestant rather than Catholic countries. But Shakilul says that's a little bit of an exaggeration. He says what actually happens is the centuries after the Protestant Reformation are among the least technical of all centuries. He says that in the 17th century, for example, even a scientific treatise was more like an open-ended reflection than something like rationalized technique. And if you read like Pascal in the 17th century, who was a great mathematician, if you read Pensée by Pascal, it seems like a rambling sort of set of disconnected, short little ideas. It's a delightful book, don't get me wrong, but that's what the mathematicians in the 17th century were writing like. So that's just a reflection of, pun intended, a century of reflection on the mind rather than an attempt to build these huge systems, is one way it's put. And he says that something changes in the 18th century. The 18th century is when you have the explosion of technique. And Lula is decidedly not a peak oil thinker, in that for him the change was not discovering a new energy source, which he designates as coal, but rather it was a new attitude towards energy in general, and towards the world in general, I should say. And the reason that Ellul says it's not just that we got access to coal, it's that we were able to maybe approach this thing called coal the same way we were approaching the world itself. It's something which he says cannot be subordinated to anything else. This change in attitude cannot be explained by any more primordial motives. You cannot subordinate it to economic gain for reasons I already mentioned. You cannot subordinate it to the epistemology of science, as I already mentioned earlier. You cannot subordinate it to fossil fuels. It's something which he admits we do not have the answer for why this happened, but that's his entire point, is technique is the base concept here rather than any of those. So at any rate, social changes fall from this. You have traditional social groupings that break down because they're a hindrance to the spread of technique. This is something Kazynski mentioned as well, where, things like the traditional extended family are actually a hindrance to technique, in which the rules of social advancement within a corporation would rule out promoting your brother just because he's your brother, that sort of thing. And of course, traditional religious communities largely break down as a result of technique. And he says what you get is urban crowding, rural displacement, family breakdown, and all of this evidencing the need for social plasticity as a condition for technique. And what you have in chapter 2 with the characterology of technique is to find out that, to an extent that there were techniques in pre-modern times, they existed under far greater spatial and temporal constraints. You had spatial restriction to a local area. You had temporal limitation in which centuries were required for a technology to develop without rapid progress. It took centuries, for example, for the guilds of the Middle Ages to really perfect the kind of craft that they had. And he said that this allowed a greater diversity of lifestyles over many different localities. Also, technical deficiency of the tool was actually kind of a good thing because it required the individual to develop his or her subjective abilities, more to make up for the lack within the tool. In addition, the individual had freedom relative to the society in the sense that, like, back in those days, you had things like serfs and you had slaves, whatever, but in a lot of ways, the individual still theoretically could flee from a role and escape in a way that would be impossible today. This is an idea that Kazynski mentions in one letter, in which he says, okay, so you get sick of being a slave or something and you run away and become a highwayman. Not saying that would be an easy life, but you could actually do that. Today would be impossible. Everywhere you go, your credit card would be tracked, your cell phone would be tracked. Oh, by the way, you need money and a functioning bank account to do any of this stuff anyway. So the difference between that era and now is that technique now covers the whole earth. And there's a universal transmissibility of technique in which the pre-modern constraints in terms of locality, in terms of time, those are broken down. Now technique is universally transmissible over the entire globe, and the world itself has changed in the process. We have an artificial world that has supplanted the natural world. And the result of all of this, I think, has been a type of increased objectivity of technique that has blotted out any need for subjective interpretation. Okay, there's no need, if it is objectively true that 4 is bigger than 3, for even a subject to exercise choice in an act of evaluation. And in fact, things like that are now just evaluated by machines anyway. And this leads to a type of ontological reconfiguration of that stuff, in which now it simply is. Okay, we're overwhelmed with the solidified being of this objectivity. And this is largely built on the way that technique is built on, by definition, destroying spontaneity. Technique has no will. Technique has no consciousness, okay? And we can look at the characteristics of technique through a type of rationalization that you might find, I would argue, also in Kazynski's view of self-propagating systems in anti-tech revolution, almost kind of going back to Spinoza's idea of the rational conditions of possible objects are enough to tell you what something is, basically. And he says that one of these is self-augmentation. Okay, technique has automatic growth built into it that need not be explicitly calculated beforehand and then achieved according to some explicit plan. Rather, this growth is just hardwired into the system. And the laws of this self-growth include a type of irreversibility, in which you can't turn back the hands of time of this development, and then there's a type of preference for geometric rather than arithmetical laws. He says the combinations to cover space take precedence over a type of linear addition of one successor to another successor. Okay, and he says that what happens is another fundamental feature of this type of system is monism. You have the whole. There is no dichotomy between technique and the abuse of technique, or even the use of technique. Instead, there's no question of throwing away the bad parts, keeping the good parts of technique, as Kazynski would say himself. What is mistaken to think that technique can be separated from its abuse, because there is no use of the technique outside the rational technical rules for using it. What is also mistaken to assume technique has the intrinsic teleological goal of benefiting any humans. Its evolution does not occur with that in mind. It's rather purely causal. And automation, for example, is not merely a capitalist problem. It's an inevitable feature of technique. And the suffering that you see in capitalism is not unique to capitalism. It's not unique to the abuse of any one technology, in other words. It is rather an inevitable outcome of technique doing exactly what it's hardwired to do. And this is because there is only one principle in technique. That is efficient ordering. If it's working according to that criteria rather than trying to benefit man, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to. Okay, the fourth one is the necessary linking together of techniques. Capitalism and communism are actually going to be the same in this regard. There is no such thing as one isolated machine. The inevitable result of the interconnection of all this stuff is mass urbanization, global transportation. But of course, urban suffering is going to lead to a need for mass entertainment, propaganda, and the rise of mental health. And what you'll find is a breakdown of locality that will extend even to the neighborhood. You're no longer able to talk to your neighbors due to super specialization in each person's work. Yet strangely enough, whereas in previous eras, technologies belonged to given civilizations or cultures, and that's to say the technology of the Egyptians was an Egyptian technology because it belonged to that people. The modern technology is acivilizational, despite being global. We have become a globalized non-culture as a result. The fifth feature is the autonomy of technique. The development of technical organisms. He calls these like a factory as one organism, rather than it's something set apart from the rest to act with the type of autonomous application of technique. It's something you also find with like the police force. Police force must be a closed off unit from the rest of society in order to be efficient under the technical viewpoint. We must then use mass propaganda to accustom people to the constant presence of cops. And the organism therefore squeezes out the need of individual conscious humans, except in the role of an inspector of the machine. Okay? And the social advantages which the system admittedly does sort of produce as a product of all of this technical sophistication is therefore exclusively reserved for the insider. There's no benefits going to the non-worker within the society. And he said this in the 1950s. Now you could actually argue that the advantages don't even go to workers. They just go to a certain class of workers. You know, your six-figure salary, corporate or government employee, then you get benefits. Otherwise, you're left out. Okay. And he says that what happens is if you analyze the system in terms of the analogy of an organism, and think about like the economy as being the digestive system of that. You'll have to examine in chapter 3, as he does, the economy overall from a sort of technical standpoint, rather than say like a Marxist or something like that standpoint. It's just that it's not enough to make the economic base our focus, because economics is itself not the deepest base. It's dependent upon technique. And this dependence is not trivial, by the way. You have agricultural technique, for example, as literally a danger to the earth. And technique's effect on economics also blots out personal freedom.
Tonight on Lyrical Masterpiece Theater, I will be reading one of my great works, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven, The Maven. After years of mindless content and frivolous crap, a man became dissatisfied with the condition of rap. The powers dumbed the lyrics down and made the listeners adapt. Soon his mental play became a blinding mist on the map. But his vision was never phased because his eyes had been raised. Over time he came of age and then grew wise in his ways. He reflected on the great artist and summoned the gall. Then he envisioned hearing one writer who encompassed them all. To overcome this ignorance, nothing was stalled in his thirst. He spent hours collecting, reading, studying all of their works. Traveled all over the planet where great thoughts were bestowed. Sat with preceptors and sages from all parts of the globe. Read relentlessly for weeks before deciding to speak. He mastered every vocal tone and every writing technique. A scholarly product with a self-made prodigy conscious. He memorized past, present, and future bodies of knowledge. Organized it, knowing the solution soon to be born. His next step compiled it all into a humanly form. Though he was eloquent and delivered words with intricate timing and possessed lyrical skill, he had no interest in rhyming. So he ventured down to his lab, which had been his escape. And after working for 20 days straight, an image was shaped. He deposited all his wisdom, every infinite trait. And when he finished, he rendered what he had invented was great. His creation laid on the journey. Once summoned, he rose and instantly began to compose the most dominant flows. Every hour of the day, a different style he created. And when he spoke, every man, woman, and child could relate. Just when it seemed the population might be hurled to its grave, the man smiled because he thought now that the world would be saved. And soon the sky is where the mental surface would be. He had successfully manufactured the perfect MC. The intellect that passed through his brain, the masses obtained. And within days, the nature of the game had drastically changed to his sovereign will. Deep, marvelous thoughts were revealed. And those who held on to the madness got slaughtered with skill. Lyrical prototype who wrote words for the love, not wages. And the greatness of his rap pages would pass through the ages. The motivation to make meaningful songs was contagious. Each writer evolved daily through his creative stages. The negative ideologies of life were uprooted. The first 365-day cycle concluded. But on the 366th day, it was strange. The creation the man had brought to life was starting to change. Accolades under his name and international fame, until totally uncontrollable he slowly became. Intoxicated by his own flame, so arrogance reigned. The insane notion of world dominance mastered his brain. Exploitation of the game through the skill that he used. He had evolved into the same thing he was built to remove. Trained and ingrained in his memory was unmatchable ability. Natural skill indeed, but he was lacking in humility. The builder watched his dream disappearing in haste. With tears in his face, his creation was clearly a waste. The mistake that he made in making a rapper of that caliber, he focused on talent and knowledge, but added no character. Now it's racking the streets with a savage mystique. Deadly havoc he wreaked with every paragraph he would speak. So the man searched traveling roads, famished and cold, looking for a mechanical load in tyrannical mode. Since he designed him, he felt it mandatory to find him. The goal was to catch him, deactivate, then realign him. As he searched and explored, he saw things were worse than before. Heard a murderous roar, followed up by verses of war. He ran up to a door where a stranger took him the key. Once inside, a voice straight ahead said, "Looking for me." And there he was, with a smile as if he liked that he found him. His mic was astounding, plus he had disciples around him. As the man approached, he heard these three words: "I dare you." He said, "You're not yourself. Come back to the lab, I'll repair you. I can't have you killing rap, so come with me, I implore it." He said, "Your existence versus mine, I'll battle you for it." He thought and said, "Oh, no, I want no parts of a flow. Why would you turn against the man who taught you all that you know?" That's when he laughed and said, "I'm the one that you should kneel to." He said, "You stupid fool, you didn't build me, I built you. Programmed you to be like me, I propelled this confusion. Every detail of our histories is spelled a delusion. When I tried to teach you my plans, you rebelled on the movement. So I banished you and held you in a hellish seclusion. My craziest deeds, you were just unable to heed. So the idea that you created me, I made you believe." The man said, "I worked on this for years, it's lies that you speak." He said, "I made it to appear years, it's only been weeks. I'm the architect of you, and every bar that was formed. Raise your right sleeve, I'm sure you've seen that scar on your arm. How I assembled you is too complex to try to describe. But if you peel that scar, you'll notice several wires inside. You were my greatest masterpiece, top of the line of my clones. But I developed you so well, you gained a mind of your own and started spreading conscious thought, east, west, south to the north. So I drew you out of solitude to finish you off. And though it's definite, you possess several lyrical elements. You're scared of expressing it, that's why you're vocally hesitant. Discouraged, the man dropped his head and said it's no use. Looked at the wires in his arm and slowly pulled them loose. Then both good and bad ideologies mentally flashed. The conscious forces and the wicked forces instantly clashed. And everybody in the room vaporized in a flame. Till eventually the two men were all who remained. The anarchy that ensued caused the world to divide. And the followers of both sides began to collide. And then the ceiling opened up and they both looked in the sky. There they saw the giant silhouette of a much bigger guy. He commanded everything to stop and nobody moved. He said, "This war is over right now and both of you lose. You lose because you took the talent that you possessed and got obsessed with power and used it to conquer the rest. See, you were blessed with the best, given the lyrical rod. You didn't build this man, that was a deceptive facade. The other man said, I knew it, but sir, how did I lose? The giant said you had the skill to challenge, but you refused. He said, I came to fix him back, so this fight I'd avoid. He said some things can never be fixed, they must be destroyed. And though you tried to reason with him, don't believe you succeeded. Many were lost because they didn't have the wisdom they needed. So you deleted all your hard work, your moment was here. But you failed because your power wasn't strong as your fear. This test is completed. They said, who are you? Then I spoke and said, my name is K Reno, and I created you both.